Okay. I'm live. Still waiting. No, I'm live. But YouTube does not acknowledge I am live. Why is that? I don't understand. Give it time, right? Oh, I see people. Ah, there it goes. Give it time, right? Oh, I see people. Ah, there it goes. Give it time, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I see people. Ah, there it goes. Give it time, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I see people. Ah, there it goes. All right, so there's a little delay. That's all right. So I only got it for what the fuck? How do I get out of this? No, I get out of it this way. Oh, I'm stupid. Derp, 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 derp. There we go. Now I can see what's. Oh wow, everybody's piling up in here. Holy shit! Daniel Berry Sports and Highlights. Teresa, KP Heathen. Boom, boom, boom. Let me hit that all chat. It's a top chat. Ohio Valley and Prepping. Lima Charlie, outstanding. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, Ronnie, KP Heathen, Teresa, Mad Chad. Happy Lackluster Fridays. Yes, Anthony Crouch, deploy knife heads. Yes, welcome everyone. Welcome to Lackluster Fridays. Please hit that thumbs down button and fuck you. See how it just kind of goes together? Look at that. Boom, boom. Right. Someone's pissing you off. Something's pissing you off. Give them the finger. It's also a very acceptable greeting around here. Yeah. It's a beautiful day. It's April. Wow. Oh man, I had the day off. I went running around. You probably seen my Creek Still Flows. I got some new shoes, man. And some new shoes, and I'm very happy with those. I'm probably going to get the other ones too, the Koku. I really like the Koku. I mean, because they're like a boot, and they're like super duper rugged. I could see the Landum Customs. Yeah, there's a Teresa in here somewhere. Yeah, Teresa's here. What's up, Landum Customs? Yeah. Ohio Valley. Yes, welcome to Lackluster Fridays, folks. Please have a seat, grab yourself a tasty beverage. Men, go ahead and shirt cock it around the house. Ladies, go ahead and shirt vag it around the house. The men, that's how we relax, right? Grab yourself a tasty beverage, prop your feet up. Congratulations, you survived the week. Skull. Women, we know what you do. You do the same thing. You come in the house, you kick off those medieval torture devices you call shoes, and then of course you find instant gratification, instant relief, because the brawl comes magically shooting out from underneath your arm. Hits the wall, hits a cat sits in the bowl, licks himself clean. Ladies, go ahead and shirt vag it around the house. Grab yourself a tasty beverage, prop your feet up. Congratulations, you survived the week. The weekend is now yours. Skull. I'm drinking Cafe Bustelo with the little Swiss Miss chocolate in there. I did not get my Black Forest supplement cocoa flavonoids, but I did get my Black Forest testosterone. Yeah, look at that. And my NMN. Boom, boom. Right. So yeah, I got that. I got that today. That is my what's up? Oops, Yardbirds. I am too wearing. Well, I'm wearing shorts. Yardbirds. Hey, pants are optional as long as we don't get to What's up, Summer Rain? It's supposed to be a secret. I've lived with your kind before, Summer Rain. Okay, I've lived with women, and I talk about it before. I live with women, and they literally just sure. It comes a point when you're living with a woman that they lose their coofness. It becomes very uncouth. You're taking a dump, in the bathroom while you're showering, and you're discussing stuff. I mean, you ladies come in, their house, you're like, oh God. And then that bra comes off and you're like, oh, free the twins. Right. So, Oops. What's up? Oops. Youper. Welcome, man. Welcome everyone. Yep, toe testosterone. It's actually pronounced Turk testosterone with Tonga Ali. It's really good stuff. I'm promoting Black Force supplements, even though they're not affiliate of mine or anything. This is I've talked about it before. The Turk testosterone with the Tongat Ali and the NMN is like my super serum. It really is. This is my super serum. So I don't have any ties to them as far as like affiliation or discount codes, or whatever. I gotta pay full price like everybody else. In the beginning, they gave me a buy one get two free, fucking 70% off and shit like that. But they had like terrible shipping. Now they've got it under control. So you can actually get like a subscription. So I've been thinking about that, but I've been waiting on the cocoa flavonoids. You've seen the commercial, you've seen the advertisements here. That shit's legit. It's really good stuff. You've tested the most expensive there is. What's up, Greenleaf? Man, we got everybody coming up in here. What's up? Let me where are my manners? I'm sorry. Let me open up this panel. Yep. Open up that panel there. Show Intel. How are you doing? What's up? Good to see you. Just hanging out here. Yep. So I talked about it before. We're gonna have a different. I'm gonna moderate more on panel. I'm gonna try to steer the conversation to more uncouth things, I guess. I'm just kind of getting tired of the whole bullshit, kind of after last weekend's live stream. I felt very I don't know, very embarrassed. I my ass. I got emotional. And it was stupid. So what's up? What's up, Zombie Force? Zombie Force is the disembodied voice you hear in the background.
I'll be hiding in the basement.
All right. What's up, JD Prepping? Real Watt Life. Wolfang. Everybody's coming up in here. How y'all doing? Yeah, I like the whole like in-depth panel discussion kind of thing. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna talk shit. We're gonna still have shenanigans, but I don't know. Summer Rain, you're having a brain biopsy Monday? Wow, I didn't know Monday was brain biopsy day. Everybody go out and get your brain biopsy. I don't know if they could find mine. I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. Try to get back to this whole prepping and doing stuff. That kind of thing. See, don't even listen to Youper. Hit that thumbs down. See, Youper, you don't even know how this works. It's in the title. Thumbs down. Hit that thumbs down. Don't do it. Don't be like Youper. Don't be a Youper. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs down. Youper is how I'd love to go to Youper country. I would love to go to the finger of Michigan. I can't even. I don't. What is that, Summer Rain? Glioblastoma. Glioblastoma. Okay, can't do it. I mean, what's up, Blue Butterfly? I hear you, Youper. I mean, and you know what? Defiance is. It's all about defiance here too. That's America for you. We do have a history of defiance, and I support that. So, yeah. But yes, welcome everyone. JD, Saskatchewan is just starting to melt their snow. Damn. Wow. Skull, everyone. Skull, Blue Butterfly, Summer Rain. They're going to play in her noggin. What you got for us? What you got for us, Zombie? What you thinking?
Oh man. Been riding around with the top down there, everybody, for about 2 weeks. I had pulled a damn muscle or something in my lower back, man. And it was like labor pains every time I wanted to stand up or move my hips.
Mm. Ouch. That sucks. Yeah, having injuries. And injuries are more exacerbated when you're older. I know. It sucks. Back in the day, we could pull a muscle, and it would be like good to go the next day. Now you're down for a week, a week or two or months. Could be a month.
Oh yeah.
I've had injuries that lasted me months.
It gets you to thinking about, okay, so how can I help somebody else with this situation? And I'm going to give some advice to everybody.
Okay.
Always have a really good back, the big black support belts, the Velcro support belts.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just have one of them just in case, because I'm telling you, if it hadn't been for that little waist brace, then it would have been twice as bad with all this pain. Because I'm not a medication person. I'm just bearing the pain. It makes
Yeah.
me feel alive.
Right. It's proof that you're still alive. Pain is a reminder that you're still alive. That's a pretty cool Greenleaf. You heard about the Tesla machine? Have you heard about this, zombie? There's a machine that shoots like frequencies and stuff inside you. I don't know if it's pronounced Tesla, but it's not spelled. It's not made by Tesla. It's something else. But there's this thing. It helps to alleviate all kinds of stuff by sending frequencies through your body and resonating your body and shit.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah. Of course, they cost about $50,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's interesting. Greenleaf, that they got like a cheaper version, a knockoff version. Yeah, what's going on in Louisiana? Hey, zombie, KP Healing, chime in. Y'all having fucking? It seems like y'all got like terrorist attacks going on like every 5 minutes. What's up, Meat Puppet? Got fires and shootings and all kinds of stuff.
Sounds like a normal day in New Orleans down there at Baton Rouge.
Yeah, you got a point. What's up, Wingnut? Just sit on a turning board.
I was going to school over there in Nashville, man, back in the day, and I would listen to the damn news, and just in Nashville, it was fucking scary because every fucking day on the fucking news, somebody fucking died.
Right.
Every fucking day.
Yeah, that's how it was in Tennessee, Jackson, Memphis, those areas. You'd be like, so and so died, and everybody always knew somebody. Yeah, that's my uncle or that's my cousin. But yeah.
Hell yeah.
Nashville is nothing like Memphis. Yeah, Memphis is rough right now. Oh my God, rough.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, bad, very bad. Because they let it happen, man. They let the whole freaking communist in. The socialists took over Memphis, man, and it's worse than it ever has been. Yeah, it used to be really. It's always been bad, but man, I don't want to go to Memphis anymore. I used to go to Memphis just to have fun. It was cool. And they would pop a car. They'd pop a car. We'd pop a car, get in it, drive somewhere, leave it, hang out, do whatever we got to do, pop another car, get in that, and go back to where we're going. Right? It was just kind of weird. Car crashes.
They had that fucking Mud Island fucking bridge ride where you ride the tram out on the fucking Mud Island.
Yep.
Where that town used to be.
Yeah, Mud Island. Yeah. Okay. Then you got the whole Motown section over there, and I went to the big barbecue fest. It was great. Like the whole thing, the whole venue. It was awesome, but once you stepped outside, no. I went to Bill Street. Like Bill Street is like famous. That's where they have all the festivals and all the, like 4th of July, New Year's, and all that. Yeah, if you step off left to the right or go down the wrong dark alley, nope. You getting lifted.
Reminds me of when I was a young guy. You know, I would stand at the end of the alley down there in a street in New Orleans and give people a $20 bill if they was coming down there. They say, "What's a $20 bill for?" I said, "Because if you get to the end of the alley and you ain't got at least $20 on you, my brother's gonna kick your ass."
Oh, okay. It's BS knockoffs now. Yeah, you got that going on, Night Roots.
So how's your week been, Mr. Mad Shad? I've been keeping up with your newfound radio traffic report.
My Zoot report. Yeah, Zoot.
Yeah, your report.
Yeah. Yeah, it's it's a little something I've been doing, like, because I've got a commute right after work. I'm just like, fuck it, let's make a video, talk shit, because I usually do.
Yeah.
Like I usually talk shit to myself as I'm driving. So why not record it and make content out of it? Seriously, yeah.
That's the name. That's the name of your car, Zoot.
Yeah. It's I name all my cars. Yep.
Yeah, that's all right name there. I wouldn't have never thought of that, Zoot.
Zoot.
I got my old Ford pickup truck I've been driving for 20 freaking years. His name's Henry.
Henry.
Henry the Ford.
Henry the Ford. Yep, and of course I've got a big SUV. I call it. It's got many names. Triple B, Big Black Bertha, and well, its real name is Brynhildur. It's the Brynhildur was the chief Valkyrie, right, in the Norse sagas. So this thing is definitely. It's a road master. I love it. I love this thing. Man, it drinks the gas.
I don't know if we're ever going to have a solution for something about gas. I don't think there's a replacement. What I'm saying is the coolest sounding engines run on gasoline.
That's true.
So
I mean, gasoline. We have figured out a way to make gasoline make things run fast and long and pull heavy loads with gasoline or diesel, right? Yeah. Now there's that one guy, Nature Jab, I think it's called. He makes plastiline, right? He basically he melts down, distills plastics and turns it into gasoline, but it a high octane gasoline, by the way, too. But it takes 50,000 pounds to make 1 gallon of gas of plastiline. Wow.
Yeah. That's a lot.
I mean, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just thinking, that whenever they was talking about these smart cars and they run on electricity, and I read up on them, then I would have an option to where it has an engine sound, where it actually has an engine sound and acceleration sound and deceleration sounds. Like a video game, you know what I mean?
Right. They do have, like, the Teslas and all that. They've got they run so quiet. They had to add a noisemaker to it. That it's got like a hum to it, so people can see, like, oh, the car's moving. But normally they run silent. All you hear is the tires turning. But
it's an interesting prospect. I'm down. Listen, man. I'm down with technology
Oh,
to
rather.
a point. Only if it really just actually physically can help your life be a better place. Not trying to destroy things, but you can imagine when you get old, like old, and your bones are frail. You can imagine if you have that technology there to assist you without human intervention. You see what I mean?
Oh
Make your
yeah.
life better.
By you can. They're working on it. I have high hopes. Look at there's already on the market where you can buy an exoskeleton, and like literally you strap this thing on, and it connects to your legs and your arms, and you can lift heavy things. You can run and walk without effort. So a lot of that is actually working, to the benefit of people that have mobility issues, which is pretty cool.
Oh yeah. I mean, don't get me started. You know me. I like to talk a lot.
All right, take care there, Summer Rain. Enjoy your brain biopsy.
I got in this. I got in this conversation with an AI assistant that I've got.
Yeah, I seen your
And I
video.
said, okay. I said, okay, Mr. AI. I said, how fast does a digital frequency broadcast at? And he comes up with this crazy little answer. And I said, okay, let's just say it's just below the equivalency of light speed, which it is. It cannot ever, digital speed cannot
Right,
ever exceed light speed. And
right,
there's a reason for it.
right.
So, light speed, it's a speed of 142 million meters per second. You
Yep.
see what I mean? It would
240,
take you,
286,000 miles per hour or something like that. It's
yeah.
it's a
So,
yeah.
if you're traveling from the surface of the earth to the surface of the sun, it'll take you approximately 1.42, it'll take you about 2 seconds, just under 2 seconds to get there.
All right, so I want to change up. I
Yeah,
because boom, I
go
want to
ahead.
talk about this, and I know what's up with this. Have you seen the robot marathon in China? I'm sure you have.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
What's up, PJ? Yeah, yeah. It's apparently they broke the record. Finished 10 minutes ahead of schedule. It was a half marathon, by the way. And they were said to have ran autonomously with AI and all this bullshit to prove that China is the greatest, and the best. It's bullshit. They're all remote control. All of them are
Yeah.
remote control. Nothing great happened there. Nothing. there was no there was no innovativeness whatsoever. All they did is they added stronger servos and faster servos to a robot that could already run.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. In a robot situation, like whenever we 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 were researching these big automotive assembly robots like they got in the city of
Sure. Right.
Detroit.
Yeah. Amazing. But they're programmed.
And
They're programmed, and it's they have to do the task over and over again. And there's
yeah,
no they're going all they're doing is doing the same thing over and over again. If something
yeah.
changes,
So
they're still going to do the same thing over and over again.
yeah, the
There
robot.
might be some. There might be some, like, that's the part is like trying to do the quality control part where they go, oh, wait a minute, the part's not there, so they stop, they reset, or they wait for it or whatever. But yep, I hear the train coming
So
around the bend.
they're just
Yeah, I got
That's
same.
a hell of a way. I used to my grandfather and great grandfather's house used to sit alongside of one of those old railroad tracks, man. And that fucking train, man, that was the coolest shit to hear it because there was no cars, no traffic, no neighbors, and it's just a train coming up through there. No,
Yeah,
no honking. You could hear him for a mile away crossing the intersections,
yeah,
blowing his horn.
same
And then
here.
after he come by, it's just clickety click, clickety click, clickety click, clickety click. And you hear all those damn train cars clicking.
Yep.
And then it's it's a pretty cool sound.
I almost died when I was in high school, and we were up to some shenanigans. Me and a friend of mine, and we had to run through the woods. And we're running through the woods in the darkness, just pure darkness. And this is in rural Tennessee. I forget where we're doing. We were running because we were being chased by people with red lights and blue lights. That's kind of shenanigans, right? And we were hauling ass. We knew where we were going, and we were approaching a railroad track, and didn't see anything, didn't hear anything. And as soon as we got like up on top of just about to the top of the railroad tracks, I mean, this train came out of nowhere and was going 90 miles an hour. You could feel the wind, see the little lights,
Oh
you could
yeah.
hear the clank, 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 clank. I mean, it was like literally like this close to us. We're like, holy
Oh
shit!
man.
I mean, because we were running and like boom, stopped. You know, because this train was like. I mean, when they get rolling, they haul ass. In the middle of the night,
Yeah.
nobody's supposed to be around. What's up, Chance Pendleton? Yep,
Oh yeah.
90
That's
miles an
like
hour. Hmm.
being down. I had an opportunity to go down inside the New York subway on an engineering thing, and whenever you're standing there, man, you're standing there. You're not on a platform. You're just standing there on a concrete ledge with a rail on it, and you're only like 4 or 5 inches from the train itself when it comes through there, the rail.
Wow.
And you only got about 12 inches or so to stand on, so you got to stand sideways. And when that fucking, I'm telling you right now, man, when them express subways comes through there that don't make stops in between, it's just going from the fucking main station to the main stop at the end of the line. That motherfucker is some badass shit coming down through there. It's just
Wow.
gone in a second. It's just a second. You know what I mean? When it comes by,
Yeah, and
I can see
it's
how.
long as hell, right? I mean, it's like long as a
Yeah,
football field, traveling at 90 miles an hour. What the
yeah.
fuck? You know, and you're inches from
The
death.
fucking
You know.
yeah. Them DC engines is what the DC engines on those trains is what. So I went through an engineering course and I used to look into stuff like that. But the thing about it is whenever that thing comes by, man, it's like it's this fucking DC fucking monster fucking DC motor just zipping by you, and that's all you hear. Oh, it's awesome.
I used to, if you look at like Subway and stuff like it sparked my interest. You know, when you go to Subway, you look at the posters on the wall, you see the first Subway
Yeah.
stations. It was literally a round tunnel and just enough room. There was nothing on the, like if you got stuck in a tunnel, like there was no room for the subway because the subway would shoot through this little hole dug in the ground, right? And there was nothing on either, like inches, like maybe an
Yeah.
inch from either side. And there's stories I looked into. There's stories that people would go down there and hang out, whatever, and there's no escape. There's no escape, and they would just run right over them and keep going. Like, oops,
You
gotta
know,
go.
you know, I'll tell you, man, if it wasn't for sound, what would the world be? You know what I mean? It's just incredible to be able to hear sounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how we adapted to that. Sound is it's physics, it's movement, distortions in the air from material, moving. You
You
it's
know, I wanted to say, Mad Chad, I was so looking forward, brother, because I love you. And I was so looking forward to saying, okay, I hope he does the lackluster Friday tonight. You know what I mean? And bam, there you were. You know, I was like, well, hell,
I
because I got
mean,
my prescription filled, I got
oh,
my top
oh,
down. I'm just cruising around, having some coffee and some herb, and hanging out with all of my constituents.
wait, you said your constituents? Are you running for
Yeah,
president? Are you gonna
yeah,
zombie for president, everyone?
yeah. I
Oh
don't
yeah.
think we should call. I think we should just do away after, eventually, after this one gets over with. I think we should just call whoever it is gets elected the supreme leader.
The supreme leader? No, no.
Yeah,
I would say no, no. Fuck that. What's up, tactical muffin
yeah.
top? No, no. Supreme
Oh,
leader.
Jesus.
The supreme leader. The supreme leader. The king of the universe. How about that? King of the
Yeah,
universe.
King of America.
King of America. Who's I don't know, man. I actually I'd want to see something more like the assistant to the people or something. No, that
Well,
sounds kind of.
I mean,
That's,
you got to think about it. Think about it in a humorous way, which means that the king can only be elected to 2 terms as normal. But he's got to be known to everybody else on the planet, or she, as the queen or the king, see? But they only get to be king for 8 years, you know what I mean? So that would work, you know what I mean?
okay. There is a way that they could serve more than 8 years. I was looking that up. That's the whole thing behind the Trump like saying, well, maybe he can get another term. If he becomes vice president, right? He's not elected. So I mean the wordage, right? Words matter. The wordage says you cannot be elected for more than 2 terms. Elected. So he
Yeah.
could become, Speaker of the House. And everybody stand down and put him in, right? Or become vice president, and the president stands down, he gets in, right? That kind of thing. So he could
He can
perpetuate.
be, he can be, I mean, God dang it. He can be, in a simplified form, the President of the United States, but it requires Congress, and Congress has to go back and redo the bill that was made during Eisenhower. I think it was back in the 40s, late 40s.
Okay.
They changed the law, but before then, presidents could run for as many terms as they wanted to.
Yeah, yeah,
He
and
just
there's
has to get Congress, the legislative part of Congress, to go back and amend that bill and remove that from the
I
law.
guess I guess he could. I mean, but there's a way that he could be perpetual. He could be the perpetual president if he could make it work, right? But yeah, and there
Yeah,
were some presidents in the past that did more than 2 terms, right? I'm trying to remember. I
yeah,
can't
yeah.
remember.
Eisenhower, one of the war presidents. Uh, Somebody in the chat's got to know it. Was it Eisenhower or was it Dwight D. White Eisenhower? Uh, and then Roosevelt. I can't remember which one of them it was when they changed that. One of them had run 3 terms in a row and won president. I can't remember if it was Eisenhower or if it was Roosevelt, Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah, everybody gets a saw. That'd be great. Belt fed. Yep,
Uh,
belt fed weapons for all.
yeah,
Belt fed
I
automatics.
think I think we would be better off. I think we would be better off with our state leaderships and and have an active spokesperson without being, and it leave up to the independence of the states, like the beginning, whenever the states were independent of each other.
Right.
But we can still share the same union, but we have representatives from 50 states, which means that we would have 50 leaders in a room instead of one. So that gives our chances of not having a bunch of tyranny a little bit greater.
Yeah, I mean it's a beautiful system. The checks and balances. Because you got your federal, and basically I look at the federal as they are the groundskeepers. They, they're the yeah, they're the maintenance crew. They're the maintenance crew groundkeepers of your HOA or your gated community.
Yeah,
That's how I look at government. That's how they should be.
yeah.
That's how they're kind of written up. Like, hey, you are what's up, anti-Jack? Am I running a vertical stream? I didn't know. I didn't think I was. I guess so. It's a panel, so whatever. Independent Mini United, what's up? Good to see you. They're servants, and they serve at the will of the people. And at any point in time, the people go, "You're fired," right? You did not cut the grass to our to our specifications. You did not pave the roads. We still have potholes, right? You did not defend this country, right? What's up, Cherokee Survival? Yeah, Cherokee was talking about this earlier. Badwater.
That's that's what it was pretty much based on, in
Yeah.
simple understandings. And then whenever the maintenance, the people that keep us safe and our borders safe, you know, they took over that responsibility in the army, and then the Navy at that point was down to, what was it, two boats, or they didn't even have a Navy. I can't remember, but there was less than like 100 members of the
What's up, Eric?
United States Army,
I mean,
at one
it's
point.
been a lot of things have been disbanded. Like the Marine Corps has been disbanded,
Yeah,
the Navy, the Army has been disbanded a few times and reinstated, as
yeah,
needed. Yeah, it's kind
yeah.
of weird. I
It's,
mean, our history, we just kind of be left to our own devices over here. The rest of the world, was doing their thing, and World War I, World War II, and some would say Jekyll Island, right? Once they started
yeah,
to come in here and start fucking around, getting taxes, hey, let's do taxes. What taxes? No, well, that's the main reason why we started this country. We didn't like taxes.
yeah.
Shit. So I would like to see, like you were talking about the states, each state say, you know what? Guess what? We're keeping all the taxes. Federal, you
You
get
know,
you get this much. That's all you get. We're keeping the rest. I'd be okay with
the
that if the state, and so that forces the state to be a good custodian for the people. Because if they're not, and I don't like where my tax dollars are going, then I can just oust those fools, right? I can vote them out. I
yeah,
can whatever,
I
right?
mean, here's my thoughts on that. If I may, the the tax revenue. Let's
Thank you.
just say
Thank you,
tax
Larry.
revenue of a state, and the tax revenue of a state goes into certain funding accounts. Okay, now I get it. I got the funding accounts to where, okay, we need to do something. We got to have money for payroll because we got people working for us. You know, we got
Okay.
to have money. We got to have money for fuel for our maintenance vehicles and so on. But the fact of the matter is it's, why should they have over the amount of funding required, which means that's where the corruption begins,
Yep.
which means that it means if I say, okay, how much gasoline did the state buy this month? And they say this much. I say, okay, they're not going to get ever any more than this unless they put in a special, they got to have a special requisite, to get that. Which means that if you get down to the essentials of what it costs, a person's payroll, their insurance, however that works. But you're talking about revenues in these states that pay that shit for years, without even having to collect taxes on it. They've just got the state coffers with the billions of dollars in these state coffers to spend on stuff. And then whenever They go like, remember when they did with the EP? They did this with the EBT cards
What's up, Cajun
and
Prep?
SNAP benefits. Whenever they said, okay, we're not putting money into the state funding, so the states had to step up and use their fundings to pay out on their programs on people that they had in their state. But the state was only willing to do this shit if it was a guarantee from the federal government they was going to get reimbursed that money. You see what I mean? And you kind of have to look at it like that, and you have to say, okay, what if there was no money going from the federal government to the state for EBT funding? Well, people should understand that the states, all of the states inside this country on reserve, they have funds available for that purpose, to take care of the people inside their state. See, where we was just talking, it gives the state more power. If the government, if the government titty would just get jerked out of the damn states' mouths and quit feeding them all these federal funding, then they would be reliant. I think it would bring them into terms to say, hey, look, we got to do something with this budget. We got to make sure that we're not screwing around, because but why? We might not get a paycheck. See, they're guaranteed. They come into a job, they're going to take that job for retirement. You know, they're going to be there for many years on that state job.
Yeah, I don't
But
like that,
they,
man. I don't like
yeah,
the whole like the once you work for government and you get that golden cushion, you know, it's you're done. Yeah, you're set for life. You have free
yeah,
medical. You got full retirement package, full everything. I mean, a lot of perks too. Like you get free. You know, they get free airline traffic. Some of them free fucking security for the rest of their lives. You know, even state. You know, because like there's a whole like group of police that's all they do is hire is they their job is to watch ex governors or whatever, right? You know,
yeah,
yeah, I mean, fraud, man. So I like the idea of, I do like the idea of getting rid of the Fed money, you know, and let the states figure it out. Uh,
yeah,
you know, give the Fed no money, but still have like, because the Fed does offer some really cool shit, right? You know, some subsidies, things like that for like your roads, your infrastructure, whatever, right? And so, but
but
they use it, the Fed uses it as uh, you know, it's weaponized, right? Hey, we'll give you all this money if you do this, and you know, the kind of, you know, the strings are attached.
yeah,
But if the states handle their own and just give a little bit, just a little, like a flat, make a state flat tax, like all state flat tax. Here you go. Here's 10%. Good luck.
I
Good
mean,
luck, their
here,
government. You
the
know.
way I see it, the way I see it, if you go back to what we were talking about each state is independent from each state, and let's say they're independent from the federal government. Okay, what it means is the states, like people kind of go past that. The states are all, we are all in every state responsible for the money flowing into the coffers of the federal government. You got, and see, whenever the federal government overlooks different states in that funding, you see, it's been given to the federal government by every state, every citizen. And then somebody says, hey, we're going to cut off, you got to understand this, we're going to cut off federal funding to California for some reason. You see the bias that goes on there. So whenever the Constitution was being wrote, they had rules about that sort of stuff, and it said that states should be responsible for their own sovereign state, and we share it as a union under a certain flag. That
A
was the,
constitutional republic. Yeah,
yeah.
right. Yeah,
So
the state
whenever,
is standalone,
yeah,
and the citizen is standalone. right? I get
That
to
means
go and do whatever the fuck I want, and not have to worry about repercussions of my actions, as long as they're
exactly.
deemed necessary, deemed legal or moral. I mean, a lot of our shit, especially the laws and rules and regulations, they're stupid. Our
Oh,
everything was built. Our Constitution was built on morals, from a moral
man,
standpoint.
don't get my big head started, man, 'cause you know how I am, Ted. You know how I am, man. I go plumb fucking lesbian diva on this shit. You know?
Lesbian diva, 3 snaps in the
Yeah,
circle.
hell yeah.
I mean, it's yeah. I mean, we wanted
Man, now you got it.
everybody. Everybody was
That's
supposed to be like, take care of yourself, be self-reliant, be an American, and we have freedom, right? And the
yeah,
freedom to do whatever the fuck we want, to find our own happiness, if you will, right? Uh, yeah. I mean, it's by whose morals, but you know what? It's pretty common sense, right?
yeah, and
You don't walk around naked in public. You don't shoot your guns off in the town unless there's a good reason, right? Maybe if the Cleveland Browns win the Super Bowl, yeah, that's a good time to shoot your guns off in celebratory, which they will never do. Uh,
yeah. That's why we call them savages, man. Don't act like a savage. You know, be a gentleman. You know.
well, I mean, also they're savages. Be a savage too. Okay, you want to be a savage, but adhere to our rules and laws. I mean, I'm kind of a savage, but
Yeah, man.
you know, there's some practices like involving uh, child, the consensual age of sex, right? And child marriage. We don't like that. We don't like that here. It's not. What's up, Papas? Uh, what the Hades is happening here? Yeah, yeah, right. We don't like certain things. We find it offensive and disgusting. And a lot of places in the world, it's
I mean,
common, they
that
do it all
was
the time. But they
that
also
was
fuck
part of
goats,
them.
right?
That
Don't
was
no bestiality, no bestiality. Like, we don't like bestiality, even though there's a lot of
that
that
was
going
part of the
on.
deal. You know, the part of the deal. This is all it sums it up. There is no expectation of privacy in a public realm,
Right? Exactly.
which means go back go back to A of the paragraph and say, okay, what goes on between a house or something beyond the view of public? It goes to its man is his own castle. You want to go in there in your castle, pull the curtains to, try not to make too much noise after a certain hour, and
What's up,
spank
Hunter?
that monkey. You know, I think that people should be entitled to do what they want to do behind the privacy of their own space, out of public view. But then a lot of this shit coming around, believe it or not, it's about drones. They're gonna try to say, oh, my 15-year-old son has a drone and he flew it over this 8 foot tall privacy fence over in somebody's backyard and seen a woman laying out there beside her swimming pool naked. See, and that's what they're gonna try to do with it. So now it
But
means
it's okay.
let's
It's okay
warn folks.
for the authorities to look into your home
Yeah,
with devices. It's okay for them to fly drones into your area, into your airspace. I think the was it the I think we should be able to shoot them down. I do. Like, hell, really? You're over my airspace. You checking out my daughter as she's like sunbathing or playing in the pool? Bang! You know, I'm dropping that thing, or I'm sending up my own drone. There's a
yeah,
good point too, right? Like the law, FFA or whatever, it says that you got to register it, and you can't do certain things, right? You can't shoot it down. Well, it doesn't say anything about me sending up my own drone and oops, you got in the way there, buddy. Right? You didn't heed my warnings of my. I'm hanging out in my airspace here, which I'm claiming 10,000 feet, right? And you just flew by and boom, my drone was in the way. Oops, sorry.
I'll give you an equation, and I'm gonna go back to you, listening to you for a second. Here's an equation, fellas, ladies and gentlemen. The
uh,
average microwave, the average white microwave oven emits through its magnetron a, a, a 0.24 gigabytes of frequency. Okay, at a certain frequency time 10, you have to use 10 of them, will give you a frequency band of approximately 30 feet, which means that if you aim it in the right direction within 30 feet, any electronic device is going to start sparkling around and it's dead. I've seen the math behind that. But anyways, go on as we were.
how do I follow that? I mean, like the Palantir disruption towers that they put up. Why not build your own, right? Why not build your own on your own property? And that's it. Like, hey,
You
that's
know
it.
what that
You ain't coming
frequency
through.
is? That frequency that I described, 10 times, 10 times 10 to the power of 0.24 in gigahertz is the same equivalency of a 5G cell phone tower. The average height of a cell phone emitter, one that emits the cell phone Wi-Fi signal, is about 30 feet in diameter on a bubble. So the
Oh,
poles that they put them on are approximately, uh, they're anywhere from 30 to 35, 40 feet in the air, which means that if you have an understanding of what I'm saying, the same frequency that's being used in 10 to the power of 24, you see, of gigabytes in a microwave is also the same times that that 5G tower emits inside a 30-foot radius, 10 yards. So you got to understand that it has, it has the power. If it got amped up to its maximum power, it has enough amp behind it to where it can fry your brain from inside like a microwave, because that's basically what 5G is. It's the same frequency as 10 microwaves on their magnetrons. It's the same everything. That's what 5G is. The
okay.
digital. It's crazy, but it's true. So all of those beacons that you see, they make sure that it's exactly somewhere between 30 and above feet up on that pole. That's the width band, what they call the width band of the frequency. It's pretty
And yeah,
easy.
that's my
It's
next question is like, those people that climb up there and do maintenance and installations and all that repairs. Don't they have to shut all that shit down so they don't fry?
yeah, and it has what it has is it has a directional, what they call it. What it has is a directional wave frequency. It would be like, you ever seen one of them radars like on television or something when they're watching the weather and the radar beams just kind of going around in a circle? It
Yeah.
means that it means that the radar beam is the beam. It's just moving around. But if they have that beam sitting real still, it can beam. And what we did in the service was we used that as a, what they call a curve beam, curve frequency, which means we could see you out there in the middle of that ocean 2,000 miles away if we could get a bounce off of a radar on you. It
Yeah.
means that you can point that it's a in the 5G towers have, they can do that. That's why they have arrays inside of them. They can point those digital frequencies in multiple directions at one time. at one time. Not like moving a radar beam around. They're shooting digital speed. It's a beam that goes from one source to another source, like your cell phone or your Wi-Fi receiver in your house. Whatever it does, it's shooting that exact beam, and it's actually coming through the wall. It's doing all kinds of shit. But the waveband on that is the same waveband as the waveband on 10 freaking microwave uh, magnetrons, but it's
I've,
coming at a
I've seen
beam.
the yeah, I've seen the EMPs made from you use a like
Yeah,
use an old TV tube, punch a bunch of microwaves, bunch of capacitors, and you can make an EMP. Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember. I remember when. I remember when we was uh, doing some forward operating over there in some of the damn
Thank you, Independent Mini United.
places.
She's dropping everybody's links.
Some of the, some of the places, but we had C-130s capable of doing a sound frequency on the ground to explode or detonate IEDs. You see, we
Oh
use
wow!
them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because they
We
use pot. They would just
yeah,
use like a
yeah,
a cheap cell phone as a transmitter, right? And just make a phone
exactly.
call.
So whenever the C-130 would come through, it had a frequency emitter under its belly, and it would bounce such a hard frequency off the ground that it would set off the IEDs.
Yeah, it would.
So that
They got the
that
same
was
thing
used.
now with Dirtbox and Stingray.
Yeah,
Those things now. That's where that came from. And thank you, the Israelis, for the Pegasus project. I think it was called, where they can literally hack any phone, any computer. It's
yeah,
boom, and total control over it all. And they had it. They only had it for a while. They lost it like 5 years in, of course, because they were using it against all the Hamas, right? The Hamas was using it against the Hamas, right?
yeah.
Uh, and Israel or Iran. Yeah, Israel's been fucking with Iran for a long time. Yeah,
Combinations, combinations of that shit. If you got some old gearheads out there and some people that know what I'm talking about,
yeah,
the
we do. I
the
think Lugnut's
the
here somewhere.
radar, see, the radar, man, that radar beam is a straight beam, like I'm telling you, it's a laser beam.
Right on.
Well, the thing about it is whenever you put LiDAR involved with that, then if you have a powerful enough array inside those electronics. We we worked on these projects back in the day where we were capable of coming up with devices that could penetrate the ground 50 feet down inside the ground, even if it was through solid rock or solid concrete. We could bounce a signal that deep in the ground. We could see if it had a hollow spot in it,
Oh,
you see.
oh
And then
yeah, yeah.
eventually,
That's how they found a lot of the Aztec and Aztec temples in
yeah,
the Amazon and Thailand too, like Thailand in the jungles
yeah,
of Thailand. There's all kinds of
oh
hidden
yeah,
stuff. PJ is heading to a storm shelter. Wow. Okay, get ready. Yeah, I heard there's some bad storms coming through. We had some rain earlier. It was perfect timing for me. I ended my walk and came home and was chilling, listening to the rainfall inside. Yeah. So yeah, be safe, PJ. Take care. Yep. Hit that storm shelter.
yeah. So I mean, I get it. There's people that are out here and they're trying to figure out how do they survive a high frequency band with, you know? How do you survive
There's
that? Like you
ways.
was
There's
talking
ways and
about,
means.
you know,
There is.
Elon
Uh,
Musk. You was talking about that earlier with Elon Musk and his little bone tickler thing.
yep. What's up, Jay Helms? There is from Madison County Township. What's up? That's wave in your general direction. Yep. I've been through there a few times. I work that way. Do some work that way. Uh, there's ways and means. You can shield yourself from a lot of that if you know what you're shielding yourself from, right? As far as like if you're caught out in the open, find structure, find shelter, find concrete, get underground. If you know what direction it's coming from, you can hide behind a big tree, right? Take cover. Sometimes mylar can bounce back stuff, but then again, it kind of gives away your position, right? If you're worried about you know communications, right, and being surveyed, keep your power low, so that way you're only transmitting so far, not all over the place, because they will triangulate you, right? And if y'all don't know about triangulation, it's, well, they call it a circle now. They make a big circle, and they catch you in the noose. So making a quick burst transmission, like a few seconds or a few milliseconds nowadays, you can get it down to a millisecond and send a whole big old information packet now, pretty
I'll
cool,
tell
through
you.
your nets and your metastastics and things like that, and high frequency, or whatever. What's up, acetine? And then, of course, move location, right? You make a transmission, boom, you move your location. So having a static tower, like a home base kind of thing, they're gonna find you, because you're not gonna move that, and they're gonna get there and they're gonna see this big ass tower sticking up. Like, oh wow, okay, that's where he
Uh,
is. Boom, drone strike, right?
uh,
Whatever, hellfire coming your way. Uh,
I'm gonna try not to get in trouble with this next statement.
okay, good luck.
So, I spent a many a days down on the old Rio Grande Valley and looking for them lost souls. And when you
Right.
was uh when you was flying around in one of these little self-flying object machines and you could see through the lens on your screen, I remember those days down in Rio Grande when I would flip that button around and say, "Look at there. There's infrared," which means that, "Oh, I can see you laying up underneath that car. Don't you know that, boy? Where you been?" And
Well, there's
I
ways
can
of
switch
there's way
I
of
can
negating
I
that
can
too.
switch my di- I can switch my density. I can switch my density over to my LiDAR control systems, and I can see you crawling around in your concrete hole underneath your little whatever you call it. That they're, this so powerful thing. It means that there's very few things that is can defeat this, which means that it only sees a solid object
EJ.
that that's a solid object means that it has to be a ceramic with metal. It has to be a certain material with metal combined that's that doesn't reflect a direct surface, which means that it has to be multiple small surfaces. Like if you made a
But
whole
I
blanket
could
out of
also break up
washers,
my signature. I can do that from a grunt standpoint.
yeah,
I can set up an LPOP and break up my heat signature. I'll still have the heat signature, and I'll still
yeah,
have like maybe the lidar signature, but I can still break it up using mylar, using
yeah,
just natural materials,
yeah,
and how I build my site.
yeah,
That you'll fly over me and be looking, and I'll it helps. It also helps if you blend in to the natural thermal
yeah. If you
area.
have a human, if you have a human, you have to remember this now. If you've got a human being looking for you, it's far more different than it is if you have an AI looking for you. And the 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 they
Mm.
don't need to see different stripes and different colors. But if you took like a chainmail blanket made out of aluminum washers, all stitched together with aluminum washers, and you put that over the top of you out there in the field, chances are unlikely that the AI can take recognition to your shape or your outline or your heat
Right.
signature or
It's
anything.
looking for that human
Yeah,
shape, and it's looking
yeah,
for movement.
yeah.
That's the other thing.
And
Movement
that's
is
how it sees it.
far easier to spot than, because we're all designed to see and recognize human shape, right?
Yeah,
That silhouette of the head, the shoulders, right? We know
yeah.
it instinctively, and
I
but
came up.
we get fooled all the time. You go out in the woods at night, you swear to God, every bush is a person. It's, you know,
Yeah,
uh, what's that? Papa's, really call it random people. McDonald's slogan. Oh
yeah.
God, talking about Big Macs. The chat's on their own fucking thing right now.
Oh yeah. It's crazy, man. You know.
Yeah, old, right? Kentucky. There's that too. I mean, there was. I remember the story of the Marines that did that. They were doing the test for AI, and they literally beat it with. If y'all have ever played Metal Gear Solid, Snake, right? His famous, like, he was a master of camouflage. But the one thing he would do is he would put himself in a box, and everybody, people would just walk by and be like, "What's this random box doing in the middle of the desert? Hey, let's pick it up and
Yeah,
ship it to the next." It's got a sticker on it. Somebody lost it. It must have fell off a truck. Let's go ship it. And so that's how they fooled this AI. I think it was the Palantir observation tower, and they tasked Marines with sneaking up on this thing, and they tried crawling, low crawling, running.
yeah,
One guy fooled it by doing flips. He literally, like, did flips until he got close enough that the AI said that's a person. But the way they defeated it was they literally got a box and walked up on
yeah,
it.
yeah.
So
That's
there's
what I was talking about. That.
there's always ways to negate it, because it doesn't have that discernment and reasoning like we do. You
Yeah,
know.
I came up with that. I came up with that, and it's tested and proved for me. Uh, which means that it's aluminum washers. Just go.
That's pretty cool.
It's a little costly to go down to a hardware store and buy enough washers to make an aluminum washer chainmail blanket, 7 feet by 7 feet. But it's also you can camouflage it, but the fact of the matter is that's exactly what we're talking about. It means
There's
that
there's
you have
products
to
out
be
now.
able to, yeah,
There's products out now that you like,
yeah,
if you building an LPOP, a blind site, right? And you get
yeah,
these you can get these, like, they're camouflage canvas or camouflage covers, right? And you put them up as a blind, or you can, drape it over yourself, or drape it over your position, and they've got that built into it, where
yeah,
it negates your thermal, and negates the other stuff as well.
yeah. I've seen the video, and then I wanted to try it, but the fact is it only identifies objects. So, for instance, if you have a certain kind of fabric and you're holding it up and you're walking behind that fabric in front of an AI software and it sees a bicycle on that fabric, you know, and if you make that bicycle plain enough to where it can identify it as a bicycle, it'll identify it as a bicycle going across the street by itself. It won't see the humans, you know. It'll only
Right.
see the blanket, you know. It
But
only
if,
sees
if
that
somebody
object.
if somebody was there, and said, "Wait a minute, why is this bicycle all just going autonomously across the road? Come on
No,
now."
you see
You know
what I
what I'm saying?
mean?
I
But
can use discernment and go shoot that guy. There's somebody driving
yeah,
that bicycle. You know,
yeah,
but the AI doesn't
uh,
know. The AI is like, "Oh, look, bicycle." You know,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. They can't
I mean,
distinguish between. That's like if you take one of the self-driving cars and you're standing
Yep.
out in the middle of the street, a self-driving car comes around through there, well, it will avoid you or it will stop to let
Yep.
you across the street,
Same thing with those
hypothetically.
little robots. Yeah,
But
same thing with those robots too. Those little
yeah,
robots.
yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't know if you got a brown blanket over you and you look like a rock sitting out in the middle of the street. Look, if it sees enough room to go around you, it will because you're just a rock. You know what I mean? So I mean,
And that
it has avoidance software in it. You know.
and that's my point to the Chinese robots. They do have
Yeah.
some avoidance software, but they also have like self stabilizing balancing software. So what fucks them up is mirrors, is any change in elevation or whatever different textures in the ground, uh,
Yeah.
in correlation with anything that's in their view. So that's why you see the robots that just kind of veer off and then they're just running into a wall or running into somebody and they fall down and they start kicking and wigging the fuck out, because they're trying to right themselves. You know, they have that. It's not AI, it's autonomy, right? Like you,
Yeah.
you can press like these robots or whatever. You can press walk that direction, and you can pre-program it, and you can train it. So it's trainable. You seen the robots that did the kung fu. It took
Yeah.
them months to do that. It took them months to figure out literally how to one. I mean, and that's what they did. They trained the robots. It's basically like play, record, playback, record. Right? That's how they programmed these fucking robots. And then they moved all fluid and shit doing this kung fu. Each robot had to be trained to do that shit. They just didn't do it. Like, oh, here, let's download kung fu. Boom. If you've seen
Oh,
the training videos before that, they were fucking hitting each other. They were falling down. They were jumping off the
oh yeah.
podium. I mean, they were just like all fucked up.
Oh yeah.
So they're not there and they don't have it. And by the way, it came out, and I'm going to drop this. I watched the China show a lot, and they leave references as well. ByteDance is the world is China's leading AI laboratory, and of course their models and their reports are like, oh wow, look what we did. We are years ahead of everybody else. Quite the contrary, because they had a whistleblower that used to work for them that defected, and he said, no, that's not the case at all. Chinese AI is decades behind the United States, decades behind, Africa, or whatever. They're like, because all they can do, the best that they can do, is nothing. It sucks. Like, and the thing is too, in China, nobody uses that shit. Nobody uses ChatGPT because, well, China doesn't allow it, but they have their own version, which sucks really bad, really bad. So nobody uses it. They're like, yeah. So the AI doesn't have a chance to learn, nor is it capable of actually learning. They have to go in and actually do input, whereas all the other AI is learning, right? So China is not on top of the food chain as far as like AI. China is not on top of the food chain as far as robotics. China is not on top of the food chain of anything. They went through Africa, and y'all heard about what's going on in Africa for decades, right? They basically China's deal is they come into an African country. They say, hey, do you want infrastructure? Do you want do you want trains? Do you want power plants? Do you want a military with tanks and the best anti-aircraft stuff and all that? And the country's like, yeah, that sounds great. And it's like, okay, well, sign this contract, and you after X amount of years, you owe us this amount of money, and if you default, we take over your country. Huh? Really? Yeah, it's ours. Well, guess what? Africa defaulted, and China, like, insisted that they pay them back, Africa said, "Fuck you, we're not paying you."
Oh yeah.
They said, "Fuck you, we're not paying you." All these countries, all these places, they're like, "No, we're not paying you, and we don't fear your military." I mean, you know,
Yeah. Fucking
I mean,
wealthy.
their shit don't work either. Like their latest greatest aircraft, radar and all that stuff. It's crap. It doesn't work. None of it fucking works. But they don't care. That's the thing. They don't care. If there's a way to cheat, they will. And it's all about the grift. You know,
What would the
with China.
world be though? What would the fucking world be without Chinese knockoffs? So you know what I mean? It's part of it.
Right. I mean, that disposable life that we're all used to. I mean, I can buy this like simple part, use it, and I break it. It only costs like $1, so I go get another one, and there's ten
Yeah,
thousand
it's
more.
like a test. It's like a test. It's like it could be a test. If you wanted to buy something, you said, well, I can get a cheaper version of this from China. And then after you test it, you can say, well, okay, I think I like this, but the American built version is much better than this. So it costs a little more money, and you go ahead and you're willing to make that investment. So without China knockoff, man, we would just be lost. It would be inhumane.
We're their all-time great consumer, and we like our convenience, and convenience makes us weak. It really does. We enjoy that kind of disposable lifestyle. Uh,
Yeah,
but to me, the moon, not China. Okay, right, Papas. Uh,
man, people ought to really understand this, man. It's like everybody in China. If there's people in China right now, and they're virtually getting in trouble. What? Because why? Because this reason they want to come to the United States. That's where they want to come to. And there's people inside that country that'll risk their life to get to this country and other countries, but
well,
like
yes and
China,
no. Yes and no.
you know,
Yes and no. The Chinese people are a very interesting group of people. They have a superiority complex like no other. They see everybody else as inferior to them,
yeah,
especially other
I
Asian
got it.
countries, especially Japan, especially Vietnam, all
Yeah,
these others. And they will create a scene. They'll act like they're entitlements, and look, I am the greatest. China's usually it's older people, what they call uncles and shit. People that lived during the Mao Zedong time, right? That brought about the whole revolution. So they have this communist patriotism still inside them, and
yeah,
everybody is all about getting just robbing, stealing, and killing. Literally, that's China. It's right now. It's murder season. Yes, it is murder season. They are literally running people over in the streets, and nobody helps anybody. That's the thing too. Nobody helps because they scam each other so much. Like, you've heard
oh
about
yeah,
here, like, hey, oh no, the old lady fell down. You got to help her up, and oops, I injured her because she fell down, and her arm was she twisted she broke her arm, and now she blames that shit on me and demands me to pay her. That happens all the time in China. People will just be walking along, la 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 la, and look at you and go, oh, boom, fall down, and then you go to help them up,
yeah,
and they're like, "Hey, you made me fall. You seen that, right? Everybody seen that? I demand compensation." And you're like, "No, I didn't do that. You fell on your own. You just fell down. What the fuck you did?
yeah.
It's not my fault. I was just trying to help." So what's up, Mother
I,
Freedom? It's
I
China
think
is
that,
different. The China people are different, and if there's free shit,
yeah,
they will take it. Like it's because they don't have much. Their top pay, like rich over there, if you're rich, you make less than $1,000 a month because I mean, your money is gone. Everything there's a payment for everything. You got to pay for
the
everything.
wealthiest the wealthiest relatives, everybody, what the man's saying, the wealthiest parts of the society there, They all live in big high-rise buildings that their family owns. These big fancy high-rise buildings, but it's all owned by one family. So they
Well, no,
are
it's owned by the government.
they
It's owned by China.
yeah,
Everything is owned by China. Everything.
yeah.
So,
And
but you do own it. You can buy like a condominium, right? But there's no like nobody cares
yeah.
about anything. Like there's the construction is shit. The maintenance is shit. Nobody gives a fuck, right? If you
Oh
plant
yeah.
if you plant flowers, and you got to pay for your own like maintenance crew in these places, right? And they groundskeepers and trash collectors, all that stuff, right? Like if that's not true, Blackbird. That's not true. Definitely not true. Japan is not owned by China. But what these people will do is they'll come out there into this nice little garden and start pulling up flowers, to plant in their ledges. Like that's you pay for that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm getting all this from the China show. There's literally pictures, videos of women just walking out there going, "Oh, look at these lovely bushes, whoosh, roots and all," and just taking them back to their home, back to their fucking condo, and planting them on their little windowsill, right? If you want to remodel your house or your condo, you can do what you want. That's exactly what they do too. They'll come in and they don't want that. They're kind of superstitious in that way. Like, oh, okay, maybe somebody died in here, whatever. I'm going to totally gut the whole place all the way down to the freaking concrete, and go ahead and remodel everything. I'm gonna bust out this wall, even though this wall is structure bearing, is load bearing. I'm gonna bust out this wall and open up this view, even though there's like 30 floors above them. They're like, yeah, let's take out this load bearing fucking podium here so I can have a better view, right?
Oh, it's nuts, man. I mean,
Oh yeah,
I know there's a lot of people that's experienced life outside of the good old America, but man, there is so many people that like back in the 90s, uh, there was a security company trying to get me to come to work for them part time to be a bodyguard security for just regular old people that had a lot of money to go to China, to go to be with them, everywhere they would go because there was places that they wanted to go and see, and you're saying, hey, this might not be a good idea, so
right.
in some cases you would be an armed bodyguard to go inside some of these countries, because they wanted to see a crocodile or they wanted to see some kind of tribe down in South America. They want to go somewhere, but they don't want to get ate by the natives.
Yeah, right. And that's why you get all the coyotes, right? The tour guides. Yeah. Interesting. So I don't know. I don't know what to talk about now. I really don't know.
Good to be American.
It is. It's really good to be American. It actually is. It's a great thing to be American. It really is. As fucked up as this country is as fucked up as they want us to think it is, it's still the best place in the world to be. And I've been all over the world, and so does Zombie App too. So, we speak from experience. Now there's some really cool shit out there in the world. I have to say that really cool shit. But it's nothing compared to the United States. What's up, Wolfang?
What's going on?
Whoa,
Yeah,
Rabbit.
Is there an echo? Yeah, I hear an echo an echo in the room I'm sitting in.
Oh, an actual echo in your room.
Yeah.
Rabbit wants to talk about my car warranty. It's non-existent, and I like it that way. Thank you very much. Stop calling me. Yeah.
Everybody in chat. Hello.
Yeah. What's up with you, Wolfang? Let's go.
Not much. I took a half day. I worked till 11 o'clock, and then used 4 hours vacation time. So I came home and worked on this stupid back room for a while. It doesn't look like it, but if you look at the carpet I cleaned up some, found some wedding pictures, and
Nice.
oh, and I found this.
Oh, look at that freaking space age blaster.
Made in China.
Made Hincho in China. Super soaker.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Ohio's. I mean, he's been talking about this. Talk about the scientists that have been self-deleting and disappearing.
Yeah, I just did a video on that. I did actually 2 on them.
What's going on, man? What the fuck?
They all have to do with nuclear propulsion.
I heard some of it. I watched the Doom report.
But I think there's 8 of them, maybe more. But it started just like a year and a half ago. They just disappeared or they're dead.
And they're very nefarious, right? Like
all of them. The only thing in common is they all work for NASA and the nuclear propulsion physicists, scientists. I mean, some smart motherfuckers. Kind of like how we took what was it during the Second War? Didn't we steal some German scientists?
Yep. Yeah. Operation Paperclip. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, Papa's. I mean, that's true. That's going on. Absolutely. And China's trying to steal everything. I mean, they're literally trying to steal AI, and the AI folks were like, "Good luck if you try to steal AI, because it's not going to work for you because you're stealing a fucked up version." But yeah, I mean, it's crazy, man. Like it's scientist season now. Like
It's scientist season.
Scientist season. Damn. Hunting season for scientists.
Hunting scientists.
Damn.
But yeah, it's crazy the people that are in just a short. It's not like 10 years. I mean, this is all recent.
Yeah, I remember hearing about one scientist knew that they were coming for him, made a video, said, "Hey, I'm never going to go in the woods. I'm never going to self-delete," and that's what happened. They found him in the woods, self-deleted. Wow. Really? I mean, it's kind of like the old mob thing. Hey, I don't know what happened. He jumped out the window and he stabbed himself in the back 32 times. I don't know how he jumped out. He jumped out the window. Right? Committed suicide.
Wolf,
yeah, suicide by night.
Wolf, I got to ask you a question, brother.
What's that?
And I'm trying to. I remember the other night we were on here and Shad was trying to get Maccabees to sing a song.
For what?
Just to sing a song.
Oh, okay.
So I want to make it easy. I'll go first, then Shad can go, and then you got to go. Okay?
Are we singing a certain kind of song?
All I want to know and all I want to hear is let me hear your war cry. Ah!
Meh.
Meh.
Man. Hello, Clarice.
I'd rather be quiet.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But when you get through being quiet, you got to have that war cry. Like if you're surrounded on the street when I was a kid and you didn't think you had enough of your posse with you, and somebody had more of them than you, and you just at that moment, it was your war cry. After that, it was scrapes, bruises, and scratches.
Don't Tate. No, Tate. Everybody tell Tate. No thumbs up here. No thumbs up. You hit that thumbs down button. Thumbs down and fuck you. That's right. See that? Thumbs down and fuck you. Thumbs down, please. Welcome, Tate. What the fuck? Eagle. Okay. Eagle. I'm trying to read. I like the samurai emoji there. Eagle fart by smashing that like button, cowboy.
Eagle fart.
Cowboy. Eagle farts.
Oh, I said, talking about farts. I was watching the Animal Planet yesterday, and what is that small fish that there'd be thousands of them schooling? I want to say the sterling fish or something like that.
There's so many fish at school. There's a lot.
Anyway, my point is,
yep,
these fish are the only fish that actually fart.
Like they fart. I mean, damn.
Fart. Yep.
Damn. I know, like octopus, they shoot out ink. Squid do the same thing. Is that a fart?
It could be.
I mean, yeah.
Hey,
Imagine we had some kind of like defense mechanism like that. You know.
I got to throw this out. You know from being in the extermination of critters that cornmeal will kill a rat and a mouse. Why? Because they don't fart.
Not true. Not true. They'll eat the fuck out of it. They will eat the fuck out of it. But what they used to do is they used to take cornmeal, corn grain, and cornmeal and soak it in a sweet, usually orthoboric acid, and then they would throw it out and eat it. Or Brotifican. Brotifican is another one. There's another one that's really nasty.
I heard baking soda and cornmeal mixed together in a pan outside where you have mice and rats. That's one of them things that'll kill the shit out of them. Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. Baking soda. Maybe I don't know. I can't speculate on that. I could look it up.
I never tried it. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, you know what, Papa? Hey, Rabbit, that really hurts because I used to have a big ass beard, and you know, you get older and the beard just stops. Actually, all the hair, what it does is when I get older, all the hair just gets sucked back into my body and comes out of my nose and my ears.
Out of my ears. Yeah,
I have a beard ear, so it just like the beard is retreating back into my face, and I have to trim my nose hairs and my ear hairs constantly, and my ass hairs. But that's another story.
Oh, it's coming off my shoulders too. I'm getting long hairs on my shoulders.
Like chia.
Chia.
Oh, here's another interesting fact about the animal life. The female octopus will starve to death to save her eggs.
Oh, like to sit there and watch the eggs?
Yep.
Wow.
That was part of that animal stuff I was watching yesterday.
Oh, well, Rabbit, I was supposed to die when I turned 30, so here I am, 52.
And then the elephants have 30 different vocal sounds that they communicate with other elephants with. I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah, they've got like a low frequency they can hit that could travel for like almost 100 miles or something.
Yep.
Hey, Wolf, you know what you call a lesbian dinosaur?
What's that, leucopotamus?
No, lick a lot of puss.
I was close.
Oh, God. Right. Yeah.
That's just god awful behavior.
So y'all heard about that?
How you been, Zombie? You been all right?
Man, I'm gonna tell you. Look, I got no other words for pain when you got that pulled whatever in the very lower between your hip bones back there on your back. And I heard something about 2 weeks ago just kind of pop a little bit when I was straining on picking up something. And
Oh,
I was
you got a
like, well,
fucked up
oh
back
shit.
then. Okay.
Probably
So,
slipped the disc, bro.
and
Ouch.
it's taken me 2.5 weeks. And it's like I said, if you got one of these big Velcro waist braces,
Right. You were
just
saying that
have
earlier.
one.
Uh, get,
It's a saver, but for
get in
two
the
and a
water
half
too,
weeks,
man. Get in the water.
and then
I
I
mean,
pulled.
get in the water and move around, do some calisthenics in the water.
Oh yeah,
It'll help you.
I'm
It'll
on it
help you.
now.
So
I just got to
you
where I can.
might have slipped a disc, right? Or you could have pulled a muscle, right? If you pulled a muscle, yeah.
I can
Hot
get in my
peppers.
truck now, and I can get in my truck now today for the first time and actually drive it somewhere without
I have seen
being
rats
miserable.
eat hot stuff. I've seen rats eat hot stuff. I've seen them chow down on some hot peppers. I've seen them do it. They don't care.
When a rat gets through eating anything, they'll eat themselves.
They'll eat themselves.
That-
They will eat their arm or whatever to get out of a trap. Yeah, they'll do that.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's that laboratory test we talk about where they put a colony of rats in there and gave them everything that they needed. But whenever everything they needed become too much, they started killing each other, and then they started eating each other, and then their whole community of rats just kind of went away. So that was one of the
Oh yeah, was it you that was telling us about as well that the rats, the alphas will actually like go around to the other competing males, gnaw their balls off, so they won't be able to reproduce, because it's all about it's all about the bitches, man. It's all about the bitches.
They'll kill all their brood too.
Yeah.
As soon as it's a savage fucking world out
It
there
is.
outside of the human fucking monkeys, us guys. Outside of that, it's a bitch.
I've seen rats.
ain't nothing gonna-
Literally, there was I did pest control right in Charleston, South Carolina, and Charleston, South Carolina, and down there in Meeting Street, Broad Street, and all that. I mean, it's amazing. Old. It's very old. Everything there is old. And what they did is they raised the city. There's a freaking crawl space that connects to the whole freaking block, like city blocks of crawl space. Some of it is like a few feet. Some of it is you can walk around in it, right, standing up.
Oh, my.
There are millions of fucking rats, millions of them. Wharf rats, the Nori rat, the wharf rat, all of them are down there. And I was specifically doing a sticky fingers, and they had literally the floor was built with old railroad ties soaked in creosote. Okay,
Being down there,
they literally, the rats were trying to, they had a leak at their beverage station, all that syrup and shit, it was just leaking down on the floor and going through and soaking, going through the cracks and into the crawl space, and the rats were just going there. They literally chewed through the railroad ties to get to it. Big ass hole, big fucking hole. I mean, amazing. And we're like, holy shit. So what did they do? They put a board over. Okay, they chewed through that. They put a big ass thick plank over it. They chewed through that. They took a stainless steel metal plate because of the restaurant, bolted that shit down. They chewed through that. What they do is they literally take turns because their front teeth continuously grow, so they have to constantly gnaw on something, or they'll kill themselves. They'll actually grow into their throat and kill them. Like it'll grow out and into their throat, and they'll die. So they literally one by one would go up there, gnaw away, next, and a little assembly line of millions of rats just going off on the same spot over and over and over. And eventually they'll chew through anything. The one thing they don't like is like Brillo or Brillo pad or steel wool with the spray foam. So that's what I did is I took And you can also impregnate it with some rat poison or whatever, rotifican or the other stuff that just dries them out. Oh God! But doing a rat clean out is some of the most exciting pest control work I've ever done. You literally said, yeah. I used to walk in. Allegedly, I used to walk into a restaurant, and I would look for the entry points and exit points, and I would block those off, and I would use I would literally use like their stainless steel panels or their massive cutting boards, and I'd block everything, and I would sit back, and then I maybe had these big ass sticky traps, glue traps. These things are huge, right? I mean, glue, like super sticky. I lay those all around the edges because what they do is they run the edges and they feel like they have to reference the wall, and they'll rub the wall and you'll see the rub marks. So they'll do that and they'll run that, and they memorize the area. They memorize their route. So they can literally do it in the dead of night, full speed, right? Crazy. And then what I did is I took a stack of butcher knives, like a whole bunch of them, and I literally just threw them like you're skipping a stone on the floor, and they'd spin on the floor on that tile floor. Wow! They'd get stuck on the freaking they get stuck on the sticky board. I'd run up with a stick, whack, or stab them with the knife. I mean, a clean out. A fucking rodent clean out is something now they do something they it's dangerous as hell. They use a liquid. It's a sweet liquid. I forget the name of it, but it's extremely toxic. Like if I get it on my skin, if I don't use gloves, if I get it spilled on me, it will soak into my skin and I could die. That's how badass this shit is. But what it does,
I gotta say it.
They crave because rats do not drink. They don't drink water. Rats and mice usually get all the moisture they need out of the food and syrup and shit like that. So they'll lick it, whatever. But they don't drink a lot of water. So you give them a water source that's sweet. Oh man, they're all over that shit. So they go for it, and they're running all over the place. And Junior, you're just running around smacking them with a fucking stick. Whack. Go ahead, Zombie.
That's mad sweet spot right there, son. That's the U.S. Marine Corps right there. And he working for the exterminator company.
Yeah.
You say that boy's gonna hunt. He's gonna hunt. You're gonna find him. You're gonna hunt him down. We had 7 steps in pest elimination. I broke it down to 3. And I got it from the Marine Corps. Isolate, contain, and destroy. That was my 3. My 3 steps to pest control. Isolate, contain, and destroy. Absolutely. Yeah. The bad thing, they are dangerous. These rats, they're big as your small cat, and they're super fast, and they can literally chew to the bone in seconds. And that's what they'll do is they run around you, chew to the bone, chew to the bone, chew to the bone, chew to the bone. Like they just like if they ever swarm you, they can just chew to the bone in seconds. So
just like the movie Ben.
Yes. So usually they're very skittish and they run like hell, right? They're scared as fuck. So I had one. I was in the same place, the back alleyway, where they do all the trash and all that stuff. Just inundated with rats, man. And I seen one. He was on a garage, on a garbage can. What's up, PJ? Have a good night. Be safe. And so I'm walking through there because I'm setting up these. I got these snap traps. They're called T-Rexes. By the way, they're badass for trapping other animals and rodents in the wild as well. And you can literally they're plastic. You can get them at the store or whatever. They're called T-Rex.
T-Rex.
Yeah, T-Rex traps. I've got one in my backpack just for that. And I would take it, put it on a pipe. I would zip tie it to a pipe, and you can put peanut butter in there. It's got a little reservoir. As soon as they hit that thing, boom! But anyway, I'm setting these traps, and this fucking rat is sitting right on the fucking lid of a garbage can. And I'm just walking through there, and I see this motherfucker, and I go to hit it. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna hit this hard. Boom! And literally, he ran around my arm, around my body, and around my head in a split second. I was just like, and all I felt was just hands, like those fucking paws just digging in, just dig. It was the most scariest fucking thing in my life. I thought he was gonna bite me. He never bit me. He just like kind of ran around my body and was gone.
Oh yeah.
Holy fucking shit!
You would have turned into rat man.
I could turn people against the city of New Orleans, man, because I'm gonna tell you something.
All right, take care of yourself.
I will tell you
Have a good night.
that they have, whenever they get a certain amount of rain on every other day during the summertime, you'll get a pretty reasonable amount of rain for like 30 minutes or so, and it runs the rats up out of the sewage system. Okay. But whenever they run all the rats out of the sewer systems during the extermination, they'll run up underneath people's houses, and a lot of houses and buildings down there have crawl spaces and stuff under them. So they'll just, the rats are a major problem inside the city of New Orleans. I'm just gonna guarantee you that, you know. So whenever I was training, I was just like Shad's saying, when I was training, I trained my maintenance man in the property to go in there and do extermination. You know, it's like you got to crawl under them crawl spaces. You got to look in the cracks. You got to get in the damn, like the mole did. You remember the moles that would get inside those tunnels? You got to get in the tunnels. You got to crawl in that shit. But eventually, you know, you can push them back.
Yep.
Eventually.
Yeah, it's all about exclusion and getting rid of their food source. You know, it's
as long as there's trash around, they'll be there.
Trash.
You ain't never gonna get. You're never gonna get them all ever. You're never get them all.
I did some residential homes, and some of these were like, you know, multi-million-dollar homes, and there were condominiums, a lot of condominiums, and you know, people would leave. And I remember one time this house, badass house, like the $300,000 house on the Intracoastal Waterway, 3 stories tall, all this, you know, just a badass house, you know. And they're like, yeah, we got a little rat problem. I was like, how do you know? Oh, there's little droppings all over the floor and the inside the cabinets. I'm like, oh, okay. Is there any food there? No. The tenants are supposed to take everything out, and we send cleaners in there to remove everything. Oh, okay. So this should be easy, right? So I go in there and I check out the outside, and, you know, look for signs and clues, in some harborage areas, and then, you know, I go inside. Well, as soon as I go inside, I look, and somebody had left a fucking Besquick pancake mix, whole box of pancake mix that had already been chewed up. Shit was everywhere, and they left a bottle of syrup that the rat had already just chewed into that. Syrup and pancake mix was everywhere inside the cabinet. I'm like, holy shit, this guy living his best life over here. And I was like, okay, cool. So I removed all that, and I threw out, we had some sticky gooey boards, and they have peanut butter impregnated in it. It's got a peanut butter smell. They love peanut butter. Okay. They love peanut butter.
Yeah, right.
Very gooey, the gooey traps. And, by the way, if you ever use those traps, those goo traps, use Dawn dish detergent if you want to, like, safely remove them without killing them. I just fun in that. I would just wad them up and crush them. You know, wad them up, throw them on the ground, stomp it. There you go, it's done. Throw it away in the trash. The other rats eat them. But yeah, I threw out the glue boards, and I said, hey, yeah, you got a rat, and we'll be back, you know, a day or two to remove the rat. Just monitor the glue boards that are in the cabinets, and you have a hole in the top of the cabinet. That's how he's getting in. So you need to repair that, and repair any kind of holes that he's getting in that way through the loft or whatever. Because they have a full maintenance crew that does that shit. You know, I could do it, but it's going to cost you money. But you know, so it wasn't even the same day they called me back. We got him. You got to come get him. I was like, just wad it up and throw it away. No, we're scared to death. You know, and sure enough, I get there. It's huge, massive rat. I mean, he was about as big around as this thing, man. He was just like stuck.
Wow.
He was still trying to pull himself off, man.
It gets gruesome, you know. It gets gruesome. It's like I got some traps that I can make out of a peanut butter jar, one of the bigger peanut butter jars, and it's a plastic peanut butter jar, and I save them specifically for a rat, you know. So a buddy of mine down in Orleans, he had one in his house, and he says he's the same way. He says, come over. He says, I got a dead rat. I think you got him. You know, so I put some little bits of cheese right inside that peanut butter jar too. Some real good cheese in there. Look,
I don't care how good the cheese is.
I come over there to get this fucking thing, and when I got him out on the sidewalk, and I put my boot on him, and I took my knife and just cut him open, you know. I said, well, there ain't no cheese in here, but the cheese was gone out of the trap. And I told him, I said, well, you're going to need some more traps because he's got buddies, you know what I mean? Because the rats, even though there's a dead rat laying there, they're still going to come along and eat whatever food's there. They don't give a fuck about that dead son of a bitch, man.
Well, they do, actually. They do.
You know? And
it does set off alarms. But if that also tells you a lot about
my brother.
Well, it sets off alarms like, oh shit, it's not safe. But it also if they go ahead, there's there's dead comrades around. That tells you that there's no other food in the place. They're willing to risk dying to get food.
And if they're hungry enough, if they're hungry enough and they eat all the bait and they got one stuck on the trap, like an old rat trap, if that rat's still on that trap, they'll eat most of his ass too before, you know.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. They will cannibalize. Absolutely. There's so many stories, man. I remember going to one and checking those T-Rex traps, and all I found was a little paw, like this little bitty paw in the trap. Like it just took his hand. So you got a little amputee fucking rat running around.
Yeah.
And I have some like on the gooey traps I was talking about. I've seen this fucking rat do a push up hard. He ripped flesh off his fucking paws, some of his fingernails, and the outline of his fur. It made a like on the trap was a perfect outline of the rat. He literally just pushed himself up and took off. Like, fuck you. Yeah, it was all furry and shit. Some of his whiskers were on there. I was like, damn, that's a badass rat.
That's called fight or flight.
Oh man!
He was like, fuck you. I've been working out.
I used to sit out there. I sat out there on the fucking side street next to the gutters, man, on a certain night during the summer, and I had this Crossman BB pistol. It was air charge and handle.
Yeah.
It had 18 shots. It looked like an old 45 military, but it was fucking, you know. So I was set out there, and that's how I really got good in practicing marksmanship and stuff. Because I'm telling you, man, I could knock one down with one BB without, just at one time, just drop him where he stood, man. You know.
Was that the one that could shoot either BB or pellet, or was it just BBs?
Oh man, you know.
And blue butterfly. That's my strategy for like my bug out backpack. Is I have peanut butter. Like I'm going to eat peanut butter, and I'm going to use peanut butter as bait for my traps.
Yeah.
It's just, you can get so much with that. Yeah.
That's my motto. Can't never have enough peanut butter.
And yeah, you can take your old jars of peanut butter. Literally, I cut them in half. I used to cut them in half and give them to Charity. Right? She was just like, I'm out. I used to give her the whole jar. Like, here you go. I'm done with it. and she could only get like halfway into the jar by licking it. You know, it's a workout, and she's sitting there gnawing on it, trying to rip it open, push it. I was like, I'm sorry, here you go. I just cut it in half, and she got the whole thing. Yep, Nick Easy. We talking about peanut butter, but yeah, I mean, you take a whole jar of peanut butter, right, and it's used up, it's empty, but it's all shit on the sides, right? Yeah, that's great stuff for bait. You know, out there.
Man.
Right, Reba loves peanut butter crackers.
I mean, that could be a squirrel, that could be anything.
Yep.
You know, that could be some protein in a skillet. You know.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. All right, here we go. Starts bidding. We got $5 on that cooler there. $10 on the American pillow. We got a mystery box from Amazon. Start that at $25. There's a nice piece of plastic there. I don't know what's in it. You use that as a. And you know what? It doesn't matter if you use peanut butter with the peanuts or just just regular peanut butter, the creamy kind. They don't care.
What if that rat says, fuck it, I want jelly?
Jelly too. I mean, like I said, syrup, jelly, all that sweet stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, they love that shit. Oh yeah.
I take it down whenever I got a different style of hunting down here. I go down to the brine water, right in the brine water around structure, and I take my crab traps and I build my own crab trap.
That's cool.
And I go by the Dollar Tree, and I go in there and get a couple of cans, 3 or 4 cans of them cheap sardines, you know. And I take a bread sack and I put them inside that bread sack, just dump them in there, tie a knot in it, a Ziploc bag basically is what I use. And then I take a sharp pin and I just poke holes all inside that bag where it's just a aroma of that coming out of that trap.
Oh yeah.
And I can leave it during a certain time. I can go down there and have 50 pounds of blue crab in just one day, you know, in a soak.
Blue crab is great. Yeah, y'all got a lot of blue crab in Louisiana. They were prevalent in parts of South Carolina, but in certain areas there were other different. There were like the red crab and the rock crab, of course the fiddler crab. But but the crab traps they would use like I would just use just fish parts. Or what they would do is like they'd take chicken, like the chicken parts, chicken gizzards, chicken heart, and just let it set out in the sun and rot.
Yeah.
And get it all stinky and smelly. And that would go in your crab trap. Fish traps. I got into fish traps, allegedly. And so making my own fish traps, which I could not do a video about because it's illegal, right? And also what's illegal is Alpo dog food.
What?
Yep. Alpo dog food. You take a can of, allegedly, you take a can of Alpo dog food, you poke some holes in it, right? You put it on a string, you put it in you can either chum the waters with it or you can put it in your fish trap. And every fish fucking 10 miles will come to that fish trap.
Wow.
It's highly illegal. Like if they catch you fishing and you've got a can of Alpo dog food, you're going to jail.
You know, there's somebody out there on YouTube right now as we speak that heard that statement come out of your mouth and they're going, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say.
Allegedly. I heard it was illegal, so I never did it. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I knew a lot of DNR.
That's just like in California, it's illegal to toss Alka-Seltzer in the air for the seagulls.
Alka-Seltzers, yeah. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, though. I've seen it.
Right.
We tried it. My curiosity was like, man, they're like, Wolf, don't do it. If we get caught, we'll get in trouble.
And I've also seen it on the reservations in South Carolina, where they've got the waterway to themselves, and the Indians they would put up these massive seine nets. Y'all know what a seine net is, right? Just a massive net across the river, catch everything. Like it's not supposed to be the whole breadth of the mouth of the. It's not supposed to be the whole mouth or breadth of the riverway or whatever. It's supposed to be like a portion, like off to the side. But they'll put these seine nets up, and they'll catch 10,000 fish in it, and leave it sit there and rot. Just leave it sit and rot. But if me and you did it, we were going to jail.
This is one of the items that I keep inside my box of fishing. It's what they call a gill net. It's called a gill net. And all you need with that gill net is 2 jugs and a piece of nylon cord. And you string that inside of a channel, a gill net. And believe it or not, it's still
No, a trout line? A trout line?
No. It's what they call a gill net.
Gill.
And it's still legal to gill net fish in certain states at certain times of year, which means we used to go.
How does it work? I don't understand.
It's called a gill net. It means whenever the fish swim into it, it means that they get stuck in it. Like if you know, I know net, and I'm from the South. We're all about nets, but the gill net is a net that whenever you put a gill net out, whatever fish encounters it gets entangled in it. It's an entanglement net.
Okay.
It's more of a net. It doesn't scoop them up and contain them. It just entangles them. And then you got people that bitch because turtles get entangled in them, dolphins get entangled in them, you know. So
Okay.
outlaw.
Is that Greta Thunberg that bitches about it?
How dare you?
But a gill net's designed to where whenever a fish tries to swim through it, its gills will catch against it. Its fins will catch it, and it'll pull it tighter around it as it tries to swim out of it. It just keeps getting tighter and tighter.
Another one of my little survival pieces of gear for waterway is a cast net. Oh my God,
yeah.
cast net. Man, I can catch anything with a cast net. If I can see it, it's mine. It's mine.
You know, our junior.
That's one you just throw out there, right?
Yeah.
Some of our junior high school courses that you can actually go in a class where they teach you how to make a casting net in our schools down here. There are certain schools that do that. So
I love a cast net.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yep. Cast nets are awesome. Throw nets I use a lot. Yeah, the throw nets, cast net. You know, you put one in. If it's big enough, you put one in your mouth. You know, and drape it down and grab the other end, and you know, you just whoosh, right, throw it out. I've got a small one here. I used to have a really big one on South Carolina. You know, it was massive and weighted. Man,
and them rivers. What happens is in them rivers, the further north you go, you start encountering rocks and stuff in the riprap's on the bottom of the rivers, and you're using a casting net. So it's a difficult thing, you know.
What you do is you use a lighter cast net, lighter weight and lighter filaments, if you will, and there's one kind of cast net that's specially designed for debris. It's made of something different. It's more like a silky kind of material. So it won't rip. It'll feather out. Right. So it won't rip and snag. It'll just feather out, and it'll slide off whatever you're casting on. But those nets, it's all about that yank. Once you get a good billow, it starts to sink down, and you yank on that rope, it just boom tightens up and grabs whatever you got. That's the key to it, is not letting it hit the bottom, right?
Yeah. It's that closure, you know. It's all about closure on that, you know.
That's what she said.
That's uncalled for, Wolf. Smack yourself. I don't know where that came from.
I was going to say something else, but that came out instead.
All right, well, go ahead. Say something else.
I forgot.
Will somebody out there please put Wolf on the unforgiven list for
the unforgiven list? I don't know. Everybody says that's what she said. Oh, like, oh my God.
Hey, can you
All right,
get a towel and get that off your face and go get me a drink, please?
Let me change this topic real quick. I got 3 pictures I want to share.
Are they safe? Are they safe for YouTube?
They're our wedding pictures.
Like I said, are they safe for YouTube?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. I'll push you over.
For people that don't know, my wife and I had a hand fastening wedding, or a pagan wedding. So this is us. It's a high priestess, and we're at the campsite that we used to go to all the time. It's not going to focus. Focus. There we go. This was 2001. Let me turn my light off, see if that helps.
Okay, cool.
There's that one. Then this one, saying my vows to my wife. And yes, I was wearing feathers.
Hey, that's an imposter because the guy in that picture still got hair.
Right. Right on, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for
I
sharing.
just wanted to share. And the place that we got married was a place that we went camping about 10 years.
Oh, wow.
So it was, the group of people that we knew down there. It was down on the Little Miami River, actually. Really cool spot in Indiana.
Cool. Thanks, bro. Thanks for sharing.
For those of you viewers that's wondering, if we could go back to the junior high school days, and me and Mad Chad and Wolf were all constituents going to the same little junior high school, and we would be going right now, hey, this 3-way shit on these phones is pretty badass, and then we got somebody calling trying to say somebody's just been on the fucking phone for the last 2.5 fucking hours.
That's that. What the hell was it called back in the day? The 2-way calling or shared? It was shared calling. You shared a phone with like 3 or 4 neighbors, and I'm talking the old phone.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's just see. Nice. Okay, let's go. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's fucking. You didn't get no fucking. You didn't like these new phones. I mean, you didn't get. It was nothing like that, you know. And then eventually, when they started putting the beep beep, like a call somebody trying to call you, until they put that in there, just give it up if you're trying to call somebody, because it would just be bam, 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 bam. And you would just be talking your ass off on that other end of the line, whoever's was, and you never even knew anybody was trying to call. You know?
Back action.
So they put that call notification in.
Oh, there were so many things. I mean, I remember Sprint. It was leaked out, the 1010-272 code. You could go to any phone and punch in those numbers and free long distance wherever you wanted. I mean, yeah. There was also, I remember. I thought they changed it because it kept changing. You had to keep getting the update. There's also, the days of the modem, right? Well, you could record that sound and playback on any payphone and get free phone calls.
Wow.
Hey, I can say this, Shed and Wolf and everybody. My dad's going on into 87 years old, and I still get that shit because you'll be talking to somebody, and it's kind of an important discussion what you're having, and then he'll call my phone like 5 times, and then when you finally manage to call him back, he'll say, I tried to call you 5 times. You need to learn how to answer your damn phone. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
some
so-
people get aggravated when you want to call and talk to somebody, and it's like, I know you're home, motherfucker. Answer your phone.
Yeah, if you're getting a busy signal, they're home. They're just ignoring you.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I would take the phone off the hook back in the day.
yeah. That was just another fucking way for somebody else to put their fucking nose in somebody else's fucking conversation, because this motherfucker just will not quit calling you. And it's a fucking, it was.
Well,
I think
and
they
the best thing though, back in the day with the old dial-up phones, when you were sharing that with the other neighbors, you'd pick up the phone literally to go call somebody, and you hear the other extension talking to their party.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
What's
I
up,
don't know.
Maccabeus?
What's going on, Mac?
The Mad One, Zombie, Wolf.
What's
Skull.
up, Mac Daddy?
That's why I have the whole phone up on the wall. I got
Sorry.
the 10-foot cord.
Firefly Farms, New York. Yeah, I missed that. I wouldn't mind having another corded phone.
We still have landline here. We just don't use our cell phone.
Hey, anybody want a cup of coffee? I'm going to the kitchen to get one. That's all I got right now is coffee.
What's up,
I got
Region
some
9?
cheese and some peanut butter.
Some cheese, some peanut butter. Yeah, it's good protein. Yep.
I just had some really good tacos earlier from a little taco joint up the street.
Wow, really?
Not Taco Bell, some real taco.
Are we talking? Yep, coffee. There you go, Trent. What's up, Trent?
Come on, Trent.
Boom. Dropping the links. Yeah, it must be. Yep, coffee. Who called? Anybody seeing Northern Lights tonight? Really, Lori? Really?
Where at?
Oh my God! I mean, Northeast Ohio. Maybe. I mean, where are you at? You're in New York or somewhere, right? Firefly, you're in New York.
We have too much light pollution around here.
I think we have overcast because it's kind of foggy and rainy and shit.
Yeah, it was raining here a couple hours ago. They said it's going to rain. I guess we're supposed to have maybe rain, thunderstorms later tonight.
Oh, really?
We had him here last night.
Did you?
Oh, we have. Hold on. Boom. What's up, Trent? How you doing, brother?
Skull, bro. How you doing?
Go.
See?
What's going on,
That
Trent?
was my
How's everybody
intermission
doing?
right there.
What's going on, Wolfgang? Y'all good?
Hey, good.
Good to go. Good to go.
Trent, I messed around with your solar powered panel that you gave me. I finally got the area cleaned out where I told you I was going to set it up in the bedroom.
In the bedroom?
Are you
Yeah.
catching the reflection off your ass or what?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what kind of sun you catching in the bedroom?
No, we get nothing but in the room I'm sitting in right now. We get
Yeah.
direct sunlight
Okay.
all day long.
No pie. Oops. No pie. But allegedly,
Thank you.
chocolate chip macadamia homemade cookies
What?
by my amazing mother-in-law.
Damn, That sounds good.
Macadamian, that's my cousin.
We say Mac. I know that's right.
My cousin.
So
How you doing, Vision?
I'm good. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing awesome, brother. It's good to see you.
Awesome. Glad to hear that. So Wolf, how many watts are you getting with it coming through the window?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't plugged it in. I've got it. I'm setting everything up
Oh, okay.
for my cables. How I'm gonna position the panel in the window, which I haven't. It's not gonna work that well because I can't tilt the panel. It's gonna be like straight in the window.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm, like I said, I did some cleaning today. So tomorrow I'm gonna run the wires, hook everything up, and put it in
See
the
how it
window
does.
and
Hey,
see how it goes.
That's all you can do. Test your gear.
Yeah. Hey, Wolf,
I got a
seen
new
this
solar
on the
panel coming that if it's doing everything that I've seen it do, this may allegedly be the holy grail of solar panels.
Really?
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Does your window open up, Wolf?
Yes.
Well, look, I seen this in the city down there in New Orleans. People get what they call a plant hanger that goes outside their windowsill,
Right.
and they get something. They get like a piece of plywood or some kind of board, and they make a shelf for that solar panel to sit on outside the window. So
Well, I
they
don't.
can cl-
My
you know,
whole point of setting this up the way in my head, the way it sounds good, is if we get stuck here. I mean, that solar panel that Trent gave me fills this window.
Oh, it's a big.
Yeah, let's see. There's the window.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. Cool.
So, and like I said, it's direct sunlight all day long in that window.
What's
That's good.
what's the reflection light? Is it going to shoot a reflection back at traffic or anything? You know, like a mirror?
I don't think so. I don't.
You can always angle it up too. So there's
Not. I can somewhat, but the windowsill is only like 3 inches, maybe 4 inches wide.
well, build a little thing behind it, like a
Right.
prop it up, so it just kind of angles down, I guess.
But, like I said, I've got the area cleaned where I can run my cables, and that is my plan for tomorrow.
Oh, just a thought. Does it has grommet holes, right? It's got holes.
Right. Yeah.
So
I can hang
Hang
it
it.
too.
yeah,
Yeah.
hang it like curtains, man.
Hang it.
I can do that. There you go. Thank you. Hey.
Hang it vertically. Instead of, horizontal, hang it vertically.
I think it's long that way. I don't think the full panel would get the
Okay.
sunlight.
Then hang it horizontal. Yeah.
Right.
Each of the corners, top 2 corners.
Right. That. Yep. I could definitely do that.
Well,
Thanks,
while I
guys. That's
got
a
you
good idea.
here,
I like that idea.
while we got you here, Mr. Trent, give us a rehearse on that information that you was talking about the day that the electricity may go out, what day it was, and how people are talking about the power going out.
Oh, July 18th. They're saying so allegedly. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm taking it with a grain of salt. But allegedly on July the 18th, there's going to be a global 9-day power outage.
Global, you say?
Global.
Wow. And what's the source? Who's saying this? I mean,
I've heard it from a couple of sources. I'm trying to verify it through one source, but I've seen and heard and read multiple sources are saying this.
When's this supposed to happen?
July the 18th.
And the motive?
I say it's a soft reset of everything, of the economic, currency, and everything.
For 9 days?
For 9 days, it's going to be a global power outage. Nothing is going to work. It's
Burn
not
it
going to be
down.
broken. It's just not going to work.
America
I've
will
heard
burn
a
in
couple
9 days.
of
Correct. That's what I say.
I've heard a couple.
It'll be a
welders
global
and guys.
chaos.
Yeah, they've already put apocalypse out there on the boards of discussion on some realms of things about how it can be apocalyptic, and how, people may start resorting to eating people if they have to, and
Well, zombie, come on. You just want to eat somebody. All right. Just say it. You want to eat somebody.
as long as
It's in your name. It's in your name.
As long as their heart is beating, I might agree.
Same here, Indy. I don't trust dates. I don't believe it. But if it happens, hey Teresa, if it happens, it happens. But
Right.
my whole thing behind it is, how are you going to do this globally? Where's it going to start? And then, go across the globe.
Right. I mean, talk about the coordination that's needed
Yeah.
to pull this off.
Titus Hush.
Right? For 9 days.
9 days.
9 fucking days.
Titus.
So, well, we know that. What's the saying that society collapse is only 9 meals away. That's 3 days.
Right.
Breakfast,
Right.
lunch, and dinner. 3 days, right? So you take 3 days plus 3 days plus 3 more days. That's 9 days. That should cover, most. That should be able to put. Even if you've got more than a week's worth of food in your house, to just make everybody else just go crazy, right?
Yeah.
That's why I say that COVID was test one. The first, let's see what we can do if we just do a little bit.
Oh yeah, total litmus test.
Let's think tank this. Let's think this tank. Let's do this. Let's put this in.
Get your
Somebody
let's
doesn't want
put
to go to
this in-
sleep.
What do they call this theory? Let's theorize it, Trent, on what we're saying here. Let's just say,
Yeah, let's go with it.
Let's put what Mad Shad said together with it. Let's put with everybody's opinions, and I'm gonna say, okay, I brought it up because I want to try to understand it. So put this together. We just had a
Hey,
mission
Titus.
out to the moon, just out of the blue. Okay, they
Lay
just
down.
returned. Then you got theorists that I've heard the stories through, real pretty renowned theorists saying it could happen. But the fact of the matter is how do you turn the lights off on nuclear power plants and stuff abroad at one time, or in a broad way where it all goes off at once? Then
You gotta synchronize it.
hypothetically speaking, that if you get back into NASA and studying the sun and stuff, if there is an ejection
Doing good,
of that
Clee
sun,
Vision.
it
Doing
means
good, bro.
it can
How you
knock
doing?
the power out. It can knock the power out.
Right.
I don't see how that they can just hit, because a lot of these power systems have redundancies. And they're separate, right? I mean, yeah, you get your power like what is there? There's 3. Okay, so it's possible here that we only have 3 main stations that generate power for the whole United States, right?
There's not one big kill switch. There's just not one switch.
But there's only 3. So if those 3 go out in the United States, Canada's out, parts of Canada is out, and all of the United States is out.
And parts of Mexico.
It takes,
Except
Yeah,
Texas.
it is.
what it-
Mexico,
you can't
Texas.
shut them on. You can't close the circuit on one of those high power plants. I used to work inside of one. You
Well,
can't close. You
technically
can't
they
close
can.
the switches like that. The switches
Technically,
have to be primed, and those
all they
switches
have to do
be
is go through
primed
the
with
computer
hundreds of
system.
thousands of volts. You
That they
know,
can go through the
so
computers and hack every one of them worldwide and shut them all down simultaneously.
yeah, so
They've already
it
had
takes
problems with Iranian hackers allegedly shutting down portions of our grid by hacking
Right.
it.
Well, it just happened
takes-
here a while back.
So, but here's
takes
the thing,
months.
y'all. Think about this.
Cyber
If
war.
and let's, if globally the power grid goes down globally, everything on the planet stops.
Right.
Well,
I mean,
you still have.
Everything. I'm not. Let me finish.
Okay.
Everything stops. That will usher in World War III on its own. Think about it.
World War III, really? I mean, it would be a massive social disruption. It would be a massive social
chaos.
But there is redundancies. We do have. There's a lot of generators out there that run off gasoline, run off of diesel.
There
right?
are.
So a lot of places
question
are gonna have-
will and can will not can will they spin all of that up in
some-
order
some people will.
to avoid Armageddon? Because think of this: if a nuclear power plant shuts down, I mean, no power whatsoever, you've got Chernobyl all over.
Well,
Times 1,000.
War starts with the right propaganda. Then all
Right.
we need for somebody to do is come along and drop a false flag and say, okay, somebody just hacked our east coast of the United States and shut the power off for 5 days.
The Iranians,
It's a
North
terrorist
Korea,
attack.
Russia.
Right.
It's a terrorist
China.
attack. See, and kind of throw us all, get our sympathy, make us empathetic to it, and get the people of the country behind it. Next thing you know, we could well wind up in a land invasion and a world war. You know, it could happen.
Yep.
It could happen, but I don't see it happening anytime soon, to be honest with you.
So a worldwide shortage power outage would be just for we the people, because we know that the governments and the militaries are still going to have power. They have already set up those redundancies, right?
Right.
A lot of your hospitals have generators. A lot of different companies and corporations and plants and factories have backup generators
Correct.
that run off of gas and diesel and things like that. But yeah, interesting. Before all that, we run out of gas. Right? We're already seeing that. I mean, how much is gas? Go ahead and put it in the comments. How much is gas in your area? Here in Northeast Ohio, I seen it, what, 385? It was 364.
We were
So-
375 today.
Yeah,
348 here in North Missouri.
damn. Let's go to Missouri and get gas.
Hey,
So,
It was
all the
338 a few days
All of the
ago.
top officials
Wow.
from the White House have a place to go to.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
They even have the airplane that can fly when everything goes
gotta listen.
sideways.
You
Sure,
gotta
they've
listen
got,
to
they've
the-
got their redundancies,
Right.
and we do too,
Right.
right? We do
Right.
too. That's the whole point behind this community. We've got our redundancies. Hell, there's a lot of us that can live without power. Would love it. You know, I'd be like, I sleep the best when the power is out. You ever notice
Yep.
that? Oh my
Yeah.
god, I
Here's
sleep
what-
so good, so fucking good.
Here's what-
You know, and so we
Whenever-
also have solar generators. We also have our own generators. We also have propane for heating and things like that. So for those that are prepared, all we have to do is just sit back and watch and wait,
Yes.
right? And watch out for that social unrest that might come our way. right? That unfortunate event when we have to use our other tools, right?
Right.
So a lot of, we're going to see a lot of that, and this plays in, right? What I talk about with the EOS and the whole thing with the IMEC. Thank you, Mac. If you want to talk about that, please. That plays into that IMAC and the peace panel and that Davos initiative and all that. The agendas. They've been planning this shit for fucking decades, right? And we are literally watching it play out. So it's not beyond the realm of fantasy to hear about that, because that's what they do. They tell us. They tell us what they're going to do.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. They have to. It serves many purposes because it empowers them.
Yep.
Hey, this is what I'm going to do. There's nothing you can do to stop it. And the anticipation of something like that is worse than the actual event itself, right?
Yeah.
The anticipation of death is worse than death itself. So you're because what they want is they want to heighten our anxiety. They want a stress level high so that we destroy ourselves. So
Right.
So within those 9 days, I could really start seeing, and yeah, you talk about the CBDC, the UBI, bringing that into it, and sure, create the Hegelian dialect, right? Create the problem and then create the solution, and the solution is worse than the crisis, right? Crisis
Correct.
solution, So if it's going to happen, exactly. Invoke that fear factor.
I try to keep a man. I try to keep a man in my thinking. I try to keep all men around me. I try to keep their mind inside that trench whenever possible. And you have to weigh the odds in, and you have to say, okay, now I know this to be a fact, and Trent and Chad and everybody does that. How many years ago has it been when you start hearing these ads on TV about a food dehydrator that costs $10,000, it costs $15,000, and it took and they commercialized this on television, and when you find out how much it costs, you say, well, that's
Wolf, did you
outside
notice he left us out again?
that's outside my budget. But that's been going on by people with the wealth and a lot more in the community. They've been knowing about
Hey, this.
food dehydration.
Leave him alone.
So foods that last for decades, they say. The fact of the matter is that's been going on for years. Well, it's been leading up to something. It takes years. Everybody better understand this. It takes years to bring a country up to a conflict of some sort. But whenever 10 years ago, the elite class people that could afford $10,000, $15,000 for a food dehydrator,
they're cheaper now. They're actually cheaper now.
Yeah.
They are.
Well,
and you can actually do it old school. You can actually dehydrate old school, so you don't even need to spend the money. There's ways to be.
You can take an old vehicle. You can take an old vehicle or a new vehicle, and there's a dehydrator and a solar oven right there.
No shit.
Or you can turn it around and turn it into a greenhouse.
Damn. Yeah, you're right. Yep. Imagine getting like a big panel van, with all the windows on it. Set that out in the sun. And just there you go. There's your atrium.
Yep.
Everybody knows what IMAC is, right?
Yeah, go ahead, Mac, please.
Does everybody on panel know what IMAC is?
No.
IMAC is a rail system that runs from Saudi Arabia to the Mediterranean. That's part of the reason why what's went on in Gaza has went on. And part of Trump's plan, Trump wants the Hormuz Strait to stay closed. And all this oil, he wants to get on a train, and I guess it's in secured, stackable containers that they can actually do it on rail and make it efficient now. And they're setting up electrical systems underground to run like from India. Help me remember, Chad. India down to Gaza and to Europe. they're setting everything up so that everything's on one hub as far as energy goes. That's what Trump's goal is. They talked
Right.
about it at the G20 summit in India, and the only blocks that he's having right now, the Board of Peace is the main enforcement behind it. Trump is the sole authority of the Board of Peace. He cannot be voted out. He can't be kicked out. Nothing. He can kick out countries. He can kick people off the boards. He has sole authority, and he passes on the next successor when he's done or when he dies. And the Board of Peace has their own military now, over 20,000 special operations level soldiers run by General Jeffries. Is that his name?
Jeffries, yeah, SOCOM
Yeah.
general, a real badass.
And-
oh damn,
All the top tier people of this is called the ISF, I think is what they said. They're all former special operators from our military. All the upper chain command, they all answer to Trump. They have their own money system and everything. And the only blocks that's stopping it from going through and everybody being on board is Europe and the United Nations.
and
That-
Iran.
that's-
Iran is
and- Right.
Iran. They got to shut down Iran. They got to shut down that area. So what they
Right.
can do is get all that. I'm sorry to cut you off, Maccabeus.
That's fine.
Kind of put it. What they want to do is they run all that to the Mediterranean, right,
Yep.
to Gaza, right. That's the port, and then they
Titus.
from there
Lay
they
down.
ship it out through either ships and railway and 18-wheelers. You know, they can
Right.
just literally just bust it right out.
Yep.
Imagine
So
that
so
shit. And
basically
selling
what
it to
they're
Europe.
doing is getting rid of the pipeline. And
Yeah.
when they, diverted from going through the Strait of Hormuz, it will actually get delivered faster globally.
And
Yeah.
the electricity, they're setting up massive solar farms across the Middle East into the desert in all of our aligned allies, people that's working with us. And that's what all this power they're going to transmit around the world through underground lines, every other country. They're taking over the whole energy aspect, and this is part of the Great Reset.
Yeah, I was going to add. That's what Klaus was talking about. Yep, and they were talking about it. And all their. I actually subscribe to the WEEF. You should hear what they say sometimes, man. It's like what the fuck.
Yep.
You know,
So that ties back into the 9 days of no power.
It does.
And what they could do within those 9 days. And if you get sucked into trying to figure out, well, how can it be done in 9 days? What's the world going to look like? And if you actually read what it says when the power goes out, nothing is broken.
Okay.
It is just literally turned off for 9 days.
And they can do all that through the computer.
Exactly. Nothing's broken. Nothing burns out. It's just 9 days of darkness and silence. No internet, no nothing. Gone. Everything for 9 days.
And so we
That's
remember
so
back in the.
interesting.
Hold on. We remember that back during the COVIDs that Klaus had his little cyber polygon
Yep.
exercise.
Exactly.
That's exactly what they were working on.
Yep.
And what happened to them was a bunch of 4chan trolling hackers hacked them during
Yep.
their cyber polygon and locked them out of their systems. So
Yep.
I could see a lot of that cyber warfare kind of going on.
Back and
Yeah.
forth.
And you talk about 9 days crisis solution. So you see the
Yep.
panel of peace says, you know what? Hey, we got we got a solution. And guess what? If you do this, if you enact the UBI, if you do this, if you agree to our terms in our contract, we can give you power. Just you,
Yeah.
not you, but just you, right? So they can,
Water and power.
Speaking of digital currency, I'm gonna throw this out to the panel. Do you guys really know who created Bitcoin?
Well, that's the thing. Nobody really does know. The story is it was a brilliant Japanese mathematician.
Nope.
They also say that it was the CIA. That's the conspiracy theory. Is that
So,
it's the CIA
so
to be able
there's
to
an
control.
interview by that Japanese guy, and it's
Oh, they
not
found it?
AI. He literally says he did not create Bitcoin,
What's up,
and he
lovely?
names who stole his identity to create Bitcoin. And follow me on this, guys, because I can't think of the guy's name. And he even said
I'm a
if
Gucci.
the people of the world really knew who created Bitcoin, it would go to zero instantly.
Well, I don't own any Bitcoin or any kind of pirate chain or cryptocurrency, but I am privy to what's going on. And Bitcoin is extremely volatile.
Yes.
It's extremely. You can.
So I'm going
to
to put it out here. I'm going to put it down in the grass where y'all can pick it up. Okay.
Okay.
And this, well, after I say this, you'll understand, then I'll explain it. Bitcoin was created by somebody allegedly who's no longer alive that's been in the news for the last 5 years.
Just say it. Come on.
Jeffy Epi.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard that too. Yep. I heard that too. Right.
Yeah.
And backed by, and this is why they will not ever release all of those files, because it's outlined in those files that he created Bitcoin and who he paid and everything else,
So
and stole that Japanese gentleman's identity and labeled it under that.
Yeah.
He was highly.
Bitcoin
highly-
is okay. Hold on, if I may. Bitcoin is used. It's widely used, but
Yep.
it loses popularity. There is other because of the Bitcoin. Other systems have came out. Like check out the pirate chains. There are pirate chains that like Maduro. There's some other ones. The pirates. I check out. I Jeff Berwick, check him out. But there's other systems that are widely available and are highly encrypted, better than Bitcoin.
Correct.
So Bitcoin can be used to generate some wealth, but then you could lose everything overnight.
Lose everything instantly gone.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy, and it's the Bitcoin. Your Bitcoin wallet it requires all your information, like everything, like biometrics, all this crazy shit. And pirate chains don't require that. And you can literally go anywhere in the world, go to a vendor on the street and go, hey, give me a taco. Do you take a pirate chain? Yes, sir, we do. Right? Pay for houses, homes, stuff like that.
Right.
Bitcoin is being adopted by Amazon, by your large chain kind of things, right? Temu uses Bitcoin. Everybody uses Bitcoin in the corporations and shit like that. That's where it kind of its purpose is.
Yes,
Go ahead.
and
They're
that's
trying to get
why
rid of cash.
Bitcoin is the DHS and Pirate are the beta. Beta works better, but because you have companies like Amazon and Temu and all these other big corporations using Bitcoin, that's what's going to be the so-called standard.
Right, UBI. But the
Right.
the brilliancy of the pirate chains is they can mimic Bitcoin.
Exactly. Exactly.
So
Exactly.
and
Pirate
there's-
chain can mimic Bitcoin.
they
Correct.
can mimic all the coins, and it's acceptable.
Yep.
And you can mine the fuck out. You can do it yourself.
Yep.
It's there's people doing it. Shout out to Space right here in Cincinnati. I think he's in Cincinnati. Yeah. He's got a van and he's got 3 servers going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, making Bitcoin, making cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
There's Russian, like, oh god, that's the big thing now. You've seen that they'll set up warehouses with nothing
Full of it and just
wall on
mine
the
it,
wall. Yeah.
Yep. Mine it to death.
And so, what is a Bitcoin? What is a cryptocurrency? It is a sequence of numbers that is like a code, and it has it needs a mathematical equation to unlock it, and that's your money. That's your
Yep.
currency.
Yep. But
Yeah, he does. He does 101. Yep. So
That's
shout
just-
out to Space.
yeah, he does Prepper 101. He does. Literally.
He does. He does.
Yeah.
You said Trent said he was going to set it down so somebody else could pick it up for a minute.
I can't. Would you say, Zombie?
I said you said you was going to set it down. You was going to set it down a little bit so somebody else could pick it up. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna carry it for just. I'm gonna
Yeah,
carry it for
Bitcoin
just a
was
minute.
created by Jeff Epstein.
Yeah, Epstein was heavily invested and had interest in the tech industries inside America, believe it or
Yep.
not.
Yep.
But back to what we was talking about. Whenever you say, okay, there's a power outage coming, and how that's gonna affect people. But let me soften that blow up a little bit and say, okay, I remember the days back in the good old hot desert of certain countries, and all us lads would have these weapons, and we would have these wands, these metal detecting wands, and all of these fellas from this foreign land, whenever we would bring them into the cages and into the fences and into the tents and everything else, we was pretty much saying at rifle point, here, you go inside that fence with the rest of them and you'll be okay. Now, whenever you say, okay, let's try to understand this, Colonel, on where you may be segueing to. Whenever the United States government and through the military administrations and everybody else says, okay, let's lock this country down. Is that right? If KP's out there still listening to me, because me and him had a conversation about this. It means anything and everything inside the nation's borders of this country is locked the fuck down. That means you cannot leave without being digitally identified, and you will not enter this country without being digitally identified. Foremost, it ain't got a damn thing to do with what's going on in some other country. That's going to come back into what? I think I was talking about working in the Rio Grande for like 14 years. That comes back to some of that silly ass down home knowledge that says, hey, you're not going nowhere unless I know. And whenever somebody says, okay, let's say we shut the digital signals down inside this country. Nobody's got internet. Nobody's got anything. All your smart devices that you got at your homes and in your hands, well, they have one distinct feature about them. You're able to dial out 911 emergency call services. Now, if chaos erupts and everybody says, well, why is everything? Well, over time, and the same tactics were used back in Germany in World War II, and the rise of the regime was for neighbors to turn neighbors in, which means ultimately it's going to reflect all of what this hate speech has been against people in this country from another.
That's
country.
right, Wolf.
All this immigration. It's just going to come down to some things that some people are not going to like. It will be
I can see it.
intensified.
I can see it. Yep.
It's going-
I can see
Yep.
They're
Yeah,
ramping it up.
I can see martial law being enacted. I can see
Yep.
a lot
You
of.
don't want that.
I can see a lot of
It ain't gonna be-
tangos going on. I can see a lot of tango things, a lot of black swan events, if
Yep.
you will.
Yeah.
There's a lot of groups in this country that really want to go kinetic.
Kinetic.
back-
That's right.
Way back when.
You know?
Way
So
back
hold
when.
on,
me and
zombie,
you,
zombie,
man,
hold on. Go, real quick, zombie. Go ahead.
we talked about the bounty. Remember the bounty? About the bounty on the illegal immigrants inside.
Yep.
this
Oh
country?
yeah,
Remember that bounty?
yeah. I could see a lot of clandestine operations happening during these 9 days of darkness, right? But I could also see it as a galvanizing event for communities.
Correct.
For all of us to go, you know what? Hey, the power's out. Let's just go ahead and band together. Let's think about security. Let's get everybody good on food, water, medical supplies. Let's secure our little area, and
Yep.
let's be good, because that's the American way, right?
Yep.
We go band together. Hey, nope, you're not allowed, right? We're gonna shut our own fucking. There's gonna be places, which they already did. You remember the Summer of Love?
Yeah.
They shut down communities and blocked off egress and said, "No, you're not coming in here." Armed, right? They were armed, and that was it. So yeah, right, and Jack. I mean, would it be the purge? Yeah, I think it would. I mean, you've got, especially in the cities. Oh my God, can you imagine the craziness that's going to happen in the cities? They're going to burn. Things are going to burn. This country and parts of the world are going to burn. Now, in fairness, there's a lot of the world that don't have power anyway. So they're just gonna be like, okay, whatever.
Who cares? Right.
Your Mobutus and your Swahilis, they're gonna be like, oh well, whatever.
Life goes on. Yeah. Life goes on for me.
They are. They
Yeah,
are.
They throw the cell phone in the river
West
and
Virginia.
go home.
Yeah,
They
right.
already know. They turn off the lights is one thing, but I'll tell you what's more powerful, and you better remember this. What is more powerful than turning the electricity off is not to turn the electricity off, but turn the digital signals off. All of the
Yeah,
cable
that's the whole
TV,
thing.
phone
Right.
data,
That's part of it.
watch.
Right. All digital
Chaos.
signals, cell phone towers, everything gone.
Yeah, chaos.
So think about ham radios. Think about high frequency radios. Think about Meshtastic.
Yep.
Think about things like that. We already have redundancy systems
Correct.
set up in place, ready to go when
Right.
the power goes out. And
Correct.
we can power that shit by the sun. We can
That's
power
very
that shit
true.
by a hamster. Mac Wolf, your input, please. Okay, now Wolf, he's eating. Go ahead, Mac.
I don't have it solidified in my head how they're going to actually be able to pull that off and have anything left to control when it's over with.
Good,
So you're
good
saying-
point, Mac. What are they going to have to control after the fact? What's left?
See,
The data centers.
other countries understand what it is to go without, especially right now. Europe and a whole hodgepodge of other countries are suffering from the Hormuz thing with the fuel and even electricity. And I mean, it's not as bad as Cuba, but Europe's in pretty bad shape from what I hear. And
Yes.
they're already kind of geared up for it, and they're already over that pacifist mark where they become so pacifist. I mean, other than standing up and yelling in the street, they're not going to be able to do a whole lot. They got no Second Amendment left in most of these countries. Here is where what's going to be left here, because we are Americans we're just a whole ragtag hodgepodge, just a whole lot of fuck you up whenever we get pissed off, and we fuck each other up. And after 9 days, there's not going to be much left here to a government, and there's going to be people that's already stood up and say, "Hey, no, you're not taking back over." And I just don't see it going back to anything remotely normal if it goes down for 9 days. I don't.
Yep.
I can't wrap my head around how that could ever happen.
Same here.
It's the reset. They will literally reset everything, even the
So-
authority.
Yeah.
And even martial
Just
law.
to
even martial law isn't feasible here in the United States. I mean, we hear people talk about it all the time. I'm not a big proponent they're going to declare martial law and shut us all down, because they just don't have the manpower and resources. I mean, they got technology and Palantir and Flock and all that stuff now, but they don't actually have boots on the ground to make that happen. If the electricity's down and everything's down, no food, everything's just done, I can't see a bunch of soldiers hitting the streets and pulling anything off.
Right.
Wherever,
And the other thing
whenever-
Mac was saying, when they bring it back up after the chaos, those that are left are the ones that are strong and survived and will say, no, you are not going to be in charge anymore because you let this happen.
You would think, right?
You would think.
Right.
Correct.
Definitely in areas.
I mean,
Yes.
there's only, I'm gonna guarantee you, there's only, whatever you think about the internet and how can they shut it down, there's only so many servers and suppliers of internet service inside this country, believe it or not.
Why do you
And
think they're
whenever
building
those-
more?
And then when they shut this down and transfer this over into some of these data centers and processing centers, then it's very feasible that they can actually turn the whole entire internet off inside this country. And like I
Right.
say,
They can do it.
They can make it unaccessible. They can make it unaccessible. They can't ever really shut the internet down. It's out there now, and nobody controls the
No.
internet. All they can do is
They
shut
can
off
turn the switch off.
accessibility.
They can turn the switch off right over there at AT&T. Just like
I know,
that.
but-
Just turn it
Yep.
off.
Not for the actual internet. They can't. That's accessibility. They can shut
Right,
off your
that's just
accessibility.
like a hub. That your cell phone.
I beg to differ, and here's why. The backbone. That is the key to the internet. The backbone, which none of us, well, I have, but the majority person has no clue about the backbone and the transcontinental lines that are running under the ocean that connect the internet.
All the cables, right?
And and those backbones are owned by 4 companies, period.
Exactly.
Even if they
I
shut it off, it's still out there though.
And yeah, I'm with you, Mac. There is other redundant systems. I mean, if I hardwire my computer to Mac's computer and Mac hardwires his computer to, so on and so forth, there's your internet. But
No,
if it's-
that's a closed area network.
I mean, it can be done with HR, HF, Meshtastic. It can be done. Even with broadband. Saying
Correct.
transmitting on signals, whatever. We could run our own lines. That the infrastructure they own. Yes, we
And
could.
the frequencies in which it runs on are owned.
Well,
And-
if they could completely shut the internet itself off from existence, then we wouldn't have the dark web.
They wouldn't have the
It's
dark web is
frequencies.
only-
Do you remember back in the
25%.
day when cell phones were just coming out and AT&T and Sprint and everybody was buying blocks of frequencies?
Yeah, but how can you control
That's
them?
part of the accessibility, though. That's not really controlling the actual internet. That's just the accessibility side.
That's
See, the
right.
internet was- the
Those are the
internet was
frequencies in
designed-
which it runs on.
The internet was designed to withstand nuclear war or anything, so that it'll never go away.
Correct. But you have to have the infrastructure, meaning the backbones and all that. And like Shad said, things like Meshtastic, high frequency, HR, all of that is a form of the internet. The question is connecting it to everybody. And it doesn't have to be everybody. I mean, it could be the 5 of us. We could build our own network and have access.
Well, Right.
And we could also piggyback onto theirs.
Yes.
We could hack their infrastructure.
Correct.
I mean, what's stopping me from digging a hole down to the ground where they put their broadband and putting in my little wire and boom, power it up.
Correct.
It's like take us up to broadcast level, you know.
Yeah, right.
Matrix.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly. Exactly.
I know a guy that can do that.
Yeah, you need a good fiber
Whenever.
splicer.
I know a guy, and allegedly he has the tools in order to do it. See, he ain't been a prepper all his life. He's made his livelihood off of technology.
Right. So there is ways and means, but
Yes.
what I
It's
worry
the time
about
it takes.
what I worry about in those 9 days of just no power is the other things they're going to roll out, right?
Correct.
Right.
Think about it. You're going to have no.
humans,
Go ahead, Wolf.
when humans start acting stupid, we can survive without. Well, I can. You can. The older generation, I think. I grew up with the regular freaking telephone. You know,
Right.
it's just it's going to be a society collapse. Is what's going to happen.
And what you're having, what I could kind of hypothesize, right? If say I was doing this, right? Shut off the power, shut off the energy, your gas, your diesel, whatever,
Yep.
and then shut off the food supply,
Yep.
Right.
right?
That's all part of it.
Start introducing pandemics, start introducing pathogens, put it right in, right into the soil, right into the air, I mean, shit like that. And then on top of that, send out your little groups, to do this, do that. Right.
Right. So you are talking no power, absolute no power for 9 days. So that means there is no sanitation,
Oh yeah.
There's no gas,
no gas. You can't.
no
use-
grocery stores,
Right. You have nothing.
nothing.
So talk about looting. I mean, I would give it maybe 3 days when it dawns on some people that I don't think this shit's coming back.
Nah, I'd give it a week.
You give it a week.
After day 7, total chaos erupts.
Here's what I
Because
was saying.
I'd give it
you've got
3 or 4 days.
you've got the majority of the population saying, "Oh no, this can't happen. It'll be back soon," and they're going to be the ones standing around twiddling their thumbs.
I was saying this the other day on a panel about this specific topic. Is
All right, real
Yes,
quick, but what would help is that they've already said it. Here's the
Right.
date.
They already said it. Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Zoe.
so you got 7 to 14 days of food supply in all county jails, state penitentiary, and federal prison systems, all the way across the whole country. 14 days tops. Then they start running out of food. You have to understand that this little 9 day, this little whatever we're talking about, I mean, it may never happen, but eventually one of us hit on a point or a topic and we're going to say, oh shit, it's happening.
Yep.
And
Well, I mean,
you're gonna be
we're
ahead of it.
Minecraft. We're kind of like war gaming this. What if it's
Right.
if this happens? So I think
So,
it's
I
a
mean,
great
yeah.
exercise.
But isn't that the other thing? If power is lost, all your prisons, jails, those security doors automatically open.
Not
No,
necessarily. No.
they don't. They automatically lock.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm asking.
No, they
Yeah,
stay
they're-
locked.
They're a lot of them are
Yeah.
magnetic, and they just stay locked.
They stay
Yeah.
locked.
There's a key. They can unlock it with a key.
Yeah, they have to manually do it, but they automatically lock if there's a power failure.
Yeah, yeah.
Two-
But
2 weeks
it's not going to
after
contain them. That's the
Correct.
thing. That's the thing that people don't realize is
Correct.
that people in the prisons are going to get the fuck out. All right, they're going to figure out a way. They've already figured out a way. They've spent years trying to figure out how to get the fuck out, and some of them actually have done it. So yeah, they'll start digging holes in the walls. They'll start digging holes in the ground. They'll poke a hole through the ceiling. They'll fucking create a structure fire. They'll explode shit. I mean, they'll find a way out. And then now there you go. You've got all these pissed off, hardened criminals that are like loose on the land, and there's no power, and it's total chaos. Can
Sounds
you
like a
imagine?
good movie to me.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
What's up, Count Trumpula?
Sounds to me like we need to triple our supply of freedom seeds.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that-
freedom
Like
seeds.
that it's gonna be just like Wesley Snipes in that movie with him and Sylvester Stallone. Wesley Snipes showed up and shit just went to hell.
You talking about Taco Bell, Sandra Bullock? What was that?
Yeah.
Well,
Damn it.
So,
yeah,
you know, you let.
Oh yeah,
you
and
let,
imagine
like, close-
no toilet paper.
right.
Oh yeah, here's
I have toilet
here's a million hard criminals back into society.
Right,
Have
exactly.
fun.
That's okay. I'm gonna call the Expendables, and we're gonna handle it.
Deploy knife hands.
Exactly. Exactly.
I'm taking my excavator and I'm gonna pre-drill. I'm gonna pre-dig trenches.
What's up, Pilgrim?
You know.
There you go, zombie. Exactly.
You know what I
Trench
mean?
warfare. It's coming back.
What's up, Pilgrim?
And you know, I'm gonna get sticks ready to create pikes and line the road with the pikes with the heads on them.
Yeah.
Right.
Psychological warfare in full effect.
I want. You know, I'm a student of history, and I've always wanted to see kind of macabre, but the Count Dracula's force.
Right.
Of
Yeah.
The dead, of the
Yeah.
impaled.
You remember the movie Platoon? And when
Oh,
they
yeah.
went to go get that dude, man, that's what I'm talking about. Psychological warfare. You don't
does
want to go
work.
nowhere near there.
Or go Negan, you know, and have zombies on the fences.
Exactly. Yep. Or on chains leading them with their bottom jaws taken off.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so I see just the power being out. I see a plethora of other issues coming out. You know, so
Yeah.
like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, a lot of nefarious groups get to play. They're like, oh, let's go, right? You know, let's do this. Let's you know, take this down, take this off.
Vision,
Yeah.
I can't picture you Vision as good looking as Michonne though.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Gonna be harvest time.
That would be the COO.
Yeah, there you go.
She is definitely Michonne all day long, every day. You
yeah.
don't let the coffee pour and the pretty face fool you.
My last girlfriend 4 years ago was a black Japanese woman, and she was gorgeous.
Right,
Psycho, but gorgeous.
right. Chad will tell you the COO don't play. She'll smile at you as she sticks you in a vital area of your body, watch you hit the ground, bleed out, and step over you and serve dinner.
She won't even hand you a Band-Aid?
No, absolutely not. She'll be like, they're in the other room. Go get it if you can.
That's a bring your own Band-Aid
You know,
party.
I say this for all the older gentlemen and ladies out there. I live
Like
by
you're not
a
old.
code. I live by one code. It says, "Oh yeah, I'm too old to go run through the woods and all this physical stuff." But if shit has to come down to it, son, you still got to be able to get to me. You understand?
Right.
And I'm gonna make that one of the most difficult things of your life.
Yep.
Is trying to get to you.
I'm a hunter, so yeah. I'd rather meet you.
I'm all in on. I have home field advantage. I am going to win.
Yeah, y'all was naming off movies and stuff, and I was thinking more First Blood.
Yeah.
What was that, Mac? What?
A while ago, y'all was naming off movies and stuff, and Negan and all that, and I was thinking First Blood.
Oh, First Blood? Yeah.
Yes,
Blood, Rambo.
that's what I'm talking about.
I mean,
Home
One
field
man,
advantage
you're
for the
right.
win all day long. All day long.
I can see some stuff getting lifted from certain government entity trucks and
Oh, bruh,
stuff.
Mac, it's already mapped out, have been surveyed allegedly,
Your area
and on the
assessment.
list.
Yeah. Your
Yes.
area assessment, your tactical resupply. I mean,
Yes.
that's going to happen.
Hey, boy. I'm gonna say, hey, boy. I hope you're a good swimmer, and you don't mind swimming in that water with them alligators. I hope you don't mind that, boy.
Exactly, anti. Right. Don't threaten me with a good time.
I mean, yeah. Like, woohoo! We have 18 million, estimated 18 million veterans,
Yeah.
spanning from World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, and now Iran. So,
Yep.
think about that. Think about that for that's going to be crazy. So even if we lose power and some other foreign entity thinks that they're going to come onto our shores and try to do something, that right there would be the galvanizing point. Even though we're going through like major destructive, chaotic turmoil, social unrest. It would be a galvanizing effect. I think we would stop what we're doing and go, oh look, the Russians or the Pakistan, or I don't know, name Uruguay is invading America.
Right.
Right.
Let's go.
go.
Let's go handle this real quick and then come back home.
Yeah, Yeah.
You do.
Yeah.
Them
You
starving
wait for
North
'em.
Koreans parachuting in.
yeah, starving North Koreans. They're looking for McDonald's.
They'd be dead before they hit the ground.
Where's the
They're
Pizza
gonna
Hut?
ask me for directions. They're gonna ask me for directions. I'm gonna say,
They'll be trading their
well,
AK-47s for a
back to where
cheeseburger.
you came from. That's my direction to you. Back to where you came from.
30%. Now, I mean, and it's already been, the numbers are done. Is like 9 days. I mean, wow. If power was out, we lost power for that long. 90% of the population of America would die.
Yes.
90%. That's a lot, and that's a conservative number.
Yeah. They say between 6 months and the first year of total grid down, you're looking at 90% of the population, 300 million people dead.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
And
Now,
think about
think
that
of this.
worldwide.
yeah,
9 billion.
worldwide, they met their
That sounds
agenda
like-
of getting rid of the herd.
That
Right.
sounds like Georgia Guidestone's plan there.
Yep.
Shit,
How many
I'm
they
just
want? They
gonna
want
walk
500
around.
million. 500 million
I'm
of
gonna
us.
go walk around.
Yep.
I'm gonna go walk around and find a bigger ass excavator if I got to.
Hey, zombie, we'll transport you
How
one.
many humans are on the earth?
9 billion. Roughly 9 billion people in this earth, on this earth.
You cannot have a
Eight
cannot have a
8.3
zombie
billion
apocalypse without an excavator. It just won't
That's
work.
true.
Won't work.
What'd
I
you
pass
say?
one every single day, every day, and it's a big one.
All right, take care of yourself, Independent Meeting United. Thank you very much for she comes on here and just drops everybody's
Indy is Indy is just as sweet as she want to be.
throws my Cash App out there. I don't know what's going on with my monetization. I think they want more from me. They want
Yeah, they
AdSense.
froze it.
It's because of the AdSense thing.
My
It's not
membership-
verified or something.
Yeah, verify your AdSense.
I don't know how to do that. It's so frustrating. It really is.
When you show up, I'll show you how to do it.
All right. Yeah.
We'll
Please.
get it handled.
But yeah, there's a Cash App out there, folks. If y'all want to hit the Cash App, it's there.
PAEMT. Have a good night, bro.
Take care, PA.
Oh, he's not leaving. He's telling Indy good night.
Yeah, Indy's leaving, so thank you very much.
Okay.
Independent Media United. Check out her channel. She's always doing a great live stream, long ass live streams. There's
Yes.
karaoke. There's conversations like this. I've met so many people from Independent Mega United, and I love it. It's great. Definitely check out Independent Mega United. Somebody please drop her link.
Yes.
Somebody please. Yeah, see if I can do it. Yeah.
What's going on, Pilgrim?
Oh, here we go.
Teresa, everybody in the chat. Good evening. Aston Team, the world's greatest freeze dryer.
Yes.
That's her title from me personally.
I think her cookies probably rate number one.
I'm in love with the freeze dried Tootsie Rolls.
Her freeze dried treats are the best ever created in a
yeah.
freeze dryer.
Yep.
Yeah, you had a wolf.
Yeah, I did.
All right, I like this. I like this. This 9 days of no power, and
Yeah, it's still going through my head.
right, 9 days of no power. Man.
Yep. 9 days.
Just kind of stays with you, don't it? You know.
I mean, I can't. I said this earlier in our group chat. I can't wait for the fucking apocalypse.
I know. I was cracking up. Yeah.
I'm sleeping
Sleep in.
My reveille for work is like 4:30, 5:30. Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta wake up early as fuck, which
Nah.
means I usually go to bed around 8 or 9. Sucks.
Yep.
I want to stay up all night. I want to sleep all day. Damn it.
Yep.
Let's go.
Yep.
So the first 2 or 3 days, I'm sleeping in.
That's fine.
I can't,
Until Cole comes and wakes you up.
Yeah, big slobbery kiss. He's chewing on my
Exactly.
fucking arm. Yeah.
Exactly.
I've only been averaging about 4 hours a night sleep here lately.
I need at least 5.
So
Been
okay,
stay
here
awake
we
all
go.
day.
Like,
Firefly Farms.
know-
There's the question, folks. What would you do for 9 days?
I
9
put
days
my
of no
dogs
power.
on the-
What are you
I
doing?
think the question should be, what wouldn't I do?
My dogs would be
Throw
on
them
the
both
fence.
in
They
there.
wouldn't be in the house. My dogs would be on the fence. That's where they'd be. You know.
OPSEC would be set up. OPSEC would be the first thing.
Operational security.
I would watch in the area where I live. I would watch the neighborhood. I want to see the reaction because I've been here 20 years. I pretty much know how people act around here.
Right.
So, with saying that, I give it a couple of days because I know I'm going to have knocks on the door. People are going to come around and say, "Hey, you got power?"
Then they're gonna come around and say, "Hey, you got food?"
And I'll be like, no, go away.
And then
But you know there's going to be that initial knock on the door. The whole neighborhood's out. Everybody goes out. The first thing they do is go to the front porch outside,
Yeah.
look around to see if there's any other lights on.
Yep.
Yep.
there's just a victim. That's a victim. That guy over there with the light on, he's a victim. There's just a victim.
Master T's gonna be cleaning and organizing, building piles for thrift store hauls, mowing the yard. Who gave all my food away to food pantries after last week? So Region 9 is gonna be stocking up on meth. I don't know. I know my first and foremost, I'm getting out of here. Right. So
Right.
I'm getting out and I'm going somewhere and I'm doing something. So always remember, wherever you go, whatever you do, you're always going somewhere and doing something.
That's
Anyway.
true.
Anyway, that's what I'm going to be doing.
That's
And
true.
then setting up shop. Right.
Yep.
And protecting Empire. So that's it. But yeah, your Wolf, you make a great point. What if you can't get out of your area? What and you're going to be monitoring the situation, in that area that you're in. So you're in the city, whatever you're in that town, city. People are going to come out. People are going to be talking to folks. Hey, what's up? What's going on? And so you're going to have like a meeting. You're going to have like a town meeting or a street
Right.
meeting.
A
And
block meeting. Yeah.
A block meeting. That's a good time to start organizing, right? And figuring out who the fuck's your friend and foe, right? And try to organize shit. Try to say, hey, we need to shut shit. We need to like shut shit down, you know, and protect ourselves from looting.
We
and
need to
riots
shut
and
the street
marauders.
down. Yep.
We need to talk about like how we're going to get water. How
we have a lot of kids. I mean, babies.
Damn.
One, you know, I mean, infants to. I just saw a couple leave earlier today, and she
Whenever
got
you
one
got
on
time,
her
I'm
hip,
ready.
you know. But yeah, I mean, that's a giant man. 9 days.
I mean,
a lot. Oh wow, a lot can happen.
like Wolfgang, I'd start like talking to folks like, hey, who's got guns? 'Cause
Right.
now we got now you're on
Oh, that's good though. I don't
You're
know
on
if I
fire
would
watch.
bring that
You're on
up
watch.
right away. I don't
you're
know.
on we got to shut the streets down. You and you and you're on what you're on patrol,
I
right?
guarantee you, there's a whole bunch of weapons in this neighborhood where I live.
There you go.
There's no doubt in my mind.
There you go.
My question is, I wouldn't come straight out and say, "Hey, man, you got any weapons? You got any guns?" I don't know if I would share that information like right away.
I mean, it's America. It's Cincinnati. It's
Yeah.
Ohio. It's
All you
it's
got to
gonna be
do
like,
is just say the word security.
yeah.
You ain't got to say, do you have guns?
Yeah.
How are we going to secure the street? How are we
Right.
going to keep people out of our street?
That's
Yeah.
where I was going
See,
to go with
and
it,
where
was,
where I'm at,
everybody was talking.
okay, how do we
This is
secure
what
the
I'm
road?
working with.
All right, Mac has something to say. Go ahead, Mac.
Yeah, I went ahead and got the dog some water because I was going to let everybody finish talking, but that's what I would do by day 2 or 3. I live in a little bit different area than most of y'all. It's very rural, very, 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 very rural. And
Yep.
I live in a little shithole town with less than 50 people out in the middle of nowhere on a river. It's like an ideal spot to be. And I would, by day 2 or 3, I would be getting with my neighbors and organizing, throwing the security ideas out there. And everybody's related to somebody in the county. So the next town's about 4 miles that way, and another town's 4 miles that way. So by day 4 or 5, coordinating with them. So there was a mutual security, something's coming through there, heads up, start setting up people to take over checkpoints, out in the middle of nowhere where this blacktop crosses this blacktop, and I'd be organizing that way. I wouldn't be asking anybody about guns because it's just predominantly a 2A area, and
Right.
just getting everybody into the Jericho mindset, but at a faster scale than what they did it on the show.
Exactly.
I like that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
good, Mac.
Right.
KP makes up a good point too. Let's talk about fire because fire is going to happen, right? So
I've got a stockpile.
right? Have a fire plan, right?
Yeah.
That's going to include water. That's going to include your fire extinguishers. Hell, just dirt and sand and shovels can work
Yep.
as well, right?
Yep.
Uh,
Invest in a gas-powered water pump that'll move like 100 gallons a minute. And like for me, I live on a river, and there's plenty of the wells here are deep because it's so the groundwater level we're so close to the river, and start organizing that way.
Right.
There's a lot of old fuel tanks here that farmers don't use, like 500,000 gallon fuel tanks. They're easily put on a trailer. You can put them behind tractors, whatever. Fill them up, have them already on standby if a house catches on fire. Joe, John, and Bob grabs the tractors and pulls them into place. And Fred and Norma, and I'm just throwing names out there.
Right.
People. Each person has a specific duty. If a house breaks out, there's a fire. One person's going to go. 1 or 2 people. It shouldn't be just one. There should be 2 people that are checking on the residents inside the house first off. While the other people are getting the firefighting infrastructure set up.
Yep.
I think Go ahead.
that people should understand that when I was a kid, that's not been that long ago, that we had neighbors in our community that had one of them dipper tubes. and it went down inside of like a 4.5 or 6 inch well tube. And they would lower that thing down inside there and get that water out of the ground with that dipper tube. And they didn't have a well pump. And this was during my teenage years. We had neighbors. They didn't need a well pump. They had a dipper tube that they'd send down the well shaft and bring water out. Hell,
Yep.
thousands of people had that. They had
Hills.
that.
So, what about in the cities and stuff? I mean, I'm kind of thinking like Wolfang's kind of, he's right there, and
Yeah, I'm right. I'm like 5 minutes from downtown
the
Cincinnati.
urban sprawl of a city. I can see the same thing here in Cleveland, in the suburbs as well. They'll start to shut down. They've already done it before. They'll start to shut down, and like little streets and neighborhoods will become their own little communities.
What's the water supply in a city area if the pumps go down?
Zero.
There's
Right,
a certain amount of
exactly.
pressure.
You've got
There's a
about
certain amount of pressure there holding water in the system. So
Correct.
What's the time frame on that?
you're
Right,
looking at
every-
hours, maybe days at the most.
Is everybody runs to their faucets to get water?
Yeah, you're right, Mac. They've got hours before
Yeah.
they run dry.
It's bad, but there is a river, right, in Cincinnati.
Right,
There is a
right,
river.
right,
Yeah, the Ohio River.
right.
There you go.
Like I said, but I tell you what, where I live, like I said, it take me 5-10, depending on traffic. I'm real close to downtown Cincinnati, but where I live, I would go the opposite direction.
Right.
I know there's we got in my neighborhood right here. We have a creek. I mean, I got water right across the street.
There you go. You just gotta.
But
Yeah.
the question is, can
There's
you
Woffley Arm being Captain
sanitize
Obvious.
it? Can you purify it to use?
Right. And can I get to it?
Right.
You're
And
gonna
then
need a
do you
security
have
detail.
something to put water in to bring back?
Right.
Right,
And,
them fuel tanks on a trailer that I was talking about.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, think about that from I'm thinking of it like, hey, we got to go get water. What does that entail? That means we got to have a security group that goes with that water. We got
Yep.
to have security. We got to have drivers. We got to have people that know how to work the pumps and all that stuff,
Yep.
right? And start siphoning that water. Now you got to take that water back under security, right? In a non-permissible environment. However that works. Maybe you're walking with it, weapons outboard, or you're driving,
Right.
right? And then then you get back, and now you gotta process it and purify it and all that shit, right? What does that look like? You're gonna need like 2 or 3 tanks, or whatever, in your
Well,
storage area, right?
I mean,
Another
Down
option
here
for
where
a
I'm at.
hauler for water, and I mean, some people may balk at it because it's their $50,000 boat, but boats float in water and they will hold water. I got one out here that holds water. That's how I know it don't leak. But
Any container, right? Any container.
on the right trailer, a boat could be an excellent water transportation system.
Right.
we
Excellent.
lose water. We
So-
actually lose water. We lose water down here where I'm at least 4 to 5 days a year average. Or sometimes we'll lose water twice. Sometimes we'll lose water 3 times depending on the storm and the water levels. But I just take 3 of these 30-gallon white water jugs, the drums, and I fill them up with treated water. I treat the water, and that's just for drinking purposes only. That's not for bathing or flushing toilets or nothing like that. But you just
That's not
gotta
going to do much for
understand.
fighting a fire.
Yeah. And
That's the
you
kind of the
take-
topic we're on, really, is fighting fire at the moment, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Fighting fire
But-
and providing water for like a huge community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to have water supply like a creek or something. Well, you can take a bath in that. You could use for sanitary purposes, but you just need a gallon per day per individual. And if you
Well,
got a bunch of
that's
individuals
something I've
around
tried to
you,
tell people for years on here.
yeah,
If something like this ever happens, the whole hygiene thing's going to go out the window pretty quick if people want to survive.
exactly.
There's not
Right.
going to be
It'll be
showers
epidemic.
and bathing. People got to learn to be dirty some and learn to tolerate some sweat smell and stuff
Yep.
like that.
Take a bird
It's
bath.
Right.
You know,
Take a bird
wet
bath.
cloth,
You better use some dude wipes.
get
Here
some
in
new
my
wipes.
area, our public water, which would be similar to y'all's water systems, comes off of a lake up in Iowa, and it comes down here and it fills up water towers, and it's all gravity flow out to the county.
Right.
And the system that I'm on, they can take the cap out of the top of that water tower, and it will overflow, just filling straight. It's all gravity flow from that lake 3 hours away
Nice.
in Iowa. So the rural water, the public water here isn't going to like just go away. There's no
Right.
pumps in our system.
Right.
Wow.
It's a gravity fed system.
Yes, sir.
We have a
That's awesome.
we have a massive when I was in Parma, a massive water. What do you call that thing? It's I forget. Damn it! Whatever.
What, an
Anyway,
aqueduct reservoir?
a reservoir. Yes, it's a reservoir. This thing holds like 50 million gallons. It's built like you've seen it on my archives. It looks like a fucking castle. This thing was built back in the 1930s, and it's amazing. And they've actually had cases where, oops, and it's all gravity. It was designed to be pressure, like a reservoir. You get all this massive, like millions of gallons of water, and they have to actually reduce the pressure going out because people have had like in their homes, boom, pipes start bursting and things start coming out, faucets exploding, that kind of thing, because somebody forgot to turn the reducer down on the water. There's stories of that here in Cleveland.
Right.
Our water here is like 140 to 160 water pressure. That's just off gravity flow. And to go into an average house with standard plumbing, everybody has to put in one of them water regulators. They're kind of
Right.
cone shaped.
Yeah.
And it reduces it down to 40 pounds or whatever your household will handle. One of the questions I had, as far as since we're on city infrastructure, I've seen in videos where some of these tall buildings in cities have a water tank on top of them.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
Why do you think I keep telling everybody make sure everybody has a Silcock key?
Right.
Yep, Silcox.
Yeah.
Silcock. What was I going to say? Yeah.
We talk about water. Can you sanitize water so it's drinkable?
This is now he was just here, Hunter. Hunter, he is a water processing guy on a large scale. I
Right.
remember his topic when he came on here and just spit knowledge on it.
Right.
How they do that. We have here in Ohio, especially Cleveland, we've got the Great Lakes. We've got Lake Erie. Yeah, it's disgusting. We got two rivers. One of which has burned before, but water is going to be your most important thing. We got you back. We got you
I
back.
hit the wrong button, and thank
Push
you.
the button. You
I
push
did. I'm a nincompoop.
the- Give me your credit card number. Food. I mean, think about food for a community. It's going to be crazy. And I'm thinking like worst case scenario. I'm hanging out with Wolfgang. And everybody's like, oh shit, there's no power. All that food in your refrigerator and your freezer, 9 days, it's gone. So what do you do? I mean, do you start cooking it right away? Just start eating, right off the bat. I remember in South Carolina, before hurricanes, there would be like a block party, and everybody would start grilling and start cooking and just having a big old fucking feast, right? And everybody's walking away with Tupperware bowls, to put in their little coolers with ice or whatever if they had ice.
Right.
It might be a good idea to know where all your local animal shelters and pounds are.
Shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Your zoo,
got-
I mean,
we got
Tiger
one
State.
down
That's why I talk about, okay, having a freezer and being able to run it is great, but you need to open that thing up and say, okay, how much of this meat can I can and put it on the shelf?
Yep.
I've done videos on that where I opened the freezer and had been off for a couple of days and had to go into a mass canning operation. 'Cause
Exactly.
I had to go to work the next day, and it's been about 4 years ago. I done a video on it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's great to have a freezer full of food, but if you have no way to keep that thing running, now you got to start canning it.
And do people have enough extra jars and lids and rings to do that process?
Exactly.
You know,
That's
I do.
why every time I see mason jars and lids and all that on sale, I buy a minimum of 3 cases of them.
I've never tried to jar or can anything. My mom used to do the jam all the time when I was a kid.
Yep, it's good stuff, man. Do it.
Do you got a book? Do you have a book to know how to do it if the internet goes down?
I've read up on it and then just listening to you guys and many other people I've talked to.
Well, every food and they all have different pressures and different times they have to be in the canner. So
Yep.
So I wouldn't actually be able to can because I don't have that pressure cooker.
You need to go buy one.
Yep.
So
And,
what's-
and I'll tell you right now, the first place you need to start looking for them are thrift stores.
I mean, I've got the that All American. What's up, Rescue? I've got the
Hey,
All
Rescue.
American can. I love that thing.
Yep.
I
What
kid
is
you
it?
not. The All American canner.
All American.
That's probably your best bet. Yeah, check out All American. You can get them for relatively $300-400. They have different types, different sizes.
Right.
They're probably the best, and they're user friendly. Like they're not going to blow up on you. They clamp down. Mine's buried right now, or I'd pull it out and show you. Yeah, those days of
They still have that pressure, the old rattle.
Pressure gauge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Rattle.
You've got a pressure gauge, and you got a jiggler, right?
And the jiggler.
You got to have the jiggler, right?
I remember my mom using that because when I was a kid here, just listening to that thing, it's like, wow, that's great.
Sustains. I learned the first thing I did was ground beef.
Okay.
First thing I did was chicken legs.
did chicken. That was the second thing I did. Chicken.
Damn, really?
Yeah, but
The whole
ground
chicken
beef
leg.
is
Yeah.
it's the highest tier, so it's sustained 90 minutes at 120 degrees and 120 psi. It's
Yeah, 120
it's
psi.
120 psi for 90 minutes, and that is canned. Perfect.
Yep.
And you can over can other things. That's fine. It's
Right.
going to be mush. It's going to be like your chicken legs. You got to
Maybe
scale it down. Your beans or whatever, or your stews. You got to scale it down. But if you keep it, remember 90 minutes sustained, right? You got to build up to that pressure, build up to that heat.
But like we said earlier,
Everything it's going to be mush, but it's going to be edible.
and it depends on what the food is that you're.
Now you can't do rice, you can't do certain things, but your meat, yeah, you can can the hell out of that stuff and it'll keep
And
forever.
if you do things like tomatoes and all that, you got to put lemon juice in it so that you don't die from botulism.
You got to cut down on the acid.
You got to
Yeah,
cut the
the
acid
acid.
down.
Boom, there it is.
There you go, Mac.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. Yeah, that's the style I know.
This one's a little dusty because I haven't cleaned it for 2 years. It's gotten dusty, but this one's older than Zombie Force, and it's
Right.
got the locking ring. And this is more reliable than any modern one I've ever bought. I've got 3 of them.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got
We
the All
got,
American. Boom, rescue.
two.
What's up, rescue?
There he is.
Let's
What's going on,
go.
Russ?
In the house.
What y'all up to?
What's going on, boss?
Since we're on the topic of canning, there's the ability to can without regular conventional fuel or electricity, like gas or electricity. Can you can on a wood fire? I've done videos on that too.
And maintain that temperature.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he has.
Yeah,
So-
it takes skill to do that, and I'm not trying to say I'm skilled. I'm just saying it's
Right.
not something that you go out there and do the first time and you're successful every time.
So that's canning. What's the other one that I've heard called jarring, where you just
Water bathing.
Water bathing.
Rescue. 9 days without power. What would you do? And I'm going to leave you guys unsupervised, so I go get food.
Well, let's see. First thing I want, let's bid before Rescue gives his thing. What we got back there? What we got there that he's...
Selections are very low. We got the blanket, and then we've got, looks like some blinds in the window.
I can't
the
see.
chair. What's sitting on top of the chair he just put there. I will pay 1.7 million for Bonesy right there.
I'll tap out.
I'm out.
On my pay grade.
I'll throw $1,000 an hour in there for the tactical operator that's playing with the shit.
Okay, there you go. I'll see your 1,000 and raise you a nickel. I want set Bonesy free because Bonesy is part of the 2030 agenda. He gets released and wreaks hell on Earth.
No.
He grew back, Trent. He grew back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 9 days without power.
Yep.
Yeah.
9 days, no power.
Been there,
Rescue.
done that.
Power is completely. Oh, it's global.
No
From the
nothing.
Well, that was here, dude. We went 27 days, no power, and the whole county was down out for the first 16 days, and then slowly the outer skirts started getting it as the lines were getting rebuilt, and put back in. Yeah, total darkness, dude. And which I'm sure everybody's experienced that, but if you haven't, it can be a wake up call when literally all the power in your whole area goes away and there is no light whatsoever. It gets pretty dark. But no, around here, basically what happens is you grab some wood, you fire up the pit, you start grilling a lot of the beef type food and stuff, and people will just take and they'll slice that up. Got the generator. So we'll have some little bit of lights. We got the solar thing, and then water. We got the artesian lakes. That's part of my intro video, is that artesian fed lake. So I mean, there's always water.
So he hit everything that we were talking about, Rescue.
What would you do for firefighting?
That's where we have to take and well, hopefully like the deuce and a half. 9 days, we're not going to run out of fuel because hell, there's a 250-gallon fuel storage up there, so you could pretty much run that deuce and a half for 9 days straight and still have fuel left over.
Wow.
So run that pumper truck. And it is very cautious because that's the thing is especially for unknowledgeable people, because they instinctively say, oh, we just need to cook shit. Well, yeah, but you got to look at all your various conditions. Like, what's the wind like? What's the kindling around there? Have you cleared the area where you're fixing to start cooking this shit, or are you just focusing on food and not the perimeter? So
Right.
anytime you go to light a fire, people need to become more conscious of perimeters and that you don't control fire. I don't give a shit what smoke you blow up your ass. You don't control that fire. You might maintain it to the best of your ability, but you don't control shit.
Right.
Yeah, this last summer, right after I got out of the hospital, I was burning my garbage out here in the driveway, and it was about 5 or 6 foot away from one of my Suburbans. It's a parts vehicle and a storage vehicle. One window was missing, and I had some black plastic hanging there. And inside the black plastic, there was some stacks of newspaper, burlap sacks, a roll of cork board, cork, a roll about that big, probably 4 foot long. And I walked out back for just like 10 minutes. And this is right after I got out of the hospital. I wasn't real mobile, real good. And I come back up and I threw a piece of an old couch on there, just a small section. And it was hot enough and I had enough embers or something. It blew over into that Suburban. and that Suburban was almost completely engulfed in 10 minutes by the time I got back up there. And then I took 5 minutes to get my hose pulled out of the building. It was hooked up to my water tanks and get the water going. And I was still 15 foot short from being able to hit the actual, or to get to the Suburban. I still had to call the fire department because right across my wall, the neighbors have an old shed that's probably as old as Zombie. And no offense, Zombie. And so I called the fire department, and they come down and put the fire out. And so what he's saying is 100% correct. Pay attention to what you're burning around. And I've burnt acreages off. I've built fires and contained them, but my physical state wasn't there. And I took leisure in knowing of my abilities in the past, but didn't allow for the current present situation and lost control.
Yep.
Wow.
It can happen just like that. Matter of fact, I can honestly tell you the most common response has always been, well, I just went in to get a glass of tea.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, that's what everybody seems to say.
That's all it takes.
Take the tea outside with you.
Right.
Well, the moral to the story is don't drink tea.
Right after I called the fire department, I remembered that I had about 10 big ammo cans full of ammo in the back doors of that Suburban. And I popped the door open and smoke and heat come roaring out of that thing. And I was having to lean in there and grab them ammo cans and sling them as far as I could. And remember, I ain't got a lot of strength or mobility. And that was a chore in itself. I'm glad I remembered that and got them out of there, especially before the fire department got here, because it would have been a hell of a show.
And I'll tell you what, I hope people say that, hey, I got ammo in my house when the fire department shows up.
It is rather helpful to know. I get it. Everybody's paranoid, don't want to tell them. But, man, when the shit hits the fan like that, you got to tell a mofo where your gun cabinets and shit are, because that can rock a world. It's like kitchens. We're already aware of kitchens and bathrooms.
Yeah.
Kitchens and bathrooms contain explosive items because you got all your pesticide shit, hairdo shit,
Chemicals, yeah.
So those always you're gonna have. I've seen guys get their mask cracked because an aqua type can popped, and when it blew, the hand hit his thing. Well, it hits it. You know, they do the test like full on, but if shit hits on the edge, shit just happens. So,
Yeah.
Nothing's perfect. The only perfect thing around here, well, he left. He said, "See you later." But yeah, no, around here. So, what brought up the 9 days without power?
It's supposed to happen on July the 19th.
18th.
Where at? Like
18th.
Globally.
Worldwide. It's supposed to happen worldwide.
So is this supposed to be like a space EMP kind of thing, or is this a terroristic global thing?
It's basically, they turn the switch off. The EOs, the elite coaches just turn the power off. And so I figured, okay, and this is, something that's going around. Trent brought it up. He did a live stream about it. It's, and I know, I'm sorry, I'm talking with my mouth full, but, I used it as like, okay, let's run with it. Let's war game it out. 9 days without power. What happens?
Well, if I got to say, so that will change dynamics considerably. So if you approach this from a global blackout,
Yes.
then that's totally different. And pretty much what I can say is, I don't know where y'all are at and what your surroundings are, but like around here, there'll be vehicles that would be blockaded, and then it pretty much becomes lockdown. So
Same here.
because that's going to cause this isn't a power outage. This is going to create total chaos.
Yeah.
So
Right.
That's
gonna
one of the
do
points we was
electricity.
talking about. What's it going to be like after that 9 days when they decide to turn it back on? That's where we had been.
If they turn it back on, it might be totally even destroyed by then, because you had a society almost go plumb stupid over like 9 hours of no Facebook.
Right.
So if you really turn off every
Well,
fucking,
that was the other thing that
But
we had, right?
that's like instantaneous insanity.
You
Even
don't
the
know
ones that are
what-
badasses won't be a badass no more. They'll be scared to death.
The Facebook riots.
Oh, dude, all I can say is I would get far away from people. So if you're in a city,
Right.
if you really thought that 9 days is fixing to happen, that day before this is going to take place, make it a point to get the hell up out of Dodge.
Yep.
I'd want to be in a state park somewhere out in the rural areas or something before, if I just thought that was going to happen.
And that
Well,
kind of, because
I've
we have,
always had the theory. I've always had the theory that the state parks and stuff probably wouldn't be a good place to go because the average Joe out there that's an apartment dweller and goes camping and a lot of people are going to show up at them kind of places, I think.
Well, see, that's if you did just the power outage, Mac. But if you did this global thing, it's like OVB saying, assuming people will know it's global. Well, you're going to feel it because all your transactions, all your stores, any commodities,
Right. Nothing works.
comes to an abrupt stop. So you're going to know that shit just went bad, and it's going to take you a matter of a few hours before panic sets in. Because when you have confusion, causes panic. And so the more people realize that they don't know what the hell's going on, the more freaked out they're going to get.
Right.
It's like the
And
drowned. You know, you
that
knock
goes-
the guy out to save him. Don't try to talk to him because he's going to attack you because he's in freak out mode.
And that goes back to my point about where I live. And we've had power go out here. And as I said, the first thing people do is they go out on their porch and they start talking, hey, is your power out? And it, you know, so yeah.
You're not
I
going to have
would,
cell phones. There won't be any transactions. Like
right, nothing.
you're going to be at gas station. You got to think of the multitudes. So thousands upon thousands of people that will be engaged in mid-stride activity, whether it's the mall, the gas station, the restaurant.
Driving on the highway.
Right. All that shuts down.
All of a sudden, it just goes whoop.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Dude, that's total. Like there's going to be killing in a grocery store because people aren't going to know what's happening, and they're just going to assume that somebody's in there to hurt them, and they'll just start attacking each other. You'll have 120 people in a grocery store when the lights go down out and they can't even see lights outside the window wall. Shit's going to hit the fan. Don't be around people is all I can say.
Yep.
And is it going to get shut off? Is it going to get shut off in the morning or at midnight, or that'll make a difference?
Yeah, right. Day or eat, right. When it's dark out. I mean, there's so many scenarios you can go through on this.
I mean, I will say,
And
personally,
we're just working with 9 days.
see, I don't see how it's feasible, but because it's just there's so many independent power generators that are supplying power. I could see having
Through the computer system.
blackouts in sections, you know,
Through their
or,
computer systems, they could shut it all off in the computers.
well, see some, but some you can. It's like Hoover. You can't shut Hoover down with a computer. Those turbines run manually, so you would actually have to physically stop those turbines from turning.
But where the power comes out to the distribution hubs where the computer is, right?
Well, that's
Not on the dam itself, but where it's
First night's free,
They
right?
got switches to direct, but they can't even. It's probably thought of more complicated than it really is because it's like you have to manually go out here and flip switches to redirect power. So now these big cities, yeah, these big cities are probably all computerized because they get all the cities. But like our power stations out here, I mean, yeah, there's some computers running in there, but it's actually for data collection and monitoring, but it doesn't actually decide or control anything. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
And so, like, if you want to direct power, like, say we have an outage, and well, this won't make any sense. So let me just put it. So over towards the east side, we have an outage, and so there's the lines are down for whatever reason. There's an outage. Well, you have to manually go to that substation and take your sticks and go up there and start popping breakers, re-energizing other ones to redirect the path. It's kind of like the railroad switch, only it ain't that simple with just one thing that goes, no, go that way. You've got to kind of go because there's multiple phases. So you got to pull this one down, pull this one down, pull this one down. Then you've got to go around over here and you've got to energize this one, energize this one, energize this one. Then you go out. So it's the cities have more of that fancy foo-ha-ha shit. But out here rurally, it's good old fiberglass manual stick shit.
I'm pretty sure ours
It's
has
about
computed, and I live out in the middle of nowhere because our power lines actually have fiber optic in them. They sell fiber optic service through the power lines for data transfers. So there's
see
got to be a
you
computer
got
tied into it somewhere that's allowing all that to happen. And I
you
live
got
out in the middle
about
of nowhere.
90 you got
What's up,
about
Zombie?
90 you got about 90 close to 90 nuclear power facilities inside the United States. The rest of them are water fed, natural fall generation through power
We got them,
stations,
but they're not
dams.
all being used.
Yeah. And whenever that nuclear power station's not online generating, it has generators that run on natural gas outside of that facility that keep all the power plant pumps, everything else cool and everything going. It's just not online. We have nuclear power plants inside this country that ain't even online. They're not even power generating. They're just sitting there idling.
Most of ours, like the hospital here and the fire departments around here, have pretty much fuel set up to run 24/7 for at least 14 days.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I'm more interested in seeing just how the people act. That's just me, though.
You can watch all the people you want to. I'm staying put. I'm fortifying the homestead, and we're gonna ride it out.
I'll tell
I
you
don't
what,
I'm
you
just
I'll watch them from a scope view position.
exactly, exactly, exactly.
I'm just curious on how humanity would really act if that was to happen.
that'll be easy enough. The after effect is going to speak volumes.
Right. Yeah, that's after the fact.
You
Have
write
you
it
seen
out.
Dawn of the Dead
Like
2004?
you go, damn, y'all done went batshit freaking crazy.
Crazy,
Right.
right?
Full retard.
Yeah, you go
Have you
full
seen
blown
Dawn of the
retard.
Dead
Yeah.
2004?
100%.
Yeah.
I don't know. I find that's why I like talking about this. I'm into, okay, so you hear all these tough guys out there and you hear about the meek people, and so I just, who's gonna really survive?
The smartest. And that don't mean intellectually. That means the smartest at making decisions when it goes down.
Common sense.
Common sense. Thank you.
And that's why I'm not worried about other people. I'm worried about me and mine.
I'm not. It's just a thing. It's one of the things I like to think.
I'm not concerned about that. I'm not concerned about people.
I've already seen what people do.
Yes, it's yeah. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the ones I love and care about.
But like I said,
Period.
I'm not worried. I find it interesting.
Well, and I got you because I do that. Like if I go to town with the missus and I just sit there, I watch people walking in and out. I kind of, I do profiling,
Yeah,
Yep.
it's called people
That is
watching.
a profile, but
I call it people watching.
yeah. Well, yeah, but nowadays I think the correct term is profiling because if your feelings are hurt, then it's profiling.
That's right. I forgot about the woke people.
Yeah, you got to inject feelings into all this shit now.
Well,
But
I use the term profiling as a when I do my security assessment of an area, I profile.
Exactly.
I look at somebody and I profile them.
Exactly.
And,
It's kind of like reading a room. You
Yeah.
read
About
through it.
profiling, the
Yeah.
people that never bothered to open their eyes to pay attention to what was going around. Those are the victims. A victim doesn't profile. Otherwise, anybody in their right mind in this society we're in, going into a city or large environment of people, you want to pay attention to your surroundings.
Right.
Peripheral vision becomes rock solid.
Absolutely.
if I see a
amazing to watch people walk down the street with this in their face, and oblivious
driving.
or that too, right?
Oh man, and so profiling, right? So yeah, Zombie, you're back. Great. We've already auctioned off all your stuff.
Oh yeah.
You're now broken, penniless, Zombie.
And the truck will show up tomorrow.
But
I
you know,
thought
pay
that head
attention
of
to
hair you have,
what?
the head of hair,
Yeah,
the
what is
curly
that
locks,
behind
his curly locks.
you? What is curly
Hey.
locks? I don't know. Now, I guess they're auctioning off your hair now, zombie. I don't know.
PAEMT, that is exactly how we will close our road.
I mean, you see how the cartel is like easily shut down a road. You know, you
Yeah.
take a couple vehicles or an 18-wheeler, set it sideways, set it on fire, then cover
Yep.
it by fire. Cover it by fire.
That shit
One
since like
thing-
the Roman
One thing
days.
about blocking roadways is you also need to have a plan to move them roadblocks out of the way quickly, because
Right.
if a larger force moves in on you, you may have to bug out of your area. And I've heard guys talking about, oh, I got this big oak tree 6 foot across. I'm gonna drop. Well, then how you gonna move that tree pretty quick to get your own vehicle out of there if you need to? You know,
Right.
so your person's got to have a plan for all their plans.
Yeah, right.
gotta
Chainsaw,
tell you,
witches.
If I was in a situation to where I was fixing to have to haul ass, I would be the guy that stays behind to give the buffer for anybody else that give the headway, because
See, you sound like me, Rescue.
I just ain't running. I'll go down right here.
Yep. That's me, bruh. I'm like, nope, y'all go. I'll get y'all time to get out and get away.
Yeah, that running
Well,
and gun just ain't for me.
It's not a matter of any one of us personally running. It's a matter of most everybody besides me has other people to be concerned about. So there's going to be other people needing to get out quickly. So a plan is still needed, is my point.
Correct. Exactly, Mac. Yes.
Well, for
I'm
me,
not a
I would
runner
say
either.
even drop the trees. Don't have to worry about moving them, because if it came down to where you got to know they've come up from Houston, they're down from Dallas, they're merging, they're storming. Then yeah, we would hit the river and come out at the Gulf.
Yeah.
That'd be the easiest evac.
There's
again-
good. I wonder how the people that live down on the river here in Cincinnati, if shit like this was to go down, I wonder what they would do.
You better have a boat.
No, they're living on we call them river rats. They live,
Oh.
they have
Oh.
their own. That's how
If they were smart, they would unmoor it and then float on down to a more
Right.
stretch,
Right.
and then
Yeah,
moor
but-
back up somewhere.
The shanty boat thing's getting to be quite a popular thing in this country.
Dude,
Yep.
they're buying big old damn tanker even ships and transforming them into shit. I watched some dude, he bought, it was a smaller, like an old oil tanker. You know, it had all the storage tanks in it. He had it all
Yeah.
cleaned and cleaned out and shit, and then had it all remodeled into this like 5-bedroom, had a
Oh,
alley in it. It's just floating out there. And I'm like, well, that's cool, but if you can't move that shit, then really what's the point?
That's
Right.
it. Like I said, though, that whole situation, that's a big one. And that's just 9 days. Like we're talking.
I mean, 9 days and it's 9 days would destroy it. Would destroy this country if it
Wasn't
was.
that the name of that one movie with the vampires? Was that 9 days?
No, 28 days. Yeah,
30 days of night.
yeah, 30 days a night. That's it.
Yeah.
I just think that, man, if you did that on a global, like because there would be no internet, but there's no transactions, and people are so used to minute by minute interactions, and that would just
Right.
abrupt to a stop. And that's why I
Right.
said the biggest fear is going to be people, and they're going to freak out. I don't even care. Even you probably have met some people that'll go, no, man, and they'll freak out because
Right.
that's going to be a way of life that they have never seen. They're going to see people instinctively start reacting that they weren't thinking. Well, no, nobody in their right. This ain't their right mind. Ain't nothing about this in their right mind.
Yep.
A big old
They're
spoiled
gonna be dangerous.
be deprived from
They're
all.
gonna become dangerous.
Yep.
You know.
Grandma will become
Okay.
dangerous because she wants her toilet paper and she will kill you for it.
Well, one thing that nobody talks about, I tried to do a live stream on this a couple years ago with Missouri Survival, and you're already in a shit hit the fan situation. and then the mega hurricane, like what hit North Carolina down there, blows in right in the middle of it.
Oh, damn.
Right.
There is no emergency services coming to help you. There is no alerts going out that it's coming. You know, and just because the shit hit the fan doesn't mean nature's going to quit doing its thing.
Yep.
Right. You're absolutely right. That's a good one too.
Actually, if you did a global power outage like that and that happened, it would probably cause and trigger natural events because, see if I can make this make sense just in my head. You have 8 billion people on this planet. So there's at least, just say half. So 4 billion people on this planet are constantly moving and doing things, activities from all ranges, no matter what, working, shop, it don't make shit, but they're moving and they're doing. And all of a sudden that way of life stops. So the air intake, the movements, the businesses that are running that aren't going to run, everything goes deathly quiet. That might trigger actual natural events. Because
that might screw with Mother Earth, huh?
well, because we've grown accustomed to this natural cycle of storms and events, and that's why we have rain season, hurricane season, all this bullshit. But that's because we've been living and existing and producing things, and all of a sudden, all this everything stops. Because I get it, as a person, you're going to breathe, your heart's going to beat. But when you think about electrical activity, dude, that stops the world.
Right.
It comes to a grinding stop. That could have an impact. No factories working, no refineries pumping, no wells going, nothing happening.
Right. Exactly.
No billions of tons of steel rolling down highways.
You want to talk about going back to caveman time?
I don't think we'd go caveman, but I think we definitely resort back to like 1800s kind of
The
thing.
1800s. Yeah. Yep.
It would end up with a purge, dude.
It mixed in with some steampunk because we wouldn't have to reinvent
Yeah.
the wheel.
That's true.
We would just take the wheel and do something else with it.
Yeah, the Pandora's
This
box is
time
already
what you has control over the power.
and that was the thing too. Is go ahead, zombie.
It'd be called mutiny. You better understand what that word means. Mutiny. You know, you'd have battalions of certain individuals with certain weapons and stuff that would use that power to save their own lives, no matter what you think. If they have hordes of people coming at them and they feel like they're in danger, that's a hard thing to do, is unalive yourself. You know what I mean? So
And there's a good question there too. What about our standing military? When this power goes out, our standing military, our law enforcement, you know, all those groups, the National Guard, what are they going to do? I mean, yeah, they might try to do martial law. I think they would try to do martial law. They would have to, you know, just to respond to the social unrest.
Oh, I didn't think you could in the cities. Cities, you could establish martial law. You could announce that all you wanted to, but
try, right?
Work.
Because without power, you're going to be on emergency backup. So you're not going to be able to reach out to all these little patrol vehicles and shit. So they don't even want to send them into certain areas right now because they know they're going to get their ass smoked. They're not going to fix them to do it when we don't have any power at all. It'll be like, what's that movie where they all gathered back at the police station?
Yeah.
Whenever you went into these countries over there in the desert, and they would lose all their electricity and water and running power, then all of a sudden, people better understand the most powerful factions would take control of certain situations, even if they held it for a certain amount of time till somebody come along and disarmed them or something. But these factions of soldiers and civilians taking up arms, and they had everything. They had RPG, they had all of that. And they would take up these arms, and you had to go in there and extract these crazy fuckers after the soldiers left.
Yeah.
I can see that happening here too. Just roving bands of idiots and war bands and warlords, you know. Not to mention the amount of
or die.
It would just be a power shift.
It would be feudal. It would be like feudal Japan, warring factions, warring states. It would be crazy. Yeah.
Say you're
You're gonna
loyal
have
to the
people
Lord. Tell me
Go ahead,
your
Tom.
loyalty to me or die. That's what it'll be.
See, I wouldn't even
That's what-
bother with that, man. If you got to get somebody to swear it, then all I can say is you better watch your back, because all you did was make somebody do
Yeah.
something they didn't voluntarily want to do. So your timer's
Yep.
now, you just went and turned the timer on when they're fixing to stab you in the back.
That's true. That interpersonal warlord relationship. Everybody wants to be a warlord in your war band. You know.
I
you
think
have
what
that nowadays on job sites. I've seen that happen where one guy's the foreman, and you got 10 guys gunning for the foreman and his job, and they're going to the boss and stabbing him in the back. That's a passive version of it.
Yeah. I don't know that some of these, like, okay, so like the Bloods, Crips, all these little cliques that go down and operate the way they do right now, I think that half of them are going to go lose their shit.
Yeah.
They're used to operating in this environment. Well, you're fixing to change that environment. And not everybody has the capabilities of adapting to a new scenario. And the majority don't.
I
Most
think that
people
shit'll
don't
be
like
cut down
change.
real quick. You know, that gang, bang bullshit, that'll be cut down real quickly, like, you know. And I think that's what
I
it's
think
gonna
some would survive and some would thrive and some would actually start to gain and control power in areas.
Yeah,
And
these
start
stacked up places.
just so they can allocate the resources and shut down an area and go door to door. We've seen that happen in Kadrina, right?
Yep.
Yeah. We used to close down whole city blocks of cities over there in that little desert, and we would starve them completely out. No food, no water. And these guys, I'm gonna tell you, these guys were very resourceful. It would take us 3 months to clear some of them areas where they would hunker down in there, you know. And I can't imagine that inside this country, but it'll be even worse here. It'll be worse here. if it ever
Especially in your
happens.
cities, your urban sprawls.
Yeah.
Those people are used to tough times. These people are spoiled.
Yeah, good point.
Big difference.
Right.
Well, yeah, you cut off the internet, half the country's going to go ballistic.
You cut off the air conditioner, the other half's going to go ballistic.
There you go.
They'll start doing their own demise in their own houses just because they can't. They haven't talked to each other in the last 10 years because they've been staring at the internet.
Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Hey, you're my wife.
Yeah, can you imagine the stench? Oh my god. Ugh.
Yeah, that's it. That's just like I said. That's crazy. 9 days, and look at all the scenarios we brought up. They're probably not even scratching the surface.
My community I live in, we've already done categorized it in war and everything else. And our community says we've got 3 bridges that cross pretty good little things of water. And that's the only way outside of a helicopter that you're going to get into my community down in here. So that's the first thing we do is close the bridges down. We don't blow the bridges down, but we close the bridges. We got excavators, we got D7s, we got big heavy equipment. And believe me, you're not coming across into our little island. It's not a little island, it's a pretty good sized island. But you can't get in here without crossing 3 bridges. That's the only way in, no other roads.
Yeah, what about that? I mean, that's a good point too, right, Cal Derpula? How many people in the world are dependent on life-saving medications and things like that? I mean,
And machines.
machines to keep them alive, dialysis, CPAPs, oxygen machines, all kinds of stuff. Diabetes, you gotta have Yeah, you got to keep that stuff cool. How are you going to keep your
the mental effect that's going to take place in all these hospitals as these people die off, and in these nursing homes and these rehab centers where all these people get that treatment, start dying off. I'm going to be a little crude, sorry, but you're going to have millions of people dying off.
Right.
In the process, you're going to have millions of people emotionally reacting to those millions of people dying
Right.
away.
What I've done since late February, I was diagnosed as a type 1 diabetic because of the drug they was putting in me to treat my cancer, fried my pancreas. And the doses that they were giving me, there's a long-lasting shot, then there's another shot that I have to take 3 times a day with meals. And the doses that they prescribed to me told me I had to have to stay alive. I need less than a third of it, maybe close to a fourth. And I'm already hitting 3 months ahead on a supply. I have solar panels and a small, like one of them small refrigerators, like you get at Walmart. So
Yep.
I'm pretty sure as far that, because that's one of my big concerns. You know, I've advocated for years people need to get prepared for this and the insulin and all this. Well, now it's my problem, and that's my solution to it. And I think a lot of people take the medical system at their word. You got to do this much. You got to, and I took it upon myself to do it myself and started treating myself with what they gave me to treat myself with. And I was able to jump ahead. I talked to Mad Chat about it 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I'm like gaining quickly because I'm using just a fraction of what they told me I had to have to stay alive and be healthy.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if you have your own land and stuff like that, I would love to do this. Is create my own ice box, ice cellar.
Yeah.
Dig a hole, put ice in there, and it will stay cold in there forever.
Yeah. Amish around here have them and they last all summer.
Yep.
I know a guy, Professor,
Yeah.
that you can test that theory out.
Yep. Dig a hole, fill it with sawdust and ice. Boom.
I have the saws to cut ice and the ice tongs to carry the blocks.
Nice.
I do got a dark question for you, and for anybody that really, I'm kind of curious because, and this is going to sound kind of dark, sorry, but hey, we're having a conversation. I'm just asking questions,
Right.
I'm scared.
So, if you're on these medicines, the diabetes, the dialysis, or these, and if you really think that there is a power outage coming, like, are you really going to survive, or are you just postponing the inevitable? Because if you're actually having to rely on your manufactured medicine to sustain that life, then it's kind of like the bucket foods. You can store it to the ceiling, but still, the minute you open one, the timer's on the clock, because what happens when it runs out? So what happens?
For me, I dug in and started researching it, and there are natural remedies that'll work for insulin. And it's not as good as the pharmacy insulin. There's even videos out there, people making their own insulin at home. It's a very dangerous process because it should be done in a very sterile lab, and you can have bacteria issues and that. But I've started screenshotting and gathering information because I know at some point in time that insulin is going to run out. And any insulin I may find out there scavenging probably hasn't been refrigerated, so it's not going to be any good to me. So I do have to have a backup plan from a backup plan from a backup plan. That's my plan.
Right.
And
I won't just give up and die because there's not going to be any more insulin. So I might as well just go today as to go 2 years from now, because in 2 years, another window could open up in a 2 year time.
Well, no, that's not what I meant. Actually, you kind of you subvertly went where I was kind of hopefully would encourage people to go, and that's that you got to go natural.
I got cops out here. I got to check something out.
Oh shit! Bring us along. Let's see.
Hey, take your camera with you. Take your
Would you
camera
do
with
open
you.
a
We
box
got-
of donuts?
Bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Turmeric and
We
black
wanna
pepper.
see what-
Really mean in one of his things. So,
Three
Turmeric and
letters.
black pepper help lower blood sugars a natural way.
Right.
Ginger plus ginger, dried ginger is good for gut health, and a lot of health problems hinge off of your gut health. People don't know this.
That's
And
right.
parasite. Over 80% of Americans have parasites and don't even know it.
That's
So
right.
it's a good idea. If you can't afford a human grade ivermectin, go to the farm store and get you some ivermectin and do it, and you'll notice the difference in your health.
Parasite cleanse. You can buy the parasite cleanse kits.
Right. That's why I was saying if you can't afford that, just go to the farm store and buy some ivermectin and Fenbin. $40 and you got a month's supply. It takes about a good month to knock a dent in your parasites. I had parasites and didn't even know it. I didn't think I did, but I found out this winter I actually had parasites. And that also leads into the cancer thing. There's a lot of information out on the internet that tumors are caused from parasites. And I can't remember all the details because I got a memory about that long. I was going to say it's about as long as Zombie Sucker, but I'm not going to be mean to him tonight. I'm joking, Zombie.
Poor Zombie.
Hey,
But
I'll tell you, the thing about it is it's not only diabetics, it's people that have to go and have their dialysis.
Right.
It's going to be people. What I try to say is down here in the South, every year we've got a couple of good orange trees in the front. And I take those oranges and then I take a certain amount of them oranges and I let the oranges make me the miracle of antibiotic, which is, an antibiotic off of the orange tree.
Yeah, you can make. I made it. I made hydroxychloroquine one time with. You use lemon peels, grapefruit peels, or lemons and grapefruit. Boil that shit. It's bitter as hell. Oh my god, it's absolutely bitter, but it's hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah, and that green, dark green, blue-green mold that goes on an orange peel. I get them on a natural orange. I can go pick one where it ain't been sprayed with chemicals or nothing. That dark green, blue mold also acts exactly like a penicillin in some cases, and it means that you can put that in your wound. You can stir that up. It's going to have it's penicillin. It's going to give you the diarrhea if you're not careful with it. It's going to do that to you. But an orange peel down here is easy. But other things are like lemons and stuff. But that's one of the things. I make some every year. I change mine out. I keep it in the freezer. And then when I get oranges in, then I make another batch of it just in case, You get some infection, you get something on you, you get something. Then something, Ajax ain't gonna wash off. So that's why I have it, And
Shit, when I was a kid, my mom used to take, if we had cheese that had the mold on it, she would just go, "It's fine. It's just pre-penicillin. That's all."
Yeah.
Pre-penicillin.
exactly.
Same with the bread.
Yeah, it's fine.
well, the bread they're making now don't hardly mold at all.
Right?
I've noticed that.
It lasts for a lifetime.
Yeah, I've got a loaf out there in my car. It's been out there since the middle of February, and I looked at it a couple days ago when I went to do laundry, and there ain't a bit of mold on it.
It's probably dry and hard feeling just because the moisture goes out. No,
it was still squeezable.
I guess the propylene must still be flexible.
I was gonna say if it's all stale,
Plastic.
you got automatic croutons for your salad.
Yeah. Well, I've eliminated bread out of my life.
Yardbird.
Now it's like 12 grain, but as far as like regular bread, I won't even touch the toxic shit. It'll keep my sugars clean to the ceiling.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I make my own bread.
Dude, the missus
I
got
can't even eat
at
homemade
work
bread.
today.
It would have to be a pure wheat type thing with it. I don't know. I don't know all the words, but bread's my enemy as far as diabetes go.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the missus got hit with a little lunch party, and they had barbecue, and that sounded good, except it already had the sauce on it and stuff. Well, that sauce with some sugar-loaded sauce because it screwed her up. She was going, "Oh man, I felt so rough." I said, "Yeah, that's all that sugar in that sauce."
I hear the cops out there. The cop cars are chirping to themselves that they're still
3 letters. RPG.
For somebody, Are they on a manhunt? Oof.
Yeah, it looks like it. They've got one. I walked out to the living room and there's one sitting in front of our apartment. He had his spotlight on. Then sitting here in the back room, I look out the window and I see one down the street. They're looking for somebody.
They got
I'll
you
tell you what,
surrounded, man.
Y'all got some shit
it's
that
that
goes
kind
down in Ohio. I tell you, they definitely got something in the water up there.
It's that conversation we've been having. They got you surrounded, Wolf. You're the first one. Yeah.
No, I'm not. Nope.
Back on the diabetes thing, it's something I'm having to watch for is like foot injuries. A little sore on your foot can end up with a leg amputation.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Yeah.
hell yeah.
So
Yep.
I'm having to really watch my lifestyle and what I do, and I mean, instead of just leaving my Crocs on and going traipsing around in the woods, I'm got to put boots on so my feet are protected. And
Hey, Mac, also, if you can find raw beet juice,
Yeah.
drink it.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you know somebody who raises or grows beets,
Yeah, I know some Amish.
ask them if they make beet juice.
Okay.
Get it.
Is that
And
like
drink
I've
it.
also heard just niacin. Niacin helps with sugar with diabetes.
Yep.
I knew an old guy one time that told me that he liked almonds. Almonds was a way to keep his blood sugar down.
Yeah,
And
nuts
he
are
was
real
a
good for you.
diabetic.
Yeah,
Nuts
almonds
are
are.
Yeah.
I can't have them unless I were to grind it up, because your body, your stomach doesn't digest nuts as a whole. So like when you just crunch it up and it's got pieces, that's why you shit out a peanut just like you swallow it.
Yeah, you absorb oils out of it.
Break it down. And so I got to watch, because if it gets wedged in my intestines, it'll cause some kind of infection. It can cause a
Yeah.
rupture.
They got nut butters now. They got different things like nut
Yeah.
butters. They got almond nut butter, peanut butter. You know what I mean?
Just don't trust them unless it's from the Amish. The
Yeah.
Amish peanut
Sorry.
butter, I like, because they're not going to add shit. But all these other people, they just add shit so the shit don't go bad.
Yeah, that's what I tell people, because the only ingredients in good peanut butter is peanuts and peanut oil. That's it. That's the only ingredients.
I know, right?
So,
You got to have a list of shit like this. It's like mayonnaise. Egg whites.
yeah,
Why is there a list of shit?
Egg white lemon juice. Yeah.
yeah. Man, they put all kinds of stuff in
Popcorn
that.
has an
And
ingredient list. Make that make sense.
Yeah.
Popcorn. It's a freaking kernel that you're going to heat up and it's going to pop up into, but yet there's a list of ingredients on the label. Why? What did you do to the corn kernel?
I think boiled eggs is
Yeah.
probably one of the most diabetic friendly foods out there. I can sit down. I'm supposed to watch my calories because a certain amount of calories of protein can also cause a spike. But I can boil up a dozen eggs and sit down and eat a whole dozen eggs, and it doesn't hardly affect my blood sugars at all.
The
I have
incredible edible egg.
I have a monitor that I wear all the time now that tells me my blood sugar all the time, and if it gets over 250,
Right.
the alarm goes off. If it drops below 70, my alarm goes off. And
Oh,
Damn. Wow,
plus,
dude.
I've got the finger prick kits. I told them
Is
that
that
my other one messed. Huh?
That's what my wife has.
is
Hey,
your
dude.
box rechargeable?
Yes, yeah. But they only issue me two of the sensors a month, so it's not like a big supply of them, and insurance won't pay for me to have extras.
Is that adhesive just stick on there?
No, it's it comes loaded in a cup. It's actually like a waterproof cup. I save the cups for survival stuff, but it's spring loaded, and you push it up as tight as you can to your skin. Push the button, and it launches this thing up. It's got a little needle in it, just a little wire. It's a wire type needle. Yeah, but it shoves it all the way up in your skin, and then it's got a plastic, or not a plastic, a sticker thing like built around it, and it sticks to your skin. You got to rub it down and everything. It only lasts 15 days, and usually by the second week, mine's starting to peel loose. Right now, I've got boxing tape holding this one on, and it hasn't even been on a week, but it'll start peeling off. And when it starts peeling off, it messes up the monitor,
Oh,
and it's not getting a reading.
Wow.
But that's how I got I had a problem with my original finger prick one, and they issued me a new one, and so I got a whole bunch of extra strips and stuff to do my finger prick one, so I can at least still monitor it.
See, they told me I had a stroke. I was up in a bucket and just stroked out one day, and I had to do all this hard crap. And they told me I was borderline diabetic, and they started having me prick my finger all the time. And dude, I did that, and then I just got tired of it. I said, wait a minute. So I'm not doing this. You want me to take this medicine? I'm not taking the fucking medicine. And so I just stopped. And I'm not suggesting this by any means for anybody. I'm not a doctor, didn't sleep at Holiday Inn, don't play one on TV. I just said, but I'm just not a medicine guy. I said, man, I'm not. I stopped. I can't even begin to tell you how many foods. From that moment, I just said, nope, I'm not eating that no more. I can't begin to tell you the last time I've had a piece of fried chicken.
Yeah, a lot of it can be controlled with your diet, what you consume. And that's why I wasn't completely sold when they told me I was diabetic, because I'm 100% convinced now that the whole thing's just to make more money, give you more problems to make more money. And I started lowering my own doses and stuff like that. And I'm half convinced that my pancreas works part of the time. Because I'll have days that my numbers are just as level, and I'll only take like 3 cc's of insulin, when they was telling me I had to have 10 3 times a day and 30 of the other one once a day.
Oh,
I mean, that's a huge difference in the amount of insulin.
Well, that's because, see, if you hammer away at it, well, then you're going to become so dependent on it.
Yes.
Right. That you'll stop making insulin altogether.
Yep. And see, in 1997, they told me I had high blood pressure and wanted to put me on medicine. And I said, no, I'm still not on it today. And this whole time I've been in there, my blood pressure runs a little high. People might not believe that, but I'm a little high strung inside. And I've told them I had to get mad and tell them, I'm not getting on your medicine. This is normal for me. And they don't believe me.
Yep.
And once I get on that medicine, I have to have it the rest of my life.
I just had a friend that went into the doctor's office. The nurse took his blood pressure, because he always has this fluctuating. He's just got this weird internal body shit. So it's just, not everybody's a book.
Yeah.
Well, the nurse is like, oh my God, your blood pressure's so high. Well, the doctor will be in shortly. Well, he comes in a few minutes later, he's like, hey, so how are you doing? And he knows him because he's been going. So he's like, oh, I'm doing all right. Just come in for the checkup. You wanted me to come back for that. He said, yeah, well, they said you had high blood pressure. He takes it and no, his shit's down and normal. And he goes, yeah, I don't know. He goes, well, I wonder if they just typed it. He called the nurse in. She goes, no, it was that high. It's just, people fluctuate. People have different internals. That's why I think I've never really been big on the medical field. I'm cool with the
fuck them, man.
Yeah.
I've always
I had the same thing with like doing labs and shit. And they're like, oh my God, your cholesterol is through the roof. You're going to need statins. You're going to need you need to stop doing this, stop doing that. I was like, okay, what's the numbers? No, that's actually low. I need more cholesterol.
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, my endocrinologist tried to get me on cholesterol medicine. She said my cholesterol was high and prescribed me this Rasvasputen shit or something or another. And I got home and I told him I didn't want it. And she gave me like a 9. I can get 9 or 11 refills on it. And even though I said I wasn't going to take it, and I get home and forgot about it, and I seen that bottle when I was cleaning off my table in there. I was like, what is that? I looked at who prescribed it, and I looked up the medicine, and that cholesterol medicine will ruin your fucking kidneys and liver.
Yep.
And when I went back, I told him, I said, I done told you I'm not doing no more of this shit. I walked away from my cancer treatments and everything. I'm not doing none of it. My pancreas is apparently screwed up. And I didn't see what that comment said. I seen my name, but I've got kidney cancer. And why am I going to take stuff that's going to completely destroy possibly my kidney and my liver?
Hey, can I say something about
you request a replacement monitor, Mac, is what KP's asking.
Yeah, on this, I'd have to take it in and turn it in. But the sensors, I get 2 boxes a month, 2 sensors, and that's all I can get. They won't give extras or nothing like that. And they have that's a special order thing. They don't keep them in stock at the pharmacy. It has the prescription comes in and they keep, so now they keep 2 on stock for me at the end of the month. They'll come in. They don't even have them. If this one messed up today and I went up there Monday and said, hey, my sensor messed up, they'd have to order them for me to get another sensor and
So
get it approved through the insurance, the Medicaid.
See, that's crazy. You should be able to at least get a couple of extras just because the way it sticks on, you're going to sweat. Like, the humidity, it's just like, that's beyond your control.
This ought to be a prime example. Could you imagine? I think this is why nurses need raises. You see, it's because of patients like us. Could you imagine what they have to go through as nurses, to put up with us?
I'm totally convinced that most nurses are part of the program. That they parrot everything that the medical system says. And throughout this whole cancer treatment, I've had symptoms in November that was suggesting that I had blood sugar problems. I got real tired all the time. And I was telling Matt Chat about it. In November, I noticed a change in my health, and I was telling them about it. And them nurses don't listen. They don't put nothing in your notes. They're all part of that program. And I know some nurses.
A doctor's office ran by the
Mac.
of those nurses. That doctor doesn't run shit. He's told what the schedule is for the day. That
Exactly.
Yep.
Mac, does your blood sugar drop low?
Sometimes.
Do you have glucose?
Yes.
Okay.
And they're cheap. I had to buy a bottle myself because insurance wouldn't pay for it. And I found out that a bottle of that nasty toxic corn syrup for your pancakes, butter flavored, walnut butter flavored that you get from Walmart. I can take a couple little swigs of it, and it'll jump my numbers up 60, 70 points. I was starting to have a crash earlier this evening before I done the live stream with Prepping with Sarge. It dropped down to it got down 72. I mean, quick. It just went boom, started bottoming out. And I'd taken 4 cc's of insulin, but I only ate a couple pieces of chicken breast, which doesn't really affect my numbers a whole lot.
Right.
And I just happened to check it. I was on the phone and with Joe Morgan actually, and I was like, dude, my numbers just starting to bottom out. And I grabbed that syrup and a couple swigs, and it wasn't 10 minutes later, I was up to 160.
Okay.
Yeah, you told me about the glucose tablets a couple months ago, and I said something to the pharmacist about it, and they said, well, you have to buy that yourself. So it was like buck 75.
So email me your address. I'm going to send you some glucose gel. All you do is tear it open and suck it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, cake icing doesn't work that well. I just ate a whole can of it this week, and it doesn't hardly move my numbers at all. Get that?
Yeah.
Chocolate icing that you put on a cake doesn't hardly move my blood sugar at all.
That's probably bullshit sugar. It's not real sugar. Real sugar.
Right.
What about honey, Matt?
Oh,
I've got some honey. I hadn't tried it.
Oh, I bet honey.
A lot of people.
A teaspoon of honey.
I see a lot of people keep 100% orange juice inside their refrigerator for that reason.
Orange juice does pretty good, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
but I don't keep it around it because I don't need it very often, and most of the time it'd sit in there and go bad, or I'd be tempted to drink it, which I don't need to drink it either.
Right. Hey, Matt, KP said, what kind of sensor do you have, and does your doctor might have samples?
Dexcron 7, G7 or something like that. I'll ask the doctor if they have a sample, because I wouldn't mind having 1 or 2 at least for a backup, Yeah,
that's what I was thinking too. Is a good backup for you.
But
I'm kind of curious. So, what actually goes wrong with the sensor?
Most of the time it just peels loose. It peels loose and loses contact. I've had that happen a few times. I keep it taped on. It's like right now, it's less than a week old. And in fact, I changed it last Sunday. And by Tuesday, I had to cut little strips of that clear boxing tape, like you ship packages with, and put little strips around it. I've had to replace them once since then.
You think the 2-week kind of thing is because just the wear off of the adhesive?
I really don't know.
I don't know. Typically, unless it's like the signal, like they have a stored little capacitor
I think it's like that because the monitor tells me that I have 24 hours till I need to replace my sensor, and then it gives you an extra 12 after that 24 hours. Last 24 hours is up. So I think it is something like that where it's automatic, just shuts off. Maybe
Well,
the
'cause
battery in it or something.
we
The
store
Bluetooth.
energy in like a capacitor, and then we can use a device that will send a signal to it. And whenever that receiver gets the signal, it'll use the milliamp voltage to open the gate for the capacitor to release so much voltage. We use that with other things. We control different stuff that way. Because I was got the
Wait
thing is,
till
only 2 weeks. Like what wears out or dies off in 2 weeks, but it could be the storage capacity. And then because they are so small, you can't recharge that.
Yeah.
So it just becomes disposable.
Yeah.
it's like
And-
that
and-
oil change. It's like that oil change light on your dashboard when your oil light comes on in your light in your eye bulbs. Eventually, they're gonna have a little sensor in your eye that says, "Hey, change your oil." That's basically what it's going to be.
I have one in yours. Ain't nobody.
They
There
putting it in
They're
mine.
gonna turn.
in
Hey,
my
they,
body,
they,
water and food.
Mac, they are in the process of turning you into a cyborg, my boy, with your wireless bullshit.
No, sir, old man. No, sir, old man. Because I'm walking away from that system, and I say old man with respect. I do respect my elders. The food grade hydrogen peroxide. I did get me a gallon of it, and I do it to help alkaline my system.
Yeah.
And I know local people that have cured their cancer with these. They're apricot kernels. You take an apricot
Yeah.
seed, but it's got to be from the sour apricot. It can't be from a sweet apricot.
Correct.
And I'll check the messages when we're done, Mad.
Yeah.
But I got these. I take 5 a day. The active ingredient in it, they call it B17, but all it is cyanide. And you take 5 a day, and I guess it's really does a good job at killing cancer. And
It does.
the treatments had worked my tumors way down. The one on my kidney was the size of a peach a year ago. Today is a year since I had my back surgery, y'all. Today.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
About 3 hours ago, I come out of surgery a year ago. Yeah, that not to change the subject, but that surgeon, they stayed over. He kept his staff and everything over. They done their day's work on everybody else. They admitted me as an emergency, and they stayed over after their shift was done and done my surgery. I'm really thankful we have people like that in our system. But
Right on.
I got sidetracked now. I done forgot where I was going.
I'm gonna celebrate that. I'm gonna celebrate that moment with you, Mac. Congratulations.
Yes, indeed. Congratulations, Mac.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
yeah.
I remember like yesterday. I mean,
Yeah.
damn, it's been a year.
Same here. I just was thinking like a few months. I thought we were like 5-6 months ago. A year.
Right.
That's amazing. And y'all know that Mac has been doing this work to literally he took charge of the cancer. He said, "No, I'm taking you down. I'm taking you down." And shout out to you, Mac Skull. You did that shit.
Oh,
And brother, you can attest to where I live. And I was literally, by the time I went in for surgery, I was crawling out of this place.
Oh my
I
God.
couldn't even walk anymore. And I'm thankful God instilled that survivor mindset in me that I'm not going to give up.
amen.
And I give God the most credit, but I thank y'all many times, the people who was on panels back when that was going on, for supporting me and encouraging me and being here, because I had a lot of people that was throwing bad energy at me at the time too. And I'm Rescue and Mad Shad, y'all were the main ones on, and I thank both of you for being there to help
Right on,
hold a brother up.
You're always in my prayers, man. You're always in my prayers.
I appreciate it. I pray for all y'all too. I'm sure everybody was.
I'm gonna have to.
There you
I'm
go,
gonna
Mac.
have to go see a pig. I'm gonna have to see a pig get slaughtered just to get your image out of my damn mind now, Macabus. Damn.
Well, I was going to say a while ago, you're kind of a pig for not sharing that with me. What you're token on there.
I'll text you a joint.
There you go.
So, all right, 9 days, no power. Wow, let's talk about Vice.
Hey, real quick, I will throw in on this 9 days without power. So I will throw this out there, just some food for thought. So if this really were to happen, and since we're having this discussion, then you're going to connect this going, damn, it happened. I would suggest you take your rifle and you go find the nearest farm around you and you pop you a cow or two and go ahead and get you a good little stock of beef.
Yep.
You're gonna bring the pickup truck. You're gonna need a pickup truck. You go get a cow. You're gonna need a pickup truck and a strap.
You're gonna need a
all
lot of
shit.
water, a lot of work.
Hacksaw, a big hacksaw or a chainsaw. You're gonna
Or
need
saw
one.
saw.
You got
Or
9
sawzall.
days
Butcher
to
knife.
tackle a local tractor. You go get the tractor, you take some rope, you tie that bad boy up around its horns, and you lift them forks up, and you commence to gutting and cleaning and cutting and whittling.
Yep.
Oh, and if you have to, you lasso him, you lasso that cow, and you hook him to the back of your pickup truck alive, and you walk him down somewhere where you got some water to keep everything clean, and then you clip him in the head.
And then,
See?
damn, y'all some poachers. Good lord.
Logistics, man, logistics. That's all it
Yeah,
is.
logistics. Yeah, we're talking logistics, right?
9 days without power globally. I'm sorry. Everything is off the table. This is called fit of the fittest.
Come
And
here,
so
little cowie,
take your-
wowie, come with me.
I mean, you know, if I was that farmer though, if I was that rancher, and I seen you out there, you know,
No,
trying,
if there's an obstacle in my way, then maybe you need to just lay where you're standing. We'll just
you're not
stick
gonna see, you're not gonna see what happens.
You're not going to see what happens. Yeah.
Well,
It's just gonna happen.
one of my
I
One of
might
my
hit the
buddies-
cow first. I don't know. I might hit the cow first and then you.
I'm
I don't
just
know.
saying,
most of them,
you know,
most of these
come
farms,
here,
like down
little
here, you got the
cow.
pastures over
Come
here where
with
the actual
zombie.
ranchers, they live like 5 miles down the road over in their other big spot. So most
Well,
of you,
Yeah, but he might have a 50 cow.
yeah, and also
Right.
I've
What you're
been
going
wargaming this for 30 plus years. One of my plans for this kind of world, I live in the middle of farm country, cattle everywhere, is hiring out my security services to farmers. You know, I'll go out and I'll run shotgun on your herd for the night in exchange for a beef a year. And every night I'll go out and with my night vision and everything and monitor it and hopefully we're not the one I have to shoot vision or rescue, but that'll kind of be my job, I think.
Oh well, yeah, no, I get you, and I get how people get that, but I know around here, and like
Yeah.
I know layouts, I know where these farms are, and if you talk about that, what they're going to be focused on will not
Yeah.
be that 100 or 200 head that are out there. That concern's going to come.
Yeah.
That initial concern is going to be just
Yep.
like everybody else. It's going to be to pull their family in, start establishing a perimeter. Then it'll be like, okay, now that we've got security, we need to start looking at this. Well, by then you've done lost 10, 15 of them heads. So
That's true.
You know,
That's
that-
why that's
them
why
are
you said when
cowboys.
that's why you said when it initially happens, do it, because once a few days go by, they've built their infrastructure and moved their herds closer to home, whatever.
Yeah.
That's
And,
yeah.
it's a surprise
We've
attack.
been
You know,
dealing,
do that.
we've-
You know, you do
we've
that
been
shock and
dealing
awe
with-
to
we've
catch them off guard. Well, that's what you would be doing since you know that this is being talked about, and all of a sudden on that date, everything goes black. You know what's happening, so that's why I say, get source, get your food
we've
uh,
source
been
right.
dealing,
farmer
We've been
shows up
dealing
and
with
says,
that
"Hey Mac, I
cow
need to
problem.
hire you for security," and I'll say, "Well, I can start in 2 weeks. I got a cow I'm butchering."
we've been dealing with that cow poaching stuff inside this country for a good while now. And I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell you something. Cows don't come from the city, if you know what I mean. And Cowboys has been dealing with them little poachers and tribes and everything else for a long time inside this country. We know how to protect them their cows.
I can't be nice. I see cows in our city.
Yeah, but do you want to really eat them?
There's actually a lot of ranchers out there that have already thought of shit like this and have geared up for it.
Well, yeah, and it just I was thinking, and I guess so. Your land-
I mean, rescue! You done ignited all the ranchers, man. They're like, oh shit.
and you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do. Then that's all I can say. Because just put that in perspective. It's
Right.
You got a wife, you got a couple kids, whatever, grandkids, whatever. So you got this homestead, but you have you have 75 acres that's 15 miles away. And then you have maybe, I don't know, 120 acres over here that's 20 miles away. And you have these little herds that you cash, because this is cow life. You rotate this herd, you load up a few months, you take them over to this pasture, they graze. Don't want the land brutalized. So in a few months, well, this is, it's important, but it's not on the inner perimeter if that were to happen. Now, if a storm were to happen and just knock out power, okay, that's different. They'll approach it just like I've watched them for the last 4 decades. It'll just be their wives with the local shit. But that's what I'm saying. The impact will be all these, everything going dark. That will be the trigger for the panic. It won't be just the power outage. It's going to be the power out everywhere and the realization like, oh shit, this isn't a storm. Panic, fear. That herd that's sitting over there 20 miles, it'll come into play later after this dude processes what he has to process right now. Because see, the wife's not going to look at this as in, oh wow, how long are we going to be out of power? When's Chico going to get it back up? Are we going to be down for a week? Oh no, because this is going to be your shit don't work nowhere. Like nothing has any transactions in that. I think now that would be the time. So I'm not saying I would not after the first week, for the first 3 days. After the third day, I would not attempt it without really some serious recon, actually a stage type thing to where you have the skirts already under watch. If somebody were to kind of go in and kind of put some rope on this shit, run that rope to the wood line and start dragging that mofo to the wood line, I don't think I'd do any damn thing out in the open. 243.
As far as the power going out, a lot of the farmers around here, they have plenty of fuel on site, these fuel storage barrels and the PTO driven generator heads.
Yeah.
Like 25K and shit. So a lot of the farmers and stuff aren't actually going to be out of power.
Hell, my in-laws have one of them damn Generac things with a damn 1,500 gallon propane tank. So like their shit will be running. That shit don't go out to that barn and it don't go.
All right, take care of yourself, Wolfgang.
Take care, Wolfgang.
Better, Wolf.
You guys have a great
By the way,
day.
if you'll get them some extra dozen donuts, Wolf, then they probably won't beat on your door.
That's true.
They're just.
I'll have to do that. They're still. I don't know who the hell they're looking for. They're looking for somebody though. It's not me.
I'll be back. I got to go get more coffee.
Me too.
All right, you guys have a great night. I'll bullshit with you later. Peace.
Take care, Wolfgang.
Later, Wolf.
Later.
No, I just gonna say, don't be anybody that's listening. Don't become a refugee. Do not wade in the crowds of people trying to find this oasis out here in a wasteland. That's going to be deadly. If something happens and you find it suitable, stay put, and stay quiet and keep your head down, because they will be coming, the little poachers, the refugees, the herds of people,
The marauders.
Water, food. Yeah.
Dude, if you're in a city, a subdivision, community type thing, either if it goes dark, do like the old war shit, put the blanket over your head before you flick a lighter or do anything. Don't ever show any sign of light in your house.
Noise and light discipline must be adhered to.
That's why
PA. That's a good point. I mean, can you do that? I've butchered before. I haven't butchered to canning, but I mean, think about that. Like you said, you get this cow, and talk about the getting the cow is probably the easy part, right? What you do with it later is the hard part. Now you got to process it, and then you got to store it and keep it with no power, right? Canning it up, you start a fire, you run propane, whatever. Maybe you gotta, whatever. Now you gotta process it and store it and keep it.
The head, when you're butchering a cow, the head that comes off, that head, man, is heavy. It's heavy.
Yeah.
Look, I had one, and we slaughtered her, and she had little button horns coming out of her head. And it took every bit of power I could to come up with to set that head up on the tailgate of a truck and get it up in the bed of a
Right.
truck. It was heavy.
Check.
It was
Yeah,
heavy.
they can run around 100 pounds a piece on an average cow, and
Yeah.
a cow, a pig, a deer, any of this stuff can be broke down with a knife without a saw at all. Most people don't know that because they don't know it, and it takes practice to know where all them joints are, and there's certain lines in the meat that you know, and you can cut down this line, and there's a vertebrae where you can cut through, or a joint. You know, you can completely break down a whole beef or anything with a knife.
Well, then I'll say
Right
too that
on.
like
I mean-
so if this went down, this wouldn't be your grocery store butcher kind of practice. Wasn't what I was coming at. What I was coming at was you're going to go out here and you're going to like start whacking the legs off. Then you're going to start whacking the haunches off because you're just for bulk meat because it's a survival thing. This ain't
Right.
fixing. Let me grill some steaks and hey, we're going to have some potatoes and onions and steak tonight. No. This is just substance. This is survival shit. Was so. Yeah, you're going to
You don't have a saw. I mean, if you don't have a saw, I hate to say it, you better have a good sharp axe.
An axe or a cleaver.
Dude.
Yeah.
Like Matt's
And
saying,
that's why I
you
was
just got to
bringing up.
cut through those tendon lines and get down to that joint, and you'll cut through that cartilage with that knife.
That's why I was pointing that out because you can actually break one down quicker with a knife if you know what you're doing than you can with a saw or an axe. And time is of the essence if you're out there poaching. You're not wanting to be out there taking 50 swings with your axe to chop through one roast, you know, because the hock on a cow is that's a lot of meat and that's a lot of hacking with an axe to get through it all.
Yeah.
Well, and personally, I would say you'd go up because you're going to drop that cow on its side, and you're going to want to. If you can't get it out of there, and you're trying to do this shit in the open, then you're going to start cutting shit when it's laying on its side, and then pulling chunks off, using the hide that's on it to protect it as you're dragging it out of there. So you're going to actually be cutting through hide and all.
Yeah,
what I would see.
Yeah, and that hide's pretty thick, so you need a good knife to do all that. And you're not gonna. I mean, a good sharp axe, you could probably chop through a lot of hide, but it's a lot of work to break a cow down, even with axes and stuff like that.
It sure is. It sure
And
is.
splitting down. I mean, if you're going to do it like a professional, splitting the backbone, chainsaw works real good. I had a hog killing here years ago when I was on the survival forums, and Joe Fox from Viking Preparedness, he came. Zach Power from American Homestead, he was here, and this is back before they went Torah. And I was splitting the hog, and I fired up my steel chainsaw to split it, and they about had a freak out how unsanitary that was and everything. I ripped that hog right down the center of his spine.
Damn. Interesting. Yeah, I would be more the knife guy, you know, knife, meat cleaver, just start cutting off chunks of meat. That's how I do it.
Yeah.
Well,
that'd be a good quick way to do it. Just take chunks of meat.
You know,
I would say
You gotta have a way to
that
hog
wouldn't be
it,
your
too,
deer
you know.
camp thing. You wouldn't want to drag that back to like the place, your camp, whatever, and then actually hold this up, lights, getting out there doing it, because you got to just envision if everything is dark, you can take a Bic lighter and see that mofo for miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Or
everything
cigarette.
you do is going to radiate some kind of light source, and
Night vision.
man, it's like moths to the light. It's going to attract.
You know, and I'm gonna tell you nothing better than that's a good one to know too, is if you go out there in the middle of the field at night and you grab a cow, you better make it swift, because why? When that cow starts making cow noises and raising hell, that voice can be heard for a long way off.
Well, if you know,
They got
if
bulls.
You know,
They
if
got
you know
bulls.
right where to shoot
Yeah.
them up here in the forehead, you draw an X from the horns to the eyes, and you shoot right in the center of that X. You have to know. You have to learn this stuff to visualize where that X is, and there ain't no noise, there ain't no squalling, there ain't nothing. I've
you
killed
just gotta
hundreds of
drop
cows. I used to butcher
Yeah.
professionally. I got
Then you
videos
have
to
to
prove
go
that.
Corrections.
I got
Actually,
videos
Texas
on my channel.
used to stand over
Yeah.
the chute
Them
with a
old wounded
pickaxe and
cows.
forehead with their
Yeah.
neck with a pickaxe. And
Yeah.
all they do, they're literally standing there, and you're straddled them, and you take that pickaxe and you line up and you go, boom, And when you do, they literally just go limp and they go into that
Yep.
chute.
Yep.
You open the gates and pull them out. That'll be,
The only,
that'll be
the only time there's noise is if you miss that shot with your axe, your
Yeah.
pickaxe, or your gun, or whatever.
Yeah.
And you
They're
can be
like
off.
rocks.
You
They
can
got
be
that
off
magic
that
spell.
far. You can be off that far if you can see my hand, and
There's
not kill
probably
not kill that cow. I've seen cows get shot, drop, get drug into into the kill floor, and this happened to me. I was training the kid, and he shot the cow, and I was turned around at my table writing down the tag numbers and the farmer and all that, and I heard a noise and turned around, and that steer stood back up and started charging around that room.
Oh,
And
shit.
he was only that far off from
Oh,
the
shit.
center of that X.
Holy
there's
shit.
probably I know
That'll make
there's
you get
got to
somewhere.
be women and children out here somewhere in the interweb listening to some of this conversation going, oh my God, oh my God.
Well, I mean, that's what we do here. There shouldn't be any kids here. It's just not safe for kids. I've made that very clear.
Black
Even-
Widow,
but they do. They watch. Yeah. Wow. 9 days without power. There's a
So
lot.
now,
to
when
think
was
about.
this again? This is July or June?
July the 18th.
Now, is this like a
This is the great reset. Hi.
so this is kind of like a weave thing?
It's been propagated online as a hard reset kind of thing. I don't know the actual source. Zombie brought it up. Trent, I don't know if he's still here, but he did a whole live stream about it. I think
He ought to
Vision.
be here. He's when he got-
He's still there. Yeah, I think he's either sleeping or drinking coffee. I don't know what he's doing. What do you say, Trent? What say you, Trent? But yeah, there's it's that thing. It could be. This could happen. Right? I'm just going with it. Right? Just like kind of war game it. Just what happens. What do we do?
Better region, by the way. All cows live better. Pepper, Angus, all of them.
Hey man, that's how we evolved off the cow. Yeah, he said he was going to go make coffee.
Somebody
he said
said
food.
something earlier about their doctor told them that they needed to stay away from red meat. Dude, I was told that they went inside my stomach and removed I think it was like 9 polyps or whatever in my intestines. And then this doctor goes, well, you're not going to like this because I know I'm in Texas now and people in Texas don't like to hear this, but you don't need to eat red meat. And I went, really? So just like I went to bed one night and the next morning I woke up and all of a sudden I can't have a steak no more. That's interesting. Okay, thanks. I've never stopped having red meat. I don't even know where they come up with that bullshit.
Well, there is a disease you can get from tick bites that make you allergic to red meat.
I've heard
I
that,
heard of that. Yeah.
I know several people around here that have it.
and it actually all of a sudden they just have a reaction to it, or what?
Yeah, it about kills them.
Yeah, it makes you allergic, definitely sick, definitely allergic to. You go into like an anaphylactic shock kind of thing.
Oh, so if you get this, and then you were to eat spaghetti and it's got the meat in it, is that so? It's kind of like being allergic to peanuts and eating peanuts, and you all of a sudden you get
Yep.
oh, wow.
Yep.
See, I don't know.
anything red.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, so all right. I mean, I could visualize that, Ohio, and I've heard that too. We lose it's supposed to happen, right? Here we go. We lose gravity. We lose. How would I?
Told you that gravity wasn't real.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe we are actually on a flat Earth, and they just flipped the table over. Now we're
Well,
upside down.
There's a conspiracy. There's a conspiracy going around that it is the gravity's supposed to just quit working for so many minutes in August. But I read that was just an internet hoax.
I mean, I know it's not true, but I would start using 550 cord, dummy cord, and everything. I would have Velcro floors, and I'd have Velcro shoes. You know what I'm saying?
Life would end, dude. life would
He
end.
said
There would be no
Velcro
more oxygen.
floors.
Yeah.
No air to breathe.
Well, I mean, what's up? There's Trent. Everybody was asking about you.
I'm here, been here, went to go get more coffee. What the heck? Y'all
Because
gonna be on here all night.
it's our atmospheres. That's why they
There you
literally
go, zombie.
the oxygen dumbs down and the whole feeling of gravity starts to reduce. That's why we have our zero gravity sphere that we can go into. You take that gravity away, I don't even understand the concept, but it's the internet. So
So
I don't
you're
think-
saying that if gravity goes away, so does our oxygen?
oh dude, the world stops.
Yes.
Yeah, your blood flow and everything would mess up.
Everything like it's kind of like the whole global dark thing. Everything changes like if you
Yeah.
stop gravity, because that's our
I
three
mean,
axis.
yeah. We would start atrophy, right? Just like I'm thinking about like astronauts on NASA, space shuttle. They have to
All the
work
water
out constantly.
goes up. That's what keeps the water. And considering the planet is the majority water,
Yes.
all the water becomes the atmosphere.
Yes.
You lose
Because it comes
you
up
lose
all
air
over,
pressure.
fills the atmosphere.
You would start bleeding out of
You
your
lose air
eyes.
pressure.
Yeah.
You lose air
This-
pressure
this
and
is
your
the last-
blood
loss of
starts
gravity?
bleeding. Your blood starts bubbling.
Yeah, you got no oxygen, dude.
You would
Big,
implode.
ship, big,
mean, what
You
ship-
would
about-
implode.
big ships out in the Pacific would end up laying in fields in Ohio.
Yeah.
Or
Because gravity is
floating in the sky.
that
Okay.
the clouds are floating at a certain level at altitude because of the gravity compression throughout our whole
Okay.
Yeah.
So
you would
look
implode.
like- you
And
would
it all-
look
it
like
also, like-
freeze-dried bacon. That's what you would look like. Freeze-dried bacon.
Just don't eat me.
I'd rather have 9 days of no power.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's
So-
just a good camping trip.
Okay. All right.
I'm
So if
I'm
we-
I'm beginning now to think like Matt, like the professor here. I'm so ready for the apocalypse. Please,
Longest
just-
apocalypse ever.
yes, let's just get this thing on and get it popping.
You know,
I've
prepping
been
is
prepared
hard
since
work,
1984.
man. You know, when you do all this prepping for a long, long time and you're ready for that action and you're thinking, come on, because prepping's a lot of work, to maintain what you prep. You know
Just a
what I
way-
mean?
Right.
So let's go.
It's just a way
Get
of
it
life.
on.
Right, so it's a lifestyle.
I will say, and I've never meant it insultive or anything, but I've never, because I've always, since I got introduced to the prepping community kind of thing, and I don't mean this current version when I reference this, but it's just like a glorified Boy Scouts. It's like become an Eagle Scout. Get your shit together. Now how to conduct yourself, take care of your business, provide for yourself, learn how to do things with your hands. It sounds like growing up.
Cherokee, I have no
I've
idea
been-
what you're saying.
And I don't mean anything bad. So I wasn't like, that was never my thing. I never,
Right.
when the TV picked it up, that wasn't something I watched. But it's just been a way of life.
Yep. Same here.
I've been convinced for years that the average online prepper isn't going to make it through the apocalypse.
No, they're not.
there'd be a lot of commercialism kind of book learned, I guess is what I.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to call him out. Do you think that Canadian prepper will survive?
No. He don't have the skill set. You can store all of the goods you want. That doesn't mean you're going to survive if you don't have sense and a skill set. I mean, and more than just one skill set. So many people are like specialized. They're insects. A survivalist is going to have a whole multitude of skill sets.
Right. Jack of all trades kind of thing. Master of none, which is often better than the master of one.
Mm-hmm.
My great granddaddy lived in a house that didn't have electricity put in it till 1970s. It was over 200 years old. And the
Was it
thing about
200?
it is
Well,
he didn't need no internet. He didn't need no phone. He didn't need no electricity. And he raised 17 children in that house.
Damn.
You see.
I'm gonna agree with you and raise you. If our family can survive 200 years of slavery,
Exactly.
I can damn near survive anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Those were hard
We,
times.
Right.
we live
Well, we
live
built
in this
countries, man.
sissy ass world, don't we, Trent?
I've said
Exactly. And I'm with you. I mean, I'm 1, 2, 3 generations away from family that did not have electricity. The electricity wasn't freaking invented.
Yeah.
dude, the missus's grandmother got an air conditioner in her house like two years before she died at like 82 years old.
Both of my grandparents never had air conditioning in their house.
Yeah, she didn't want none of that shit, dude. She was old school stuff.
Yeah.
But see, that's there's this, and I've talked about it before. Down here, it's like I guess growing up, and it's just
What's up, Jason?
how you get instilled with this. Just it's like no matter where you go, you got all the little pictures and the stories, the wagon trains, the foundings. I'm not far from Nacogdoches, was the oldest town in Texas.
That's
And
my
you got
pipe.
stories, and you just it's like how to
Chicken leg.
understand the disconnect with where we're at today and people realizing the things that they're really capable of.
Right.
Like this country was built on people literally coming indebted servitudes to leave a country, hit a shore, work their debt off, load their shit up in a wagon, buy 2 mules, and take the hell off and join 5, 10, 50, 100 other families. Let's go see what the hell's over there, over those mountains.
Right.
There's
What's
Indians.
going on,
They're
Jason?
scalping us.
You know, yeah, we fought the battles, we did the things, and I get it. You know, there's people that think, oh man, we did treat the Indians. So, but man, the Indians treated themselves bad too. I mean, they were warring.
Oh, yeah.
That was no
That's true.
kumbaya moment that we interrupted, but
Yeah.
That's true.
we're here now, and families worked. I mean, you're talking about families that came down and plowed fields. They cut down the trees. They built these towns that we have, and yet it's like all of a sudden, oh, what are we going to do? How about you just nut up and break a sweat and put your hands on something and build something? I mean, do you need a roof over your head?
Yeah.
Hey, Macabus.
Put some,
Macabus, that's for you, Macabus, because you're gonna make me show my fucking age. And Trent, he knows what I mean. I had relatives, and most of everybody outside of the
hear
city
about
limits of
riding
any
dinosaurs
town,
and stuff in the rodeo.
and some of my relatives, they didn't have no fucking indoor bathroom.
Right.
They had a fucking outhouse. And I'm gonna
Outhouse.
tell you something. And if you thought you was gonna be smart ass and go out there somewhere and take a crap anywhere else besides that outhouse, then you got corrected on that. You know, the
Real
fact
quick.
of the matter is, some of the creepiest days of my young childhood was being at one of them relatives' houses and having to get up and go all the way out through that trail to the outhouse because it wasn't close to the house.
Yeah,
and
right.
it was just, you know,
But you didn't that's not where we hung out as kids. And all the previous generations, they didn't hang out in the these current last 2 generations have grown up in the houses. You have to push them out.
And if things go completely down, look how many of them's just going to go out and take a shit in the yard, and cholera and all kinds of other shit's going to break out because they're not not smart enough to go do it the right way, go dig a hole or have an outhouse or something like that. And 2, everybody's got this attitude of, you don't tell me what to do, I'll do what I want. And I mean, I can respect that to a point, but there has to be a certain sect of rules for a society to even stay alive. Because if you got people out here shitting everywhere, it gets in the water. I mean, it's just nasty.
Turn the whole
9 days of no electricity. You're at my location. My name is Caesar. Welcome to Rome.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
By the way,
You will meet the head of the guard, and he will do as directed with with you.
so
I
up in
think
Ohio, I
there
got
will
a
have to
question
be a
for you.
certain
You
level
guys
of
actually
instant
have
dictator.
septic tanks?
Oh, one at a time, please.
Sorry.
There'll have to be a certain level of instant dictator for people to stay alive.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you guys actually up there? Do y'all have like septic systems?
Yeah, I got septic.
So you just kind of got your little leach field out there in your tanks and just,
Yep.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I'm going to get my septic tank cleaned out.
Hey, I got a septic tank. Well, I'll say it. I got a septic tank that I run on, but I got an outhouse. You got to understand this. I got an outhouse that goes directly into the tank also. So if needed, no water required.
Right.
See,
Well, I've got it
So,
pretty nice to the outhouse people because I built a composting toilet. It's actually an old antique rocking chair that I cut the bottom off of, built a box for a throne, put it on there, got me a wooden toilet lid and seat, put it on there, and I put a 5-gallon bucket underneath of it from the bottom side and put a layer of sawdust in. Do your business. I don't use it to piss in because that just makes the bucket heavy and it makes it nastier. But
Right.
you do your business and you put another 6-inch layer of sawdust on there. There's no smell. I don't understand the scientific process, but there's a reaction that happens with that shit and that sawdust that it immediately starts breaking down the bacteria. That's why they call them composting toilets. And
Right.
then when it's full, I take it out and I used to dig holes and dump it in because a lot of people turn it into humanure. I'm not really into eating food that's grown in my own shit. But I got tired of digging holes and couldn't this year. And I've got an old cistern. Cisterns are just a deep hole in the ground and they case it with rock and then some kind of mortar to make it watertight.
Right.
And it had been a good cistern, and I pulled the top off of it this last year, and one side of it has started to collapse in, that mortar and some of the rock. So, and it's 14 foot down before I even hit water. It don't have that much water in it. So I started using it for like a septic tank. So that's where I dump my buckets at when they get almost full.
Yep.
Yeah. When I was a kid, my granddaddies and all them, they kept big bags of salt, is what I was gonna say. When you've got an outhouse and it's an open pit outhouse, then when you dig that hole, you make sure to sprinkle a lot of that salt around it before you move your house over that hole. And that keeps the insects down. And have bags of bagged lime.
Lime's very important.
Road salt around your house will keep the insects at bay to a point. You got to understand it does more than just sprinkle a little bit on your French fries.
Well, doesn't it also like, destroy the flora? Well, doesn't it also destroy the flora and the fauna? Salt the earth.
Yeah.
I mean, you ain't shit gonna grow there now. And it messes with the pH. You could
mess up in your septic system and it'll help eat the shit up. Helps breathe.
I've heard this before, like, take some raw meat and put it in your septic tank. Does that work?
I don't know.
I put Red X down one of the toilets every 6 months or 3 months to up the bacteria in the septic tank.
The enzymes that eat everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then every couple of years I have them come and clean it out.
I'm gonna do a video on me putting a septic system in. I got a little side business I do that with my excavator, and I'm gonna give a step-by-step on how to do that septic tank while we do it down south where we got a lot of water in the soil and everything.
Rabbit,
I thought it's a different system down here than it is in other places because we don't have all them overflow.
Hey, Rabbit Skull.
What'd Rabbit say?
Our elevation is low down here.
Hold on.
Yeah, the soil don't have no drainage to it, so it's a self-contained unit. It don't have field lines.
Water on his ass.
Oh, bidet.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there saying bidet. What the hell's a bidet?
That's what I was like, what's a bidet? You know, what are you talking about bidet? Oh, bidet. Okay. Shoot
Bidet.
water up your ass. No, thank you.
Yep.
A little apostrophe thing there. You're supposed to.
Well, and
Yeah,
that's another thing with the toilet paper. Toilet paper is going to run out. I've got enough to last me probably another 4 or 5 years. I use about a roll every 2 months. I'm very tactical about my wiping, but I don't think you have to wrap your hand 100 times to wipe your ass. Is what I'm saying.
That's true.
Man.
And
You know,
I wish
This is
somebody
the
would tell my
shittiest
daughters that.
conversation.
there's this,
if something like this happens, the toilet paper is going to be one of the first things to go, and people are going to have to adjust to using a sanitary rag to wash themselves after each mess, you know, to clean themselves up, and then to know to wash that rag out in a, you know, and not in your wash pan that you're going to be washing dishes in.
Facts.
Right, PA.
cloth
That's
diapers.
a lot.
And what you do is you do a 2-bowl system. You do the one where you're rinsing out all the main contaminants, and the next one you have bleach in. So that
Yeah.
way you go through it, you have bleach.
And there's
Because
recipes
it's not even
on.
shocking honest. When you think about it, that's what me and her talked about it. Our kids, I'm sorry, my son had cloth diapers that put on pinned and clipped.
Yep.
You know,
Right.
do the
I
diaper
remember
thing too much. Now it's everything is this diaper stuff, and it's like the toilet paper shortage. And it's like, look, hey man, and it's not a pretty thing, but see, that actually kind of thing is to me the dividing thing that's going to really start to shine in all these little spots with the shit where they hit the fan, because we become so spoiled we can't visualize a life without these things. Is what, and I just say that because I hear what some of these channels are talking, and you're just kind of like, man, you've really lost sight of how we kind of got to here. Like there was actually times when we worked according to the sunlight type shit.
Yep.
There was life. It built this place.
Yep. Sun up, sun down.
It's not working. And oh my God, what am I going to do? The ATM's not working. Oh my God, the grocery store, what do they do? It's like, really? So you self-sufficiency is so far out of reality. It sounds like sometimes it just kind of trips me out. Maybe that's how I piss people off, because I just say things that piss people off, because I can't connect to that. How do you not become at least a little bit self-sufficient? Like, did somebody wipe your ass your whole life? Like you never had to take care of yourself?
Wow. Coastal Cajun Prepper, man, he's getting what the fuck? Yeah.
It's a shitty topic. It really is.
Tennis ball size hell reported 15 miles up the road. Lightning
Wow.
constant. Cajun Prepper, I assume you're in Louisiana?
Mississippi Gulf Coast.
Oh,
Yeah.
MS Gulf. Okay, it's in the name. Yeah. Duh. Yep. Mississippi. Damn.
One thing that's really going to hurt our society is we became so clean, and the human body was actually designed to have good bacteria on your skin, and you can become too clean, especially when COVID happened and people started sanitizing.
Using
all
hand
this.
sand sanitizer. Yeah.
They
Get some
kill off
hand sanitizer. Get
a
your
lot of
hand
that bacteria.
sanitizer.
A lot of that bacteria that the human skin should have on it that protects you from things is
Yeah.
gone out from most people.
So
And
the
getting sick is going to be a big thing. I mean, people get sick and die immediately just from
correct.
little
This-
things like that.
And that's why to this day, the COO will never hand me a bottle of hand sanitizer, because the last time she did, we were in a truck, we were going somewhere, and I rolled down the window and threw the bottle out the truck. I said, don't you ever offer me hand sanitizer anymore, because it gets rid of the good bacteria that's on your hands.
Yep.
She got mad at me.
I have been in situations when I wanted to take a bath in hand sanitizer.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And I get it.
But yeah.
Since I've been
I
back here in
know.
the last 9 years, when I first came back, I didn't have anything set up, and I was having to go weeks without a shower. I didn't even have water to do a spit bath with. That's how tight things were when I first came back here. I was literally living off what was here,
Right.
and
Wow.
I can tell you a lot. It was I'm used to a rough life, and that was hard on me. And so I can just imagine other people that are just like overly clean, how it's going to affect them just mentally, that they're not going to be able to take a shower.
Yeah.
You
Yep.
can't hardly go to a camping trip and people by the end of a day of associating with everybody, not doing that much, maybe a little sweating, just, oh, I got to have a shower now,
Oh,
you know? And
yeah.
I go out here in the woods. Well, I used to, spend 2 or 3 weeks out there and wouldn't wash my ass hardly at all that whole 2 or 3 weeks.
Yep.
I will. I've used to be a professional hiker for the military, for the government, and months at a time out there, man, you get funky. And I suffered from road rash real bad, so I learned, go ahead. I would carry an extra shirt with me, like you'd have to have your whatever, and I would take that shirt and literally I would rip off like a band of it. By the end of the time, I had like a little half shirt going on. But you didn't get to see it because I had my jacket over it or whatever. But I would take that and I would use that, dip it in water, and just give myself a good scrub. Especially down there.
Yeah.
And just dig a hole, bury that damn thing. Right.
Yep.
Little things you had to do.
Man.
I mean, allegedly, folks is trying to do a bug out weekend, and they're asking, "Are there showers there?" I'm like, what?
I mean, some people brought their own privies and their own showers. It's pretty.
Yeah,
neat.
that's fine. That's cool, but still, I mean, come on.
We got to talk about some stank. That's what we got to talk about.
Swamp ass.
Stank.
Swamp ass.
Some stanky ass. Please go find some water. Go rub your ass in the dirt. Just do whatever you got to do.
I mean, dirt helps too. I mean, it does help. Dirt
Smoke from the campfire does a real good job.
Yep, a smoke bath. Yep. That takes down the funk.
Another issue is a lot of our water, like rivers and lakes, is contaminated. It has MRSA in it. Most people don't know this, and you can research it. Numerous people get MRSA from going into public water, whatever you want to call rivers and lakes and stuff like that, and swimming. And I mean, that's a serious thing. MRSA don't clear up real easy.
No.
MRSA, and then there's the protoplasm, protozoids. Yeah.
Something happened, and all them dead animals and stuff get inside them riverways. Man, you're talking about toxic.
Damn, OVP says he's going to put on a tactical wiping class the next bug out week.
Yeah, well,
I will not be attending that.
That's why there's not a next bug out.
Right.
I don't have a real large ass, but I use 2 leaves of paper with each wipe, and I'll wipe. I take the 2 leaves, fold it in half to give it some thickness, so I'm not poking my finger through it, type thing. And I'll wipe, fold it in half, and do it tactically. Wipe again. Same thing. Now, if you got big ass cheeks, it's harder on you because you end up with shit all over your ass cheeks, I'm sure. But I don't have that big of an ass, and when I sit down, I make sure one cheek's over here on this side hung up pretty good, and one cheek's over here hung up pretty good, so they kind of spread apart. That way, when I shit, it's not getting all over the rest of my body.
Damn, that had to go after Zombie like that and call him out for his fat ass and stuff. That's
tactic,
hard.
Same fucking tactic. You get 2 sheets, you push them down over your fingers like that there.
God.
You wipe your ass with your
Okay.
fingers.
Hold on. Hey, hold on. We gotta instill some coofness here. We're getting a little uncouth.
The toilet paper ain't for your ass; it's for your fingers.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that's too much.
I'm
Okay, just so we
enough
know,
I don't end up
timestamp
with
this
anything on my fingers when I'm done.
Timestamp. This is 12:22
Damn it.
Central Time.
119.
Zombie just actually went so far that Shad had to call the etiquette flag on the call. That was
Yeah, flag on the play.
Completely
Hey, Zombie.
fucking shitty. That's where
Hey,
it went.
Zombie, you get the award tonight.
Oh yeah.
107%.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, yeah, sure. What about just absolutely just? Okay, we're going to talk about pooping, right? For millions of years,
Do we have to?
well, I'm going to talk about toilets versus the Asian squat, right? The Asian
Dig
squat,
a hole and squat over it.
yeah, you squat as low as you can get, and that's how you do your business, right? And it usually everything it's very
Just lay it
clean.
out on the ground.
Well, you dig a hole, right? You dig a hole, and there you go. It's in there. But
Well, you
you know,
gotta say,
we
though, Chad, isn't that the natural way? Like
yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean,
It
like
is.
yeah, it's like what we used to do.
When you're
And-
squatted like that, it takes less stress off like getting an aneurysm. It puts your
Exactly.
body in a spot that helps force that out on its own.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes, it's called gravity.
And the bending of your colon and intestines, and
Correct.
it's designed to push it out.
Yeah, like
Hey, just go down.
when we went overseas and all we seen was like just a hole in the ground and like literally two pads where you put your feet. That was it. I'm like, where's the seat? I was like, no, we don't seat. There's no seating. There's no sitting. We squat. I was like, really? Yeah. There's no need for a chair. There's no need for a throne. But we're so used to that.
that was always camping back in the day. You go
Right.
out, you find your little spot, you take your little you fold it up, you dig your little spot, you kind of look around, and it's like, yep, okay, I'm out tucked away, and then you squat over your little shithole and you take care of your business. You have your little toilet paper stuck up on the nearest little limb poking out.
Yeah, I was taught
there,
grab the
right over
tree
the
and
top.
squat as low as you can get
That's
your
it.
feet out as far away as possible so you don't get it on you.
And see, isn't that ironic? Because you say that now, and people are like, "Oh my God, we have literally freaking cities that let people shit on the sidewalk." And yet
Yep.
people
Yeah.
go shit in the woods when you're camping.
Well, you asked earlier if Canadian Prepper would survive, and most channels will not go this deep into a shit hit the fan apocalypse scenario. And these are actually issues that will kill lots of people off if people don't smarten up and do it the right
That's
way
right.
when it happens.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you, Mac. And it's because of the great panel and great chat. I just get inspired and I ask the questions.
Well, I'll apologize for everybody now. I'm sorry, y'all, that we had to talk about 9 days of no power because that just did it all right there.
I mean, you did a whole live stream on it, so I mean, I think it's very apropos.
I did, and you're right.
Well, so can I? Okay, I'm going to ask a question, and if this is like some revealing some top secret shit, then that's fine. Just go nope. But so if you looking at your map, like do most people like what's the distance from the next like major clump of people from where you're at? Like, do people have distance, or are they kind of like 5 miles away and there's like this large group, 100,000 people city type shit?
Population density.
I'm 2 hours from any city of any size.
I'm 20 minutes away from a county that has about 1.2 million people.
Yeah, I'm surrounded by maybe 120 million people.
Yeah.
I got about 500. I got about 550,000 on each side of me, but I'm kind of off, not in the middle.
Yeah. I'm 20 minutes away from the largest city in the state.
That's so. Would you say 1.5 million for the county?
1.5 million people in the county.
Wow.
That's
Yeah,
just like-
Ohio's got some amazing
We do.
Up north. It's the population density is so like
Yep.
just
Same.
on top of each other.
Yep. Central Ohio and northeast Ohio is dense. I'm talking dense population.
Like it's suburb. You got city and then suburb. Like that goes on forever. Now
Right.
the really cool thing about it though is that the suburbs and the metro parks are kind of merged in together.
Yeah.
So there's some wild areas in between those
In
suburbs.
between.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but I was just kind of curious because, like, if you figure people start panicking, then it won't take long before they expand their boundaries because they're just, a frenzy level. Like here, normally it's going to extend out here just because it's now a frenzy. And so I'm kind of just wondering if anybody's in the overlap. Because, see, like for me, I mean, yeah, technically I'm.
What'd she say? Please,
I'm 4 hours from Dallas, and
please
it's
don't tell us you're off camera. Raw. Oh no, I'm full head to toe. I got on hoodies. I got on hats. Yeah.
That's Ashley. Yeah.
Sorry, Aspentein. I allegedly I'm about 10 steps away from some of the best freeze dried treats ever made in the history of the world,
Oh,
and I could go get a bag. And thank you.
I gotta say, it's a bigger understanding now looking at the distance everybody has. Because y'all, I'm liking that. I don't see or experience what you guys would. Because that would probably.
Yeah,
I can within 10 to 15 minutes, I can be out in the middle of nowhere. It's kind
Right.
of crazy.
and it is because you go 20 minutes, like where I'm at. I'm in the middle of nowhere.
Mhm.
I live in a village.
My county
Sure.
has between 3,000 and 4,000. It's a population density of 8. It's approximately like close to 50 by 50, probably 40 by 40, something like that, north to south, east to west. There's not many people here, and the surrounding counties get a
Yes,
little
ma'am,
bit
I
bigger.
do.
The surrounding counties get a little bit bigger, but they're not much bigger than ours.
I'm saving them for the apocalypse. I got to have something to smile about.
That's right. Some moral,
Some
morale
morale treats. Yes.
boosters. Yeah, gotta have
Yes.
some morale boosters.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
I got a little stash of those freeze dried Tootsie Rolls. My favorite. Those are my favorite.
Allegedly, there's a big box of them stashed somewhere here. Allegedly,
Oh man.
a huge box. I mean, I'm talking a huge box.
Welcome down in Texas if you ever need to come.
Thank you. I
Last
appreciate
time we
that
had
rescue.
When Hurricane Katrina came through here, I was in New Orleans at the time, and the thing is the only way to get to the north end of the state from New Orleans is by a bridge. And there's a bridge down there that's about 4 miles long, and then there's a Pontchartrain Bridge, and then there's an I-10 bridge way over on the east side of the Orleans output out of the East Bank.
That's what happens when you go down 10 over there. You do this. It's the
Ohio.
You gotta have
Right.
there's a 500,000 plus people down there in that city that have no access to hard ground United States other than a bridge. They
What was
can't-
that?
it's-
Topographical.
Oh,
Yeah.
what?
And
Okay.
I lived right on the north edge of one of the corridors, but I'm far enough off the corridors to where
I will
they're
ask
not going
Team.
to come out in the wetlands. They'll continue north up through Baton Rouge and on up
I have
into
a question,
Arkansas.
Matt, whenever the floor opens.
Morale boosters next time you have. Yeah, I sure will. I sure will, Aston Team. Limited edition bags, of course.
Go ahead, Mac. You had something to say?
All right, 9 days in. How long do y'all think it'll be before? Okay, some people are going to get the idea rolling that winter's coming. We don't have a way to keep warm. The food's running out. We need to move south to warmer climates, and there'll start being a mass migration, I think. But how long after the 9 days do you think it'll be before, like, bunches of people start migrating on foot? Maybe some cars,
Well,
but on foot.
the
I
thing
think
about it
the
is,
first state that starts coming online is what's going to act like a bug light and start attracting the moth. They'll just start migrating to
Yeah.
it. So
Well, what
whichever
if
city start firing up, they'll start attracting.
What if it has devolved so far that after the 9 days they can't bring it back?
Well, some areas they will, just because, you can, like, if that looks something serious, you could actually have people that could physically go and actually work on that computer and get it up, because you do have everyday technicians that live in all these areas that no head end experience. So, you know, they're not gonna. You're gonna only sit back and do the righteous thing for a little while before you kind of go, okay, the cat's out the bag, shit's done hit the fan. It's time to take things under control. And then the local little, and I'm just kind of going. I will say this, because if this doesn't fit where you live, then I get that. I'm just coming from my perspective down here and knowing the layout and the way.
I'm not moving. I'm not migrating nowhere.
At that station,
Whenever-
that station would be coming online. If this looked like this was something globally and that it was being intentional, then arms would literally have all kinds of 7 max and 240.
Here's my thing. So if it's not coming back, then that means you got no income unless you're doing, you know, other stuff other than a job, and fuel is going to be limited. So then, like you said, people start walking. I'm not walking nowhere other than to do perimeter security checks and all that. I'm staying put.
Right. Yeah, I'm not.
I have no
I'm not
intention.
directing that directly at anybody on the panel because I'm not going anywhere either. But
Yeah.
especially with winter coming on, I'm in a cold state, but y'all are in a really cold state.
Yeah.
And say about September, October, the fall nights are coming on. People are getting cold, and somebody's going to start thinking we don't have a way to stay warm this winter, and not everybody's got the grit to stay. And
Right.
a lot of people are going to start migrating south, try to get south before the zero weather hits. you
Right.
know? So how long after?
Well, I'm
That-
kind of
that-
curious
that-
because what would be the fuel like, though, Max? So then,
Well,
how
well,
many of them would actually be physically able to start hiking? Because that might
Yeah. I don't, I
Right.
think folks would rather stay in place and die rather than try to leave the state.
I mean, given
well,
the
if they don't have anything there and the food is run out, there's always going to be somebody. Well, I heard they're growing corn in Arkansas, or pick your state, and
It
people
would take. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Mac, and you're right. There are going to be those that will do that, but from up north, up here,
yeah, I'll consider that astatine.
what's she say?
They closed during Katrina when they closed
Well, hold on.
the electricity.
I didn't mean to interrupt Vision. He had a point he was making. If you don't mind, Zombie. I
No,
interrupted because Astatine asked me a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, real quick, my point is, I don't think a lot of people will be migrating north to south, especially if you have to go through like 3 or 4 states to get to a warm state. That's not going to happen. I don't think a lot of people don't have that fortitude to do it and survive it.
I think there'll be some that out of desperation that'll try it.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And some may make it, some may die on the way.
See, that'll be the after effect, I think, and that's what would be. Yeah, there's always going to be the rare patches that'll do it, but what
Yeah.
I can foresee is so you have this happen and you have these starts out as mass migration. Like, oh my God, well, we need to try to go from Chicago down to Bentonville because they got stuff in Bentonville. Well, people will start that journey, but they physically can't make it. So they start dropping.
Yeah.
And as they drop,
Right.
And the highwayman will emerge.
Yes.
That's what
Then
I'm saying.
now
about-
you got the Book of Eli scenario, where it's much dangerous out there on the road.
Okay,
yeah,
so
don't become a
this-
refugee. Is what I was saying. Don't become that refugee.
right. So you got your community set up and you've started to survive, and this mass herd of people starts coming through, or in small groups, whatever. Are you going to, and you can, people are a resource, in my opinion. And I don't mean that in a bad way to use people, but
Right.
many hands make light work, and there's going to be a lot of things needing done. And
Nope.
are you going to bring people in of skill sets?
Nope.
Are you going to open your
Absolutely
community up?
not. I trust nobody that I don't know. Plain and
I was
simple.
gonna
At that
say-
point of the game, if I haven't known you for at least a year before this mess went down, you got no access to nothing. Keep it moving or die where you stand.
So I'm good to go.
There were
Oh,
there
yeah.
were people in
You make it up here, bruh. I got a spot for you.
Hell yeah.
It's
Same
real.
here,
Yeah.
brother.
It's
Same
Yeah.
here. If any of
it's
y'all
real.
come here to where I'm at, I almost said
Exactly.
the name, but most of y'all
Right.
already know where I'm at. So I'm
Right.
trying to keep
You,
my location private at the moment because people are trying to find me.
I
Even
feel you.
But that's a real fact what you're saying. But what I'm gonna say to you is during Katrina, we actually had people, private people, that were shutting down bridges and stuff out of Orleans Parish to other people trying to flee out of the country, and they were shooting at them. There were some people that lost their lives, and there were several people that got injured by other people telling them that's as far as you're going. You're not coming across this bridge. You can find another way. They was turning them back.
Right.
Yeah,
See,
New Orleans
so
is just a southern style of Chicago.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Right.
when the National Guard the
Damn.
National Guard had to come in. We, at the time I was doing that, we had to go in and take order over some of that shit because there was actually people that were already at that point within days of that disaster, there was people that were already out here willing to shoot you down in the street, take your money, take your car, take your jewelry, take your everything, and leave you dead right there in that street. Because I know I was part of the group that went down there and removed some of them corpses. And it wasn't
Right.
nothing. It wasn't everybody drowned in the flood. Everybody
I get it.
died
Oh, I
in the
know that
storm.
firsthand too. You're right.
Yeah.
That would be the effect that comes a couple of months after this of maintaining the darkness, because see, the trigger event on like Katrina was the damage and then the evacuation of any kind of community. It was destroyed. So things, people saw things, they were removed and their whole lives turned in the blink. So
Right.
it was a reactive type response. If you have just a flick of a switch and everything goes dark, you're not going to have that same reactive right out the gate, because there'll be different layers of processing throughout the country as people start to go, holy shit, this is everywhere. Wait, this is it. We can, and as they can't do what they're used to doing and that realization comes, that's when that wave starts to come in pockets, is what I think anyway,
Yeah.
because it's
Yep.
just,
It'd
if
be
you
a
don't have
panic.
an event that triggers it, that gets that response out of people just universally, then you're going to have it left up to interpretation. Well, it's going to, like me, I'm not going to freak out too bad.
No.
My only freak out part will be on the reaction of people around me. As
Correct.
far as what people of isn't going to, I'm just, hey man, I got food. I'm good. We got power. I got to start a fire out there. We'll just sit around the fire at night until we get tired and we go to sleep. And then we wake up when the
Right.
sun comes.
It'll be calculating. It'll be very calculating from the time of inception. And when it happens, you're going to have groups of individuals out here in your communities already done trying to figure out what's the police doing.
Oh,
What are the
by the
people
way, when
doing?
did you say this
Where,
was? June?
you know,
July.
July
July.
18th.
Okay, so then you're going to actually have the summer heats
Yep.
that are going to.
yeah,
So what you'll have is you'll have people that will literally be stroking out because they can't handle the humidity and the
Correct.
heat.
yeah.
Circulation.
Correct.
That calculating factors in there though means people are going to start calculating what they need to do, when they need to do it, how they need to do it, and they're going to come up with their plans. And some of them's plans is not going to be so good. You see, so the fact of the matter is you know, it could be anything. Stay away from people if you got opportunity to just kind of hunker down and see see how hot it's going to be before you decide to venture out in it. You
Right.
know,
And that's why I
and
say I
don't.
trust nobody. I trust nobody that I don't know or have not known for a couple of years. I got nothing for you. Keep it moving or die where you stand. Plain and simple.
Exactly.
Because I'm not
Exactly.
putting not only my family, but the others that are there in that possible jeopardy. I'm not doing it. You
A
know
lot of people,
what the
a lot of people, Trent, they don't have the discipline to do that. Which
right,
means that if you come to me
Professor? Would you quit?
if
Right,
I put,
zombie.
I'm making a drink.
warning signs, all the signs are there that says, hey, don't go up here, don't
Skull.
mess around, keep out. All the warning signs are there. If you continue walking at that point, I'm going to drop you on the ground and put you in a hole.
That's
That's
it.
all it's going to be.
That's
Don't
right.
touch me.
So
I can see around here that if that were to go down originally, it'll be the blockade thing. It will be like, hey, we got to watch for them damn people come up out of Houston or some shit or over there by the Conroe, the city. And so
Right.
we're going to just start blocking stuff. But I will say, as the days go by, you're going to have to watch the internal structure because it ain't going to be as smooth. And this is going to sound bad. And I'm not targeting nobody specific. So don't
Right.
get all in your, but all this mag
I'm
talk
taking
and
it
group
personal already.
a lot whenever the shit. I've just watched this in different avenues, from the first responder realm to even a prison realm to people. When certain levels of shit hits the fan, they react different. They talk a good game, man. You think that dude, man, check it out. He's got the shit. He knows all the move. But then the real shit happens, and all of a sudden there's a freeze and there's a change in personality. I've watched it here on YouTube. I've watched people sit here and talk about all righteousness with this, that, and the other, and then turn around and do a 180 and completely say the complete opposite. And what really got me when I see this is nobody ever says a word. So then it's like, well, what does that do all the way down the food chain? You got crooked politicians and you got people that take power. What happens in your group of 20 people when that one person that everybody looks at it first because it's this initial like, hey, so what are we going to do? Well, then as it starts to settle, well, now the personalities will start to come out. And it's like, well, we don't really need you running shit. Look, things are smoother, and they'll just, I don't know. Personalities, man. People are fucked up right now. Pardon the.
Well, that's true, and that's why you got to know that you know that you know.
Yeah.
Like this dude drinking out of that tall black whatever it is. See, I know for a fact I can put my life and my family's life in his hands, and if for whatever reason I am not here nor around, he's going to do what needs to be done.
Yeah.
Well, and not like I said, I wasn't targeting nobody.
Oh no, I know.
I've seen,
you got
I've seen people run up on
good point.
You got an excellent point.
Somebody's chest, and like we've been going through vehicle extraction for months. Exercises, man, fast as shit as ever. This dude goes up to the door and sees that, and all of a sudden your jaws are frozen and you're kind of going, hey man, what? And they're just, because now there's a realization. Like
Right.
Exercise. It's kind of like all the pew exercise. That's a paper target. What is the reaction when all of a sudden there's shit?
You see your body. Right.
You're at the two-way range. Yeah.
So that's I'm not trying to be like negative. It's just, but there's
No, you're right. You're right.
And I agree with you, Rescue, 1,000%. I mean, I have been exposed to everything. Okay, my brother was a medic, a lieutenant on the fire department, and I did ride-alongs with him, and I'm talking seeing torched bodies burnt up in cars, people's heads blown off. Split open from the throat to the stomach. So, but you're right.
I ate my lunch on a dead body.
Right. Somebody that's never experienced that is going to freak out.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, in prison, I've sat there. There's been guys that it's like everybody's talking a good thing, and even throwing dukes.
Right.
Catch the square down in the yard, but then all of a sudden, that third row, there's that dude that just got his shit done right here that just became a spurter, and man, all of a sudden the visual of the spurters, and next thing you know, you got people over the rail that are just hurtling, and it's like, oh my
right,
kind of like it's there's just because there's, especially I would think, and maybe it's because some of you here is everybody's so movie orientated, so they figure that, oh no, it's like, man, reality, it's like, oh, I'm going to do this, or man, if that. Dude, do you know what a burning body smells like?
Oh, yes, I do. Yes.
People talk a good game, and then all of a sudden there's that moment, and it's like, you weren't prepared for that, were you? And it's like, you can't really explain this.
So the worst thing I've ever seen was a guy that was in a traffic accident, and he was decapitated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And seeing the blood dripping out from the door, and the door is closed.
Yeah.
A lot of blood. Yeah, a lot of blood. Mine involves a child, a dead one. That got me. Burnt dead child.
It's just
But
Yeah.
the thing is, yeah, like you think about that psychological shock and awe
Yep.
that society is going to go through. It's going to turn a lot of people into I don't know, many things. You're going to, some people, for the most, if they continue to go through it, you will get desensitized to it,
Right.
and you will
Yeah.
carry on and find a way to
What's the
make your
outcome
way
of
through
that
it.
shit? What's the
But
outcome?
there's also the other side where they become bloodlusts and they become basically psychopaths. Like, oh,
Right.
I like death. That kind of shit.
I mean, there's I know out of my five children, 3 of them will literally lose it if they see any type of gore. I know that for a fact.
I mean, and you got to safeguard the kids.
And that's why you got to safeguard the babies, the kids that are involved or the kids that are there during this type of event. You got to.
My kids
That's
would be
right.
okay. Tell my son does law enforcement shit right now. So
Oh yeah, my son would be the one that's like, he would be the first one to pull the trigger. He's like, nah, you can't. Then he'd be like, okay, Dad, what do you want me to do?
actually, see, that would be my daughter would be the first one because she's actually my tomboy. She's the one that just hums shit right out. She gets triggered in the moment, but when she gets pissed, she just goes out.
Yeah, and my oldest daughter's the same way, and she ain't but 5'2", but she'll rain hell down on you.
Matter of fact, I pointed out that video of that lady when she comes out
Yes.
that gas station from that dude that just beat her down,
Yeah,
killed her right there. I told my daughter, I pulled her in here and I said, look at this. I said, you know what I thought of when I first saw that video is I said, I could see that being you. Because somebody jacks with your car, you're going out that door to confront them. And I said, you need to start rethinking things.
that's right.
Survey, because I get it. You're used to reacting. You're a badass. And she will. She'll throw dukes. I'll give her that. But
Yeah,
she's tied it up with both my sons and other people. Shit, that's, yeah. So,
But there's a lot of people in America that react that same way if somebody's messing with their car, and then they get the shit knocked out of them, and they completely fold up because they went out there thinking their loud voice and their flailing of arms was going to scare somebody away, and I said so, and it doesn't really work that way in real life.
nope.
I think a lot of our society, the general sheep, as you would call them, are that way. They're just shit talk.
So
Yeah.
imagine 9 days without power, rule without law. Everybody's stressed out. People are fighting. People are fighting at the drop of a hat, right?
Yep.
Absolute pure aggression. Because
I can't envision that in these. I don't know how to say it because I don't know the correct terms. I mean, I guess down here we just call them neighborhoods, but it's those sections where you turn down that street and there's like the driveway type thing. See, man, dude, I couldn't even see being there during a storm
No.
because just having people right there and it's like, wait a minute, and especially now with all this emo bullshit and this whole man, we're just mind jacked. And it's like, yeah, I'm kind of glad there's distance. I can't fathom that. I've thought about it because we got Houston, we got Conroe, so we got cities down here, and you go down and all the subdivisions and neighborhoods, but subdivision has an open burn down here because that's awesome.
Yeah, and I mean that's what I moved from, a subdivision, and I was like, nah, I'm out. I'm talking. My subdivision was one street, 44 houses.
Yeah, see, that's like
And,
the house.
yeah, and I was like, nah, this ain't gonna work. And I was there 2 years. Built had a house built, sold it in 2 years from it being completed, and moved to the middle of nowhere. And I should have did this 20 years ago.
Right.
Now, my son, he's like his dad. He's the observer, you know. And this is a kid who's 6 feet tall. Now he's down to about 250.
Really?
Yeah. And if you push him, he's going to wait to the opportune time and he's going to clean your clock. You know, he's quiet. He's the quiet one. He's the methodical one, you know, so that he's going to spend less energy, less time to put you on the ground. And it's going to be done quickly and swiftly.
I wish I could say that about my son. My son is just, he's the quiet one until
Yeah.
he's not. It's one of those. He's the quiet one until he's not. And then it's like, oh shit. And it's like, yeah, you don't get to put the genie back in the bottle.
Right. Yeah. So here a quick story. I think I told this before. We were at the movies, me, the COO, and our son, and this guy, you know, ran into the COO seat, and I was like, "Excuse you." And he looked at me, and my son is like, Dad's just settle down. Because, you know, I was getting ready to duke this dude, throw him over the rails before the movie even started. So, long story short, movie's over. We're leaving. We're just talking. And I see him. And because my son is observing Dad, he sees me see him, and I move in his direction. And at this time, my son was 17. And he looked and he turned, he told the COO, he said, well, looks like I'm going to jail tonight too.
Nice.
And he was like, Dad, I said, nah, we're good. I'm going to leave him alone. But he was like, well, we're both going to jail because if Dad jumps in this and this jumps off, I'm getting in it.
And like you said before, Rescue, imagine, you know, the power goes out in Walmart. And
Yeah.
everybody's sitting around, everybody's in the dark, and everybody's screaming and yelling and bumping into each other. And next thing you know, they're fighting and killing each other. I mean, it's kind of, it's wild, you know. At first, I think at first, especially in areas, it's going to go down like that, you know.
Yeah.
And then later on, it's going to calm the fuck down because people realize there's consequences to your actions.
Yep.
This is the old life is over. Now it's welcome to the wild, wild west.
Correct.
You just spit on my boot, and I don't take kindly to that stranger, right? It's you know, and then later on, it's going to be that whole marauder scheming and you know,
Plotting and planning.
Plotting and planning phase, and people are going to start making hits and, you know, doing takedowns. And, you know,
If I was in San Antonio, Houston, Dallas, Austin, one of these big cities in Texas, oh, that's it, dude. You're talking the purge.
Right.
The only thing that's going to be running is going to be emergency backup generators. So you're going to have an emergency room in a hospital and maybe one floor.
Yes.
right. I mean, I see Cleveland. Cleveland's going to burn.
And if you're in the hospital at that time, and if you're not in critical condition, they're putting you out.
Yeah, they'll kill you.
And so
They'll
there's
put
gonna
you
be-
out of the hospital. Yeah.
Law enforcement is going to be all pulled back to just the necessity type things. They'll do the police station, the courthouse, probably a hospital. It'll be like a mini martial law because it'll just be reactive to like, oh shit. So what are we going to do? They'll do
Right.
probably banks.
And
Park
the
out in banks.
And then keep in mind how many of the law enforcement are going to say, screw this, I got to go home and protect my family.
And that's my point too, if I might interject, is that you're
are going to actually target bank shit.
yeah, I was talking about that before with the terrorists and the groups, but I wanted to react to that as well. Your hospitals and stuff like that, they're only going to last for so long. And then
Correct.
they're eventually just like, we can't do anything and we're shut down. Or they're going to transition from helping civilians to only helping military and law enforcement and, you know, the occasional, you know, senator or governor or whatever comes in, you know. So they'll have like super security in that area, you know, and everybody, while everything's going to shit, you know, and by that time people are going to be starving and, you know, it's going to be pretty quiet. You know, that's the part that scares me is in the cities is it's going to be hell on earth, lots of chaos, and then it's going to
Yep.
get real damn quiet.
Yep. Yeah.
And if
You ain't
there's
lived.
not a significant security force to protect a hospital, they'll be one of the first places hit by desperate people for the drugs. And it's not just the opioids and that kind of drug. It's for the stuff we already talked about, the life sustaining drugs.
The insulins. Yeah.
Aunt Gertrude, who I love, let's all get together and we're gonna go hit the hospital because I know they've got insulin there or whatever her medication is.
Yep.
Think
They'll go down pretty
about
quick.
it as a barter item or a selling item. The new drug, instead of crack, it's going to be insulin, and you're going to have to go to the warlord to get your insulin.
And
You
you'll
know?
have the chance that he's not scamming on you because he may not have had refrigeration and he may be getting a bunch of shit from you for some junk insulin.
Yep.
Oh, it'll be a wave. I can see that now, what you're saying. Because, yeah, you'll have people that'll instinctively start attacking the grocery stores. Then you're going to have the greedy people that'll start going at jewelry stores and banks because they're going to just see an opportunity to
See, while they're doing that, while they're hitting the grocery stores, I'm taking my crew and we're going to hit the highway and hit the trucks that were on their way to the grocery stores.
There you go.
Well, because then I will say, because who was it brought up? Oh, Jason brought up the riots in '92 in Los Angeles. But not even just then, but look at this latest shit that they do with the BLM Antifa riots. This herd of people and the destruction they did. But what if you amplified that?
Yeah.
So these were just ones that were mentally jacked up, that got wound up and churned loose and allowed to create that. Well, now all of a sudden, you're going to 10 times that fold, and it's not a matter of a loud shit. This is just reacting because everything's going upside down.
Right.
Yeah, you could see real quick, Zombie, before I give you the floor. You talked about the Antiquifas. That is their plan anyway, right? And that's that whole socialist, like I said before, subversion, right? Is demoralization, destabilization, crisis, normalization, and that's when those groups. Boom. That's when they become super organized, super kinetic. They start pushing, they start gaining authority, power, and control, and they start just taking over. And it's fucking communist China. It's Mao Zedong all over again.
Well, correct, but don't take this the wrong way. And then, Zombie, you can have the floor. You still gonna have Bubba and the good old boys. So wait a minute, y'all ain't running nothing up in here.
Yeah, but they're going to be away. Like they'll take over the cities, right? They'll do a chaz on a large scale.
Yeah, true.
Bubba, and them are going to have take time to organize.
Yeah, they're going to the Deerleys.
Yeah, exactly. Right. True. That's true.
Yeah.
But they're also going to draw the line and say they're not coming this far.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Well, you'll have to at that point. That'll almost become some kind of version of balkanization because you'll have
correct.
People start to work on their area and get their power up.
Yep.
For their area, but then they're going to see like the mosque. They're going to set that perimeter up to go. Oh no.
Right, and that's why I'm not worried about them coming all the way out here because they got a ways to come, especially if they're walking. Half of them aren't gonna make it.
What I was gonna say, and I'll keep it brief, is I only have to speak from my own personal experiences on mass groups of people. And whenever you're a member of the Guard during a natural catastrophe, previous to us getting there, gear up and ready, means that they had already looted all the grocery stores and vehicles and beat the windows out of places and all this other stuff. But then what it took to bring, you haven't lived until you've walked into a building where it houses 60,000 plus individuals. They have no food. They have no cigarettes. They have no drugs. They have no doctors. They have no nothing. And you know what they're doing? They're wheeling their dead people out there in the corner and parking them next to the damn the Superdome in a corner out there. Dead people.
Right.
They're piling them out there. So the thing about it is is they didn't have electricity in that city in certain areas for a long time, and it continued. And you know what? You know what it took to quell that was us standing out there with our rifles and our sidearms and our uniforms and our Hummers, saying, "Hey, you can't come in this area. You're not supposed to be in this area." But that's not gonna be the case for a while if something really happens, because it took us, just because the state and everybody else got through arguing. Finally, you have to understand, after days, we were activated and put in our trucks, and there we go. We're 45 minutes away. You see what I mean? But
Right.
we had to wait for the bureaucratics to wake up out of their coma to go into that city, and probably by going in that city, we found multiple people murdered, homicides, dead people, dead bodies, people that had been robbed, people's houses been burnt down, their businesses were burnt down. It was a total chaos zone, you see. And that's with the National Guard. You see what I mean? Having to take it. But that's not going to happen if the electricity goes off for 9 days. Well, what do you think's going to happen? You see, we got, how many National Guard members do we have inside this country? You see,
That's also under the
it's not.
pretense that everywhere else in the country was still kind of thriving, and it was there that it was affected, so they were thriving off
Yeah.
of somebody's coming to save my ass. Well, if everything goes into that, then you can't expect the dude next door to come save your ass when his shit ain't got nothing either.
I don't plan on the, I don't anticipate the guy next door coming to save me.
Well, yeah, no, but I'm saying when that's like that city, see, you got an event.
Oh yeah. Right.
Yeah.
You know, that's something, but they don't see that didn't happen in Idaho. That didn't
Right.
happen
It's
Oh,
very,
really?
it's
So,
very nasty. It's
somebody's
nasty. It's
kicking kind of
nasty.
where if it's across the whole country, well, that's a different perspective because now you know that. And I don't think like you wouldn't have that organization of the National Guard to call up. I think
Right.
they initiate that at first, but I don't know. And this is kind of really naive, but I'll fess up. I would like to think that they have a plan for something of that scenario because I know that we have scenarios for outages and events like that, but an actual global outage.
Right. There is nothing.
So I would say this. I would venture to think this is that okay, if it's a global outage, right? It's a we are, since we're talking about it in April, and there's already a date that's been set, July 18th, right? July 18th. There's a date,
Yeah.
right? So they already know it's going to happen. So they're already going to be pre-staged, or they're going to be out. You know what I'm saying? Like all your
Right.
all your upper echelon motherfuckers, all your politicians, they'll be gone. They're gonna be just by July 17th. They're gonna be gone. They're gonna be somewhere. They're gonna be in the bunkers. They're gonna be in Hawaii. Whatever. Because they're out. They already know. They know what's going to happen. Right. Your National Guard, whatever the plan may be. Say they're going to enact martial law. They'll be pre-staging. We'll see them pre-staging before the outage. Go, what the fuck is all this, military equipment going around? Why are these people amassing? Why is the National Guard hanging out in this area?
Yeah.
That kind of shit. You'll see it all. You'll see the telltale signs all right off the bat because it's a predetermined set date, right? It's premeditated. This is the premeditation, the murder of mankind, basically.
Right.
The depopulation, the Great Reset. So we'll
Trains
see
are
it.
going to wreck, planes are going to crash, ships are going to wreck because GPS.
Right.
Correct.
Well, that brings up a question I was thinking of earlier was trains. A certain amount of our trains run on electric, right?
Oh yeah, the routing
Yep.
and switching is
So, post shutting it off, whatever, them trains are going to stop wherever they're at. So there's a resource. If you have train tracks in your area, that becomes a possession of your area, and the whole turf war and resource war will be
Yep.
an actual thing, because I got a set of railroad tracks down here, and if a train quits up the road up here or up the tracks up here, a couple miles, what's on that train's mine for
Right.
this community, and
Oh yeah,
anyway, I
it
lost
happens
my
here already.
train of thought.
It happens here already in Cleveland.
Yeah.
That whole
Wild,
Amazon
Wild
train, it happens. They have to have guards on the intersections where these trains have to slow down and go through the town, go through Cleveland, because they get mobbed. Like they just literally, 100 people just mob the train, take everything, and spray paint shit as they're leaving. It's crazy.
Dude, down in California, they were riding along. They got up there, they'd open the doors, and then it's going. They're steadily pushing shit out the doors, and it's just like leaving a trail of shit.
Yeah. Yep. And people just running by, grabbing it, throwing it in their cars and leaving, or on scooters, motorbikes, ATVs. I mean, that's a big problem around here is we got like the Rough Riders. I mean, I wouldn't say the Rough Riders because I met the Rough Riders. They're cool. But that's that whole mentality around here in the cities is they get these little 4-wheelers, they got motorcycles, and they just run through the town just creating havoc anyway, on a Saturday night or stolen Kia, and they just burn it afterwards. So, I mean, that shit's going to be rampant.
If any,
It's
I don't
anything,
know
man.
what's hold on a rail, but is any grocery stuff like it's in our food supply? Is it any of it moved on by rail?
Yes.
Only in bulk. And
Bulk.
big bulk.
Yeah, your bulk stuff.
Most of it's coming by tractor trailer. That's why I say I'm not going to the store. I'm going to the highway.
And their easiest spot, just hit any reefer.
Yeah.
Yep.
If it's a reefer wagon, it's because that's got food in it. That's why it's refrigerated. It's either there, it's got medicine that has to be, it's refrigerated. It's a reefer.
Right.
What's up, Faith?
Matter of fact,
Hey,
hit
Faith.
the reefer before you hit the reefer. That might help.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Oh shit. Yeah, I have to confess I've been steadily losing power.
Of course you have.
I'm at 29%. I'm
I'm
pretty good.
surprised you made it this long.
It's on my tablet too.
It's
But
only been 6 hours and 14 minutes. I mean, really?
I know. But yeah, it's so it gets when it gets down into the teens, I'll end it. It's 2:00 now, so I'm feeling pretty good. Y'all feeling pretty good? We can keep going. I'm loving this conversation. But anyway,
I would say visiting kind of some of these more populated areas, even not the big cities, but just populated areas.
Yeah.
Hell, if I lived in that city that's 50 miles up the road and it's a little city, I gotta say, man, if this happened, global thing, you really want to blanket your windows and shit, and
Oh yeah.
any light or any activity, because as people start doing without, they're going to just immediately search for those that have. It's going to go from the whining, oh my God, to the I want to take your shit. So there's going to be a wide gambit of people.
oh yeah,
And that's why I love where I live, because I'm going to see you before you see anything here.
Yep. You in the box, baby. You in the box.
Yeah. And once you cross that line, you done. You're cooked.
take care, Neverett.
You're cooked. Your head will be on a pike down the road.
Damn, I wonder if my drone will still work.
Oh yeah, sure.
It will.
Well, because they use GPS to also. So I wonder.
I mean, that's when you can start doing your own kind of work on your on your drones.
Yep. Yard birds, my dude.
And you can also I'm sorry, real quick. You can also hook up your drone to ATACMS.
Yep.
Which is mapped everything. Okay, go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
On the other side of it, 9 days they do turn the power back on. A certain percentage of the population has died or killed off in that 9 days. What do y'all think? I have opinions. I'm just asking questions to provoke thought. Okay. what do y'all think the government and the social structure of the country would be like if they was able to turn everything back on and start setting back up some form of what do you think that would look like?
That would be your
I'm going shopping.
across.
I'm going shopping.
Because whoever comes in and starts to do that would have that saving savior kind of thing. Like,
Yeah,
get all
that's
your
going to
money
create
back,
anarchy.
trust me.
Yep.
I'm gonna get me a semi truck shopping cart, and I'm going shopping. Me and an
Yep.
excavator. That's
Yep.
what
I
I'm
think
doing.
that's the question, Zombie.
Well, yeah. So I foresee like the 9 days, the worldwide. We already know it's premeditated, so I already know this is their plan. That's that great reset. They're gonna pull in majority of population of the world has perished. Boom! It's Georgia Guidestone's time. It's time for them to start doing we've already went through the demoralization, destabilization, and now we've passed through the crisis, and now it's time for the normalization, right? Where
Right.
they take total power and control by force.
That's where I was trying to go with it.
So yeah, I could foresee, especially in this country, and maybe other countries where there is a pushback, right? The
Yes.
survivors, we're the hardy ones, we're the
Yep.
prepared ones, we're the ones that were willing to do do the things. You know what I'm talking about? So we're gonna be like,
And that's wild because
Right.
there's a whole African nation that can totally survive without that power.
I'm sorry,
yeah,
I was,
I've done
I
it
was just
before.
asserting there, Matt Chad. I didn't mean to interrupt you to change the subject.
no, I didn't
Macabus-
hear what you said.
It'd be like the survivors of a 9-day Q course.
Yeah,
I've
you
done
ain't
it.
gonna contain us. You're not.
Yeah, I've done it. You know, when you're over there, you're over there. Look, after it's over with, lights back on, everything's good. You got to do like I've had to do this in my lifetime in a desert. Go along and check people's pockets. You know, to check their pockets, make sure make sure who they are, that kind of stuff. And it's kind of like some people are cut out for it, some people are not. But you know, you never know. You know, after that's over with, if somebody's got a gold watch and you know they might have a candy bar in their pocket or something good. You know, they're not going to use it. You know, they're dead. They're just corpses.
I mean, I'm talking about afterwards. It's that subversion 101. Now it's time for them to roll in the tanks. Now it's time for them to, hoist the communist flag, and the survivors are expected to work the coal mines, or make dog food for the poor, toe the party line. And if you don't, you get pulled. So I see that. I would say another revolution in this country.
Exactly.
You're gonna have. So this ain't the desert. These are not little shitty Afghanis.
Yeah.
All right,
No.
we're not little gold fuckers. Okay, we're armed. We're armed fucking patriots that are proud and that we survived 9 days of hell. All right, and we not only did we survive, we thrived and we organized. So anybody that comes in going, hey, we're the great supreme leader, we're gonna be like, fuck you, buddy.
Exactly.
Fucking kick rocks, bud. Kick
Yep.
rocks. So there's gonna be another conflict, even though they think they've already won. So you're gonna see more, and that might be the turning point for the constitutional republic to come back. That would be the perfect time
Yes.
for us to galvanize against some
Yes.
type of socialist communist movement, because now the survivors, we already knew. I mean, we all had tinfoil hats under our Kevlar helmets, right? So we already knew the conspiracy theories, and that global outage would just solidify and concrete that shit's true. So we already know what your plan is, bro.
Right.
I'm killing you in your sleep.
It took 300
I don't
years.
Right.
think it would do
Yeah,
that.
this is
After 9
Your
days.
clipboard Uzi and armored SUV vehicle is now my clipboard Uzi. and SUV armored vehicle.
Yeah.
I would think
Tell me
9
what you
days
want.
isn't going to be long enough. I think what it would be a political kind of thing to where somebody's going to come in and be like, "Oh man, it's just we need to get it together." And it would be a political selling of like a party or representation. Because 9 days, yeah, it's gonna have an impact. But if they go turning it back on, then they'll get the rebound kind of effect. Like, okay, good, we're going back to what it was. Oh man, look at all the people will be totally okay with that. Like they'll let that's the scary part to me would be
They'll capitulate.
political sales pitch. I mean,
Yeah.
like you are you're the Messiah. You're the second, the Antichrist type thing, because you're the one that's going to turn the power back. You're the one that's bringing everything back to normal. You got, oh man, I'm so glad you just survived for the 9 days.
Nope.
I can't believe this, but we've got it under control. Just trust me. And here it
Nope.
comes. Your light flickers, and people will just be like, hell yeah, hell yeah. It's a Patriot Act.
Right. But here's the
1984.
thing. Once they say, trust me, I'm like, yeah, no. I remember how that worked out last time. So no, thank you.
But I could,
We've already been in this place in history inside this country before. We just forgot about it. That's all.
Right.
That's all.
Well,
I love it. I love it.
that's why I can see the 9 days. If they did that would be the political.
Oh yeah, that it would bring in the socialist, movements all the way through. Hey, we got to do this. We're going to turn your power on, but you have to toe the party line. You've got to, sign your name on the dotted line. Give us your guns.
Nope.
Give us give us all
Nope.
this, all that.
Nip,
And
I'm good.
there will be.
It's gonna happen.
I think there will be, especially in the cities. They will capitulate. They
Oh,
will definitely
absolutely.
capitulate. They'll be like, okay,
They'll take
Yes, sir.
that mark is what they'll do. They'll take
yeah,
that mark.
take the mark.
They'll
Take the mark.
Look at what Virginia's already attempting to do right now.
Well,
They're
when
trying to
Governor,
the Constitution with the Second Amendment and act like they're just more righteous. And it's like, no. There's a Constitution for a reason. You don't get to circumvent it.
Right.
and with what we have now to show us for proof, the Venezuela raid, when they went down and got Maduro and didn't have to lose anybody and all the technology they used there, so they advanced that into a bigger realm, and all these specialized response forces start showing up into populated areas or cities or communities, and anybody that doesn't comply, they start using the microwave beams on them or whatever, and just like they did in Venezuela.
Yeah, I can see that. Absolutely. Compliance.
Just because the electric got off and we lost everything, they've still got the drones and all the technology. They've still got the satellites. They've still got everything that they had going into it.
Yeah.
But
And
do you think there would be a mental reaction though, Mac? Like if
I was going to say,
because like our guys, like right now, we have these whole fleets that are over there. They're doing the job. That's the bad guy. Here's our mission. But you direct that to where that's Kansas, that's Utah, that's Idaho. That's
Exactly. Different ball game.
yeah, is that? I don't know that mindset's going to be the same. I think that's going to be like, yo, man, hey, what are we doing here? What do you mean? No. Wait, that's where my aunt lives, dude. No. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
I was going to say that is that majority of the military are going to say no. And because we have our military is all volunteer and patriotic for the majority. I mean, there are some that just they're there for a paycheck or they get their college fund, right? Their fucking bonus, and they're already drinking Kool-Aid. But a majority of them are going to be like, no, we're not attacking our own people. We're not going to. But there are going to be. I could see certain agencies, that do it. And if they're not, if our military force, which is made up of our people, what's stopping them, which they've done in other countries, is bring in another country to help
Right.
control the people. That's going to happen. You'll have that UN kind of thing.
The difference, though, our state and national guards kind of help breaks our military up into state at its core. Like we see the U.S. Army and we see the Marines, and they're federal controlled. But when you look at the bases and the training and type stuff, it's really separated by states. So you could just kind of like take control. Like in Texas, we have our national guard, and then we have our state military. So we actually have two down here.
Right. And let us not forget about the militias.
Right.
That is the big that's the big one. That's actually, in the Constitution, the law of the land supersedes the National Guard, supersedes our military, supersedes all that bullshit.
Right.
The militia, if the militia activates in the state or whatever, that's the law of the land, and they'll fight whoever. I can see that. I can see that happening, especially in Michigan. They got the largest one, right? Ohio too.
Ohio, yeah.
What
The
state is it that
247.
did that little attack on that militia forming? Some state passed a law to make that like.
Oh yeah. They started doing that. They tried to. That was during the COVIDs, right? Yeah. With Biden.
Well, yeah, that was during their little Darth Vader type State of the Union address that nobody said a word about, like that whole dark background, totally calling out MAGA people. That's we need to do something about it.
We're HVTs or what they call us, the new classification from the FBI, domestic terrorists.
Domestic terrorists, yeah.
Well,
Right.
Most
if you had
states have a law on the books to the effect of outlawing paramilitary training by and not going to courses, not going to ranges and that sort of thing, or schools, but getting together as a group of people and doing paramilitary training. A few years ago, I researched it, and most of the states, if not all of them, had some kind of law on the books making like militias and stuff basically illegal if they wanted to enforce it.
Yeah. I
I'm
mean,
not saying it's right. I'm not taking that side. I'm just pointing out facts of the situation. 'Cause
right.
all these things play into the outcome of things. Okay, and each one of us, I'm not getting run off my property. I own this thing, and it's paid for, and ain't nobody taking it from me. An Arctic freeze could come in 50 below zero, and you're probably going to find me 100 years from now sitting here froze to my chair if I didn't survive. But
Preach, Matt, preach.
most of our population, that's what the scenario is based on. It's not based on each one of us's reaction. It's based off of the population's reaction.
Yeah.
right. I mean, it's a shitstorm, and who is the shitstorm supervisor?
Yep.
That'd be you. It's Lackluster Friday.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's y'all's
you the
thoughts
dungeon
on
master?
What's y'all's thoughts on foreign insurgents inside this country right now?
And
if
yeah,
something
I
happened-
was hoping we got to that too. Go ahead, Zombie.
I mean, so now you got untold thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of people potentially that could go back to their old third world traits all of a sudden when they figure shit's not going down in America like they wanted it to. Well, they come from countries where they'll cut you up with a machete.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they make 5.56, because I ain't never seen a machete beat 5.56 all day, every day.
I could definitely see a caliphate forming, if you know what I mean. Because they already have it. Minnesota, right?
I was going to say, is it really shocking? They've literally taken over towns and have broadcasted the street signs and everything. They get police wears their shit, their patches. I mean, so it's they're here. They've been here, and we just let our own Constitution and Bill of Rights be used against us.
Yeah,
and that's what's sad.
This whole ties to militias rising. It won't just be the conservative militias. There's other militias like what he brought up with the caliphate, and there's Democrats out there forming militias right now. There's going to be a whole uprising.
Antifa, the what's the John Brown Gun Club? You know, the Trantifa, you know, there's so many other like fringe little groups that will start to
God,
recruit. They've already started. They've already organized and planned for this 9-day apocalypse. They're ready. That's the thing is they are ready. Uh-oh. Zombie just lost power. Damn, it started.
Out, man.
It started. Zombie. It started in Louisiana.
I really seriously. I heard the transformer pop from
No
somewhere. Up, see now it started. Oh my God!
Here we go,
The
folks.
zombies are coming to get me.
There you go.
Yeah, and so these groups, even though it's like okay, you know, ha ha ha, you know, soy boys and trainees with guns, but they've been training and organizing and planning for just this scenario, and they're ready to kick it off. Meanwhile, we're just like, you know, your average patriot is just like, whatever, I got guns, I go to the range, I do some training, whatever. There might be, I have to say there might be a lot of other like patriot kind of groups that organize and plan for that as well. We do. I mean, you know, there's a lot of us that would do, but not to the extent that the left is. So they're going to, I suspect we're going to see, you know, that kind of craziness, you know, but they've been training. They have a
there's a saying, zombie, to thank your local pole dancer. We do it to keep you turned on.
Oh no, it's not what it's because I hear my 466 Detroit Navistar 6-cylinder generator kicking out about 120 amps. I heard it start up and then my lights came back on. It's setting on about 300 gallons. It's good for about 28 days, 27 days, somewhere in there. I just filled it up. It runs the water and everything.
I mean, Yardbirds, we do not underestimate your enemy. You know, as pussy as they may seem. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know, what's the saying? I don't fear one lion, but I will fear, you know, a million sheep led by a lion.
Yep.
Right? Or whatever.
Hey man, I'll tell you something. I learned this at a very young age in the penitentiary system. And it's like, just because some dude does that and swings that way, don't think he can't throw dukes.
That's right. Don't think he got hands.
Does not mean if there's some thumping involved there. So not all of them are just like, oh no. Yeah.
I learned that in prison as a prison guard, that some of these the PCs, they have to fight. Like, hey, they get to pick and choose, right? They get to pick and choose their boyfriend, and there's a lot of them that try to take it, and they're like, you know, they're like, no, you ain't taking it.
I've seen some of them chickens that they see them little fresh little new boots come in, and they just reach over and grab one of them, going, "Oh no, you're my little house mouse." I mean, it's like, wait, don't you? Yeah, but it's okay. Homeboy goes out there and he's doing the bars 300 times a day. So, oh yeah, just sexual preference does not matter. So that's why the best thing to do is create yardage.
Yep.
Create yardage. Yeah. Yep. So they've been planning, and you know, I think it was Hutch. Hutch shared that a while back about the whole John Brown Club, the Transtifa, and of course the Antifa. They've been training and preparing for this time. So you would definitely see that push, and it would be big. It would be really big.
To emphasize your training statement, I will say the Kirk thing. See, that's actually my thought process. Is that whole direct? That's where that came from. That was done through that branch, that whole grouping, that planning. It might have been encouraged and allowed from some higher level, but that was because that's the one that struck the nerve. They're the ones that had all the little back and forth messaging about the whole date. So I don't think that they're all just a bunch of little soy boys you see out here that are like, oh, and got their skinny jeans on. Oh no, There's the ones that know that. There's the other ones that like tatted from right here down that are like, I hate everything. And yeah,
Yeah,
they're
right.
with the yes. They'll cut
And
you up.
there is vets. There is combat vets in those groups as well, right? You know, that are providing training, providing knowledge, and they have meetings. They sit down and they plan. They meet. Like, okay, today is knifing 101, right? We got Doug Marcarta, the expert in knifing. He's going to give us a class. Everybody clap for him. Yay! Right? You know, do your little gay golf clap, right? But they learn shit, and they practice and they talk to each other and they organize. And that's my point. Is the most of us we're preoccupied. We're preoccupied with freedom. They're preoccupied with ending freedom.
Yeah, revolution.
Yeah, they want a revolution. It's all about that revolution lifestyle.
I hear that. You know, it's like everybody wants to be the damn. They don't want to think about it. I think about it. Everybody that's ever wore a uniform and had formal training as a soldier and stuff that goes along that ground, you know, that don't mean that they can't wear rainbow hair and have a rainbow colored AK, and they simply just hate you and they hate America. You
No,
know,
dude, look at that.
there
What was
is
that? Some
no-
major or something that had the TikTok picture with the dog mask on during the furry stage or some shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
You
you
know,
had
I
a name.
mentioned about underestimating your enemies a while ago, and I brought this up. There's been a few times over the last 2 or 3 years I've mentioned it on panels about the wintertime, them rioting over something, and I've been told numerous times, "Oh no, it's not going to happen. They only do it in the warm months. They're at home on mama's couch in the basement, all this kind of stuff. They're pussies. They can't handle the cold weather." And then, boom, lo and behold, this last winter, what did we see going on in Minneapolis and Minnesota?
The ice.
You know, that they were out there in the ice, neck deep in the shit, in the middle of the night when the sun ain't even up, 40, 50 below zero, protesting and raising hell.
Yeah, they had warming centers. Okay.
Yeah.
They had cars standing by to say, "Hey, come on in, get some hot coffee and get some heat." Okay, get back.
Would you say coffee?
They
Yes,
had
coffee.
warehouses where they were really having people in vehicles go and restock their shit from a local warehouse where they had
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I did think.
Well, see,
I thought-
that's where logistics comes in. While they're sitting out there trying to be Billy Bad Butt, you go hit one of them local logistic restock centers, and you just take it.
Okay. They
Plain
got
and simple.
security too. Yeah, and I
And
like
so,
once we
don't-
organize,
yeah,
it's all over. So they
Yeah.
want to keep us disorganized. They want to keep us preoccupied and keep us in the dark.
well,
Well,
that's straight up right. If you remove the rule of law, then I'll keep very far distance because you just took across the only safeguard that keeps me in check. To be quite honest,
same here. Like I've always said, I am dangerous. Don't let the no hair on the top of my head fool you.
Well, when I was laughing, Vision, I wasn't making fun of you. I was. It made me chuckle because I can picture it. That's why.
Yeah,
I was.
I'm serious. And that's the difference between a good man and a dangerous man. A good man's going to watch it go down. A dangerous man is going to prevent it from going down.
I was seeing Samuel L. Jackson or one of them guys like him.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm with rescue. That's the only thing that's holding me back. You give me rule without law.
Oh yeah.
We have a dangerous.
I'm going to need some kind of personal moderator. Is what I'm.
That would be me. Thank you very much.
I don't
Yes.
know. I don't know, Trent. I mean, I can see me and you just be like, "Yo."
Right, you are correct.
Yeah.
Or I'll be like, "Are you sure?"
One thing I'll add just for informational circumstances, whatever, hard copy, because We have the internet to tell us where all the pedophiles are. Most places require them to register with the sheriff's department or local law enforcement. You can go
Right.
online and find them in your area all the time, but go and get a hard copy of all them people. That's all I'm gonna say about it.
Right.
It's the more you know, right?
Yeah. But yeah, Professor, I'll look at you. I'll be like, are you sure? You'll be like, no. I'm like, okay, let's go anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, as long as we got Overwatch with us, we're good.
I guess,
You
yeah.
know, there was an all-time record. There was an all-time record high inside this country in the last like 11 months. I think I read that there's been more underground bunkers constructed inside this country than before in history.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
In the last like
Yeah.
11 months.
Oh yeah, Atlas Survival Shelters, Rising Tea. Of course, Atlas is probably the best. And shout out to
That's
Atlas.
becoming a thing. Man, there's so many
Yardbirds.
businesses
Yeah,
fired
check
up.
your blood sugar level first, Yardbirds.
Yeah.
Bonnie, how are you?
Bonnie's up in here.
Good to see you. Cole's, I think, well, Cole abandoned us. Cole is upstairs with the COO. He's probably laying on the comforts of the floor in the bedroom. And me and Titus are roughing it out in the basement.
Yeah, a lot of things of these natural events, the hurricanes, the storms, the flood, that's really sparked a lot of people
Yeah.
down around here anyway.
Yeah.
And then you just have the regular, because the prepping thing, I guess, what was that show, that the Walking Dead thing? I think that kind of fired up that whole prepping thing. I don't know. I might be all wrong because I'm so out of touch with that. But
Doomsday
I don't got
Prepper.
this is like that
There's
Texas
not-
bunkers they started, dude. They install the weirdest shit, and it's like it looks, dude. That some of that shit looks like glorified septic tanks. I'm just not going.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm sorry, isn't that a septic tank? Wait, you're gonna say, okay, sure, yeah, whatever.
There's too much water. There's too much water down here for them
Yeah.
kind of bunkers, you know.
I just do
'cause
pontoons.
Yeah, if you're not careful. I mean, it still can be done. But you gotta,
I don't need a bunker. I'm gonna take my chances above ground.
Yeah, I like to keep.
I'm with you, Trent.
Because
I
people
like the idea of subterranean. I do.
I understand, but people like the professor here, want to fill in bunkers with Jello. I'm like, nah, I am not going to go out being drowned in Jello. Not gonna happen.
There's always room for Jello, so you just gotta keep eating.
Yeah,
I
nah.
think about that, Trent.
Elon,
I think
he
about
said
that.
Elon's
I think
company has
about
got the boring, and man,
Yeah,
that boring machine is a badass. I gotta say.
Oh yeah.
yeah. I'm an above
I
ground
always
guy.
wonder about, dude, you poke holes in shit, it causes things to be different. You're changing structural shape of things, and sometimes I wonder if this is kind of like the good old asbestos thing. It's like we saw this and we said, wow, this is really cool. And then they said, hey, bad shit from this. Well, it's kind of like, hey, wow, check it out. We can bore this hole. Well, things start to collapse and shit in different periods. Don't you find that funny how there are these sinkholes that just seem to appear?
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Right.
like all of a sudden this whole, man, what? I'm sorry. What just changed geographically that now there's a void?
Or they hit aqueduct of water, and now you've got a drought in that area, or they hit some kind of geothermo like lava thing, and oh shit, yeah. I mean, you got to worry about that shit. Fracking. I mean, they so many problems they found out with fracking. You're like, oh wow, we just destroyed like hundreds of acres of land.
Right.
Oops.
That's the only thing I'll give the big oil companies, is because they have so much money and they've put so much technology that they're pretty accurate. It's the little loners and the shotgunners that go out and do it on the lower level, because they just go winging it, man. They just go get permission to poke a hole and they just start poking it. Where I'll give that to the big oil companies, because man, they got some pretty impressive LiDAR type shit that they do to this stuff to map out this whole pocket. It's pretty impressive looking, and it kind of puts things in perspective on the globe. because you realize that we're mapping these big pockets of all these resources. That's why they talk all the shit they do when they go, well, we're the richest. That's because they're literally mapping these pockets and they can directional drill. So, okay, you want to talk shit? You think you got all that? It's like Venezuela. Really, if we wanted to, we could directional bore that shit and suck it right over here into the Gulf.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah, they use explosives. They use explosives to locate those underground caverns of oil and gases and stuff down around here. They do in other places too.
That's
That explosive. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
there's so many. Yeah, there's so many explosive, and they've got like the thumpers, right? These they set up these things that just thump. They send a seismic wave
Yeah, right.
and basically read it like sonar. You know,
Yep.
that's how they did the. Remember the pyramids? You know, the subterranean shit going on in the pyramids.
With AI, they can actually start mapping the frequency response to the material it's passing through, so that then they can actually determine how much is what and what. I gotta say, we've come a long way, baby.
Yep. What's up, Garrett? Well, I'll tell you what, folks.
My puppy is laying here snoring.
Oh, right on. I'm tired of sitting down. I can't sit down anymore. It hurts. That walk kicked my ass. Yeah, why not? Do some push-ups. So yeah, it's all right. I'll tell you what, 3:00 we're out of here. How's that?
That
All right.
works.
I've got some stuff that I pirated off of Facebook, and I uploaded. You was talking about subterranean, and I uploaded it to YouTube unlisted. And they're AI reels that people have made for bunkers. I'll send them. I've got most of them are like 10 to 15 minutes long. It's just a whole compilation of different reels that people made. I'll send it to you, Mad Chad, if you want to watch it.
Yeah, I've probably seen a few of them too. I'm really I like the timbering. Yes, the old school way of building like a mine shaft is the old timbering, and studying that's pretty impressive. You can literally dig and shore up and timber a tunnel, but that's one way of getting subterranean. You know, especially in any kind of soil substrate or soil composition. Rock, of course, is going to be hard, but you can use like a miniature or a slow jackhammer, if you will, and you still got to worry about getting oxygen in and getting carbon dioxide out. That's the big one. Carbon dioxide will kill you. You'll get a headache and then go to sleep and never wake up. That's what happens with the subterranean, you know. And of course,
we just put birds down there.
That's where the canaries come from, right?
Correct.
The other thing is shit. What's it called? That hydrostatic pressure.
Live above ground.
Right. Well, I mean, I still want to go above ground, but I want to be able to go in. Like, I would love this idea. If I lived in the suburbs, I would love to drive into my garage, which is separate from my home, go down, hang out in my little room underneath the garage, and then take the tunnel to my house and come up and I'd be in my house.
I could go with that.
You know what I'm saying? Or I got to get out. Like, oh shit, it's time for me to leave. And this tunnel goes to my neighbor's house or across the street or into the woods, you know, boom, and I'm out. You know, and you know, also have a nice little pad that I can live down in there for 6 months to a year if I have to, you know, and just hide out, just completely go off grid. Like, where's Shaq? Boom.
That's called a bunker.
Yeah, exactly. So bunkers,
I'll take my chances above ground.
But hey, what if what if it's a nuclear shithole up there?
Well, then I'll see you on the other side.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, or you've got biologicals going on, or, you know, zombies and, you know, whatever. I mean, I'd be hanging out in my bunker.
Do a above ground container.
Yeah, it's called a house.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean,
House is
I
burned.
just don't. I'm like Vision, man. I don't think I could. That's to me going down in that bunker would be like taking me out into the ocean and dropping me off. It's
Correct.
Like, you just totally made me defenseless, and there's
Correct.
nothing to do about
Correct.
it. I do not
No,
like
you're
this.
not. You're not necessarily. You're actually fortified.
Painting your own.
What, floating in the water? Okay.
I mean,
No, in a bunker.
No,
No.
if you're out in the ocean, you're just a floating nugget. Dude. Let's get real.
Yeah,
But-
I'll take my chances above ground. I'm sorry. About
But-
as subterranean as I get is the basement.
I want a basement.
I would go underground if it was required to stay alive. It's
Yeah.
not the same. To me, it's not the same as showing up for a fight. It's about survival
Correct.
of an event, type thing. And it's like back to the insulin thing. I know at some point in time I'm gonna run out, and maybe there's not nothing that I can stay alive on by that point. But I'm not going to give up now just because something might happen in 2 years.
Correct. Exactly, Mac.
So that's why I would go underground if the option was available for that kind
And
of.
hey, I set up my bunker, and I've got my ATACMs. I've got comms. I've got basically I've got a control room.
Allegedly, I know a guy.
Right.
I know a guy. Yeah.
So, I mean, and shit, I'm flying drones all over the place, and I'm in my bunker.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and I can come out anytime I want.
Right. That's why you don't have. That's why you have all your cameras hardwired instead of relying on these little whack internet connected
That's right.
cameras.
That's
Yeah.
right.
I don't understand why
maintained
people
for
can't
years-
conceive that. The
I have
word
made-
wireless means you're fixing to give your shit to somebody else. That's
Yeah.
what
Correct.
wireless means. It means
Exactly.
I'm going to go have a private conversation in open public because it's just it's Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I've said for years since jammers were invented, a person could walk up to your place and jam your signal for your wireless shit, and you'd be blind.
I know a guy who allegedly has that equipment, and at any flick of a switch, any drone that flies over will immediately crash.
And
No,
there's a
Amazon,
trend.
search for flipper, and you can order a flipper, and you can do it.
That's right. That's absolutely correct. Rescue.
It's a trend now, especially with these. We've seen it in this country with our illegals, the aliens coming through. They were hitting places, and that's what they were doing. Is they were
Right.
shutting down the Wi-Fi, and then they were going in. They were shutting down the alarms. They're shutting down the cameras. With these jammers. Cartels do it. They have it. You've seen it. It looks like a big radio with many antennas.
That's right.
And they did a sting. They found like multiple locations around DC that were set up like in a hotel room or places like that. They were just just massive jammers.
SIM card.
Yeah. And they were monitoring and jamming all the internets and all the Wi-Fi's and all the frequencies and shit in that area. They blanketed. They set up these systems, these areas, and to take down a whole area with multiple locations. It's pretty crazy.
Well, we become so dependent on Bluetooth and wireless.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
hell, people
I've
walk around
always said, and will continue to say, low tech for the win. Hardwire your cameras. I don't care if you have to run. I don't care if you have to run 100 feet RC cables or B and C cables. Hardwire them.
If it's man-made, it can be exploited.
Exactly.
Oh, that falls in that just because you can doesn't always mean you should.
And just because I can, I'm going to try it at least once.
Maybe
I'm at the
twice.
wireless things.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Everything comes wireless. I mean, that it gets promoted. You buy a freaking window unit. It's wireless. You can Bluetooth it. I mean,
Right.
just the shit. You can do lights for your garden stuff. Oh, you can Bluetooth it. It's like, no, I don't want to Bluetooth shit.
Right. That's why I say, these folks, everybody buying, getting solar generators. Well, yeah, I'm going to connect it to the app so I can monitor it from my phone. No,
they took away the headphone jack from the phones.
Of course they did, as well as the removable battery.
Yep.
Leave that damn thing on and be wireless. So
Yeah.
things open.
Well, guys, I'm gonna leave this last 3.5 minutes up to you. You guys, Rescue, Shad, Macabus, Mr. Trent, people in
Yes,
the
sir,
chat.
Zombie.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and sign on out of here. I'll be on my road. I can do a little weekend thing on, and it gets me up at 3:45 on the weekend. So
Woo.
There you go.
I can't go to sleep. I'll be up till tomorrow afternoon, this afternoon. But anyways, it's been real. Appreciate
Stay
the,
safe, bro.
Good, brother. Keep your head on
Have a
straight.
good one.
and I'll catch y'all on the flip.
All right. Sounds
Take care,
good.
Zombie.
All
Thumbs
right.
down.
Take care, Zombie.
There you
Thank
go.
you very much, bro.
Later, bro.
Have a good night. Let's go.
Skull.
Hey, you know what? That sounds like a plan because you're fixing to wrap it up. So I'll call it myself. And y'all just remember, you make your day a good day. You don't let anything else control you, and become self-sufficient, man. Learn how to do shit. I don't know. Just drive it.
Learn how to do stuff, y'all.
That's it.
Turn off the interwebs and go start a garden.
That's it. Do something. Hey, peace, everybody. It was good seeing you, Trent. Matt,
Good seeing you, Rescue. Have
Hey,
a good one,
Rescue.
bro.
Right on,
Y'all
Rescue.
take care.
Always a pleasure,
Head on
bro.
trouble.
Appreciate you.
Peace.
And then there were 3. And 23 in chat still. Wow, how about that? Let's
Yeah,
go
if you're going
ahead.
to spend time on the internet, at least do something that's going to educate yourself how to do something that's going to better yourself.
Something.
That's the
Yeah,
problem with a lot of the prepper sphere. A lot of the channels have gotten away from doing any how-to videos or anything like that, and it's just turned into a let's all get together and hang out, and then they hop to the next channel and we all get together and hang out, and and I don't do all that.
Yeah, same here. That's why, the majority of my live streams, I'm at least trying to get you to think about what ifs.
Yeah.
And do I have this, and can I do this, and what happens, this, that, and the other. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm going forward. I talked about this with Maccabeus. That's why I wanted to have this in-depth kind of guided conversation. We still had fun, right? We still had shenanigans. We had fun, whatever. But man, we really touched on a lot of topics, and everybody had a lot to really input and question, and it made people think. I mean, made me think like, whoa, wait a minute, yeah. And I hope we helped some folks. It definitely helped me. Right, Bonnie?
And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think really a lot of people, when I did my live stream and talked about, 9 days, no power, I don't think people really thought of the depth of that and what that really looks like and what all it entails.
Yeah. I think we pretty much covered it, didn't we?
We did.
And
we could have even went deeper.
Deeper. Yeah, it entails the gates of hell being opened.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, something to think about. I mean, and this is, it's game theory, right? It's game theory. It's we're just gaming it out here. It's in Minecraft world, whatever. Right? Life is all about learning. So if you stop learning, you stop living.
You stop living.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was a very awesome live stream. I enjoy these times very much.
Yep.
Makes it worth my time to stay up late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's worth it. Yeah, I don't feel
it was worth it for me. That's why I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Yep.
Y'all are actually sitting here talking about what if for real.
Yeah. I dig it. And I think that's what we need to do. I mean, there's a lot of, and I've shut them out. Survival Dispatch. I love their what ifs.
Yeah.
Some other content creators out there. You know, and that's the thing is, ooh, I just stabbed myself. It's okay. But a lot of them, they just passed out. Look at that. Yeah, they're just touching on things, right?
Yeah.
You know, I think this scenario based, you know, discussions are just absolutely amazing.
Yes.
You know, it's
Yep.
enlightening because now we know, and that's the whole point of it, right?
Right.
Is creating that plan now and thinking through it. I mean, hell, I don't know. I tell you what, next time, zombie apocalypse. Okay, let's go
There you
there. Whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, how do we, you know, guess what? It's The Walking Dead. You know,
Yeah.
I've got some great ideas, but
Can we at least have them where they move at least as fast as Dawn of the Dead 2004?
Yeah,
Maybe not. Maybe
exactly.
not World War Z, but just
28
the
days.
walking shambling thing isn't really that scary.
Right.
Yeah, or like 28 days later, where they're running, sprinting at you. Ah, you know.
Well, and to me,
I
that's
tell
the
you.
zombie apocalypse that I prepare for is some virus escaping or getting released or planted, whatever, and a form of rabies or whatever. And I know I've heard all the theories that rabies can't actually do that, but they can concoct about anything with AI and the technology they got now. They can make something, I believe. And you know, you wake up one morning, you start hearing reports on the news, and you know, next thing you know, your neighbors are all running down the highway half naked and tore up and trying to kill everybody. You know.
Yeah, right.
Again, 5.56 for the win.
There you go.
I mean, I'm turning medieval knight. I'm full armor
Yep.
and melee weapons. Let's go.
Yep.
Let's have fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm gonna have me, you know, my pew pews on me, you know, but sword and axe, baby. Let's go.
That was one of the-
A12 and slugs all day, every day.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
That was one of the reasons I built my building the way I did. The ground floor has one door. There's no windows, and it's 20 some foot up to the nearest window. Zombies, unless they're like World War Z, where they're climbing walls and shit,
Climbing on each other to get in the window. Yeah.
I know I'm crazy and I'm paranoid psycho, and they're all the labels societies gave me, but there's a reason why I do everything.
Yep. Same here.
Like I say, there's a madness to my method.
Same here. Yeah. I mean, that's exactly how we're laid out here. The professor will tell you, I'm seeing you before you even see a glimpse of what I see.
Yeah, my alarms and my cameras are going to alert me before I'm even
Yep.
alerted to you.
Exactly.
Oh God, Hootie and the Blowfish. Yeah. So. Oh God. Okay. Yeah. Gentlemen, I absolutely appreciate it. A pleasure.
Thank you.
I think this was a great live stream. 7 freaking hours. Good Lord.
Yep. 7 hours, 4 minutes, and 44 seconds counting.
Yep. So I'm 4 minutes, you know, over schedule.
Yes, you are.
I'm 2 seconds behind Vision.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm down to 20% power. My phone is 100%, but my tablet's 20%. It's just slowly but leaching. I knew it was going to happen, but it's kind of the cordage I got. But anyway, gentlemen, thank you very much. A pleasure. I'm going to keep this live stream up. It was, man, this is great. This is great. And I thank you, Trent.
Yeah.
You know, this is piggybacking off Trent's 9 days without power live stream. Check it out. I'm sure it's still up, right? So
yeah, it's there.
Yep. Then, you know, Maccabeus. I mean, check out Maccabeus, and a true artist. Let me tell you.
Yes.
And everybody that came through, you know, Zombie and Rescue, and you know, everybody in chat. I mean, just chat's where it's at, really. I mean, chat's where it's at. I get inspired by chat, you know, and you guys on panel. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Everyone, have a great night, and skull.
Skull.
Appreciate y'all. I'll see you next Friday.